Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second day of racing from SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS. We've got 7 hours of the Michelin 12 hours of SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS to complete this second round of the European part of the Michelin 24H series. I'm John Hindhoff, and it's great to be with you. The guys are ready to lead off the grid. They look very comfortable in there. Hope we don't see too much of you today, gentlemen. Have a nice quiet day in the Seat Cupra safety car, the Cupra safety car. Let's tell you about what you're going to see today. We've got 2 Porsches on the front of the grid. The number 91 car is the development car. Look at the top of the wheel arches with the louvres in there, slightly different looking front end. And Lauren Heinrich has just climbed into that car. And this is the car. It's not really in competition. It's in its own SP4 category. Here's the car that finished yesterday at the front of the field. Luke, is that Luke? Yes, it is. Luke Hartog, who is just getting in there. That's the tall fella who's going to fold himself into there. Let's have a quick word while he's doing his helmet up, if you don't mind. Hello, big fella. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
That was good yesterday, but it's only just under half of the job done. What's the conditions like outside? You've been out on the sighting lap.
Correct. Yeah, it rained actually on the back straight of the track, so actually that's going to be exciting for us as well. With these GT3 cars, we're usually used to hot, warm tires. Now they're cold from yesterday. So that's going to be probably the most interesting thing, especially since also we and also other cars need to fuel safe. We have really cool tires to start the race, and probably will box very soon.
Right, how soon? That's the big question, because you guys didn't take the opportunity to come in and refill last night. Yeah. So you're starting on the tyres you finished last part of the racing, and you don't have a lot of fuel. What, 5 laps, 10 laps, less?
Even less. So for us, a code 60 was what we betted on. So hopefully it happens in the first couple of laps. More, of course, opportunity for that in a race restart rather than at the end of the race yesterday. So therefore we gambled on that.
Get yourself in the car. Have a good one. Be safe. Unusual that I get to speak to Luke. I'm normally talking to him at the head of the field in various Porsche championships around the world. So you heard there, and this is key, that they need to stop in that tangerine and white Porsche. Also the multicoloured car. Behind us, we've got drama here, as there is the Vimana Private Jets car going off the stage, yes, exiting stage right. Left rear problem? Left rear problem on that car. Thank you very much indeed for that. Number 2 machine, the Haas RT, and that car is going off the grid with issues. Now, both of those Porsches on the front row of the grid need to stop within a couple of laps. Alex Prince starting the number 11. He started on pole position yesterday. He was a bit worried, but he did a brilliant job. His stint average was round about the 2:20, which is right on pace, and it was better than some of the full pros behind him. These guys are fueled. They stopped with just over 10 minutes to go, around about 13 minutes to go last night, so they can go much deeper into the race this morning, and they've got newer Michelin tyres. On the other side of the grid, the Ferrari, number 56, that's sitting there, they stopped after 19 minutes before the end of the race yesterday, so again, they've got a bigger fuel load, and they'll go longer into the race. Now, if you look at the timing and scoring, you'll see that these 2 cars on row 2 are 3 laps behind the 2 Porsches. But a pit stop for these 2 Porsches to take full fuel load for Michelin tyres, it's going to take about 2 laps. So this is much, much closer than the restart order will tell you. Then it's Audi and AMG the next row back, but we're going to have to leave the grid right now because we're getting close to getting started. So let's introduce 2 more of the voices that you'll hear for the next 7 and a bit hours. Up in the booth, it's Ben Constanduros, and first, here's Peter Mackay.
Thank you very much, John Hindhoff. Great work there, getting a chat with some of our drivers just as they're getting their helmets on. In fact, the helmets were already on, ready for the start of this one. And really curious feedback there from Luke Hartog that there's been a little bit of rain on the back part of the circuit on the going to grid lap. The tensions are high here for the conclusion of the 7th edition of the Michelin 12 Hours of Spa. 7 hours on the clock today. We had 5 hours of racing yesterday. And as John rightly said, it's down to who's got what in the tank, and it's not just at the front of the field where that's important. In 992, for example, we've got several cars on the lead lap, but only one of them has a very full fuel tank, and that is the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car. Going to be an exciting race here today, Ben, and we've been watching the weather radar very closely. You've got me going on I won't say it on air because they're not a partner, but you've got me addicted to your weather radar. But are we going to get rain or not? That's the big question.
That's the problem. It's not clear, is it? Everywhere you look is a different answer to that question. Some people said no rain today. We've already had rain in our previous session. It was enough to get the prototypes onto wet tyres, but it's been relatively warm, and actually the sky has been blue, and that rain and that moisture has disappeared off the circuit. So certainly race control have not announced a wet circuit. That means they're not allowed to change onto wet tyres. They have to stay on the tyres which they finished yesterday. And, you know, we talk about fuel load, but we're also talking about how much tyre is left, because there's not much rubber on that tyre. That tyre, then, the rubber molecules don't move around. They don't generate heat. It makes life even harder. Loic Hartog suggesting when they get tyres onto their car, usually they're in blankets and they go on relatively warm and you're able to attack straight away. These tyres have sat all night without being used, without blankets on. They are cold, and these drivers have got a lot of work to do to get those tyres up to operating temperature, because we saw in Mugello how hard that was in cold conditions. And if your tyre is also very worn, as we know from the front two, that is a thing that is harder to do. So across the field, we kind of know what's going on around the top six, but as we go through the 37 cars, it becomes a bit more complex and difficult to remember. But there is a challenge not just to the strategies and different pit stops, but also getting temperature into those tyres, as well as the moisture that is still lurking around parts of the circuit. This is not straightforward throughout the whole 7 hours. I think everyone's under some kind of impression that there's going to be rain at some point, probably most likely around 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Engines are firing up now, nearly ready to go on to the parade lap as the Cupra Formentor safety car starting to creep forward as well as the mechanics clear the grid. And then we're ready for the second part of the 7th Michelin 12 hours of Spa. Luke Hartog said as well is that, you know, they are gambling on there being an early code 60. Given the fact that we've had a tiny little shower and the track surface is quite different to what it was when they stopped last night, that could well be a very calculated gamble. They've got very little fuel in the tank. We believe the 91 Herberth Porsche doesn't have much in the tank either, which we thought very different strategy for Herberth actually. Normally we would see them heading into an intervention break, come in and fill the car up with fuel and put new tyres on, etc. So that's something that they've applied a different strategy this time. Let's see if it plays out very well. The thing as well about these two leading Porsches is they have very strong driver lineups, and Luke Hartog's going to start the leading Ziggo Sport Tempesta car, and Lauren Heinrich, the Porsche Works driver, is going to start the Herberth car. So it's an all Porsche front row with the current spec model in the Ziggo Sport car and the new for 2026 Evo package for the number 91 Herberth. Row 2 will be Hofer Racing and Scuderia Praha, who sit 3 laps back at the moment. Both of those cars do, but they have a lot more fuel in the tank, so they're closer to the front than they look. Then it's Viper Niza Racing, the Malaysians. If it rains, watch out for them. Continental Racing, amazing job to be up there in the top 10 despite their issues yesterday. It was Lisa Clark's birthday yesterday for Pelland Racing. They're in the shout of a good finish as well on row 4. They'll start alongside the duo driver lineup with Haas RT.
That car in the pits now.
Okay, so late drama then for the number 2 Haas RT Audi. Vortex V8 and 111 Racing are in a very tight battle in GTX. They start on the 5th row of the grid. Row 6 is the M-Class Tutor Racing Audi alongside the sister Vortex, the red painted Vortex, number 702. Starting on the 7th row of the grid will be Proton Huber Competition. They had an eventful day yesterday, a crash at Eau Rouge, which they're still on the fight back from. Likewise, Red Ant Racing, who had a puncture, which let go on the Kemmel Straight, and they had to drive all the way around and lost a lot of time. Aero Motorsport had a gearbox change yesterday, but made it out just in time to avoid a 5-lap penalty. They'll start alongside a fellow Pro-Am car, Kessel Racing. So on the 9th row of the grid, it will be Kessel Racing and Haas RT. Then it's E2P Racing, which will start.
Also in the pits.
Ah, that's not good either. So drama already. E2P, they did get a 10-lap penalty, unfortunately, for working on the car without prior consent. Pelin Racing, they're not going to start today. But ARC Bratislava, they've changed class, they've changed number. That's because they had to change car. Their car was involved in a big accident yesterday, and unfortunately, they will have to restart with the spare car. 992, this is where it gets very spicy indeed. Van Berle Motorsport and Holmgaard Motorsport start on the front row in class, but don't have quite as much fuel on board as the number 909 Red Camel Jordans. They took a big fill of fuel right at the last minute last night, so they're in a good spot. Seb Lejeune Racing join them on the 12th row of the grid. Starting on the 13th row will be RPM Racing, who are always in the reckoning in 992, and particularly in the AM class. They start beside the Spanish squad of Escuderia Farón. On the 14th row of the grid, it's Ajith Kumar Racing by Red Ant Racing. Ajith Kumar in his early stages of Creventic Motorsport and doing a fantastic job. Neunut Elf Racing join them on the 14th row of the grid. Row 15 sees Müllner Motorsport on the recovery. They're 5 laps behind the class leader, but they will fight. They've got great drivers as well. Your leader in GT4 is Venture Engineering, who hold a 1-lap advantage over their nearest competitor, which is the 452 SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, with their sister car 427 a further lap behind. Then on row 17, we have Hannover Motorsport, who had a late, unfortunately, tyre damage late on in the race yesterday, so they managed to recover and get back going again. And your TCE leaders are JMEC Engineering, who hold a 2-lap advantage over Asbest Racing.
So 2 cars will start in pit lane. That's the, oh wow, we've already got a car in the gravel, so we might have bought this start. That is the Red Ant Racing Mercedes 93 machine. Who was aboard that car? Who was supposed to be aboard that car? Saying Yannick Redant is in that car. And surely we're going to go round again. Are we going to go racing? We are going into green flag racing. So we get going, even though there's a car in the gravel, which means almost certainly code 60 straight away. We've got the 21 and the 90 at the end of pit lane. 21 Haas RT, 90 is E2P Racing Aston Martin. They start from pit lane and also have big penalties to their names after working overnight on the cars. At park firming conditions, you're not allowed to do that. And we're back under green flag conditions there, those 2 cars. The other Haas RT car, number 2 car, we saw being wheeled off the field, and it's getting very, very tense in the middle of the pack.
But great start from Luke Hartog for Ziggosport Tempesta Racing, really pushing on early on and ahead of Lauren Heinrich. In fact, it was Alexander Prince in the Hofer Mercedes who's made it through. In fact, Prince going for the lead on the road, of course, a couple of laps behind, but that's critical actually as well, because that will get a lap back then for Alex Prince. Fantastic stuff there in the grey and pink Hofer Racing Mercedes. They've been really quick, particularly in Sector 1. The car's got great speed as we go to a code 60. What was Luke Hartog and the Tempesta team banking on? A code 60? Well, their calculated gamble appears to have come off.
Yeah, I guess this is the way the race control had to sort this out, was get the race underway and then throw that code 60 and do it in a safe environment. So they've managed to do it whilst all cars were on the Kemmel Straight. That was very, very sensible from race control. It won't be long. It's to be fair, if you are Herbert, did he just stall his JCB? Do you come in? Because it's going to be really quick to recover this car. There's no big problems, hasn't hit a barrier. It's just slightly beached in the gravel and could go back going again. If you come into the pits this lap, and actually they might not even make it to the pits by the time we go back to green flag. Paolo Borghese going out in the E2P Racing. The reason why he's late to the party is he was actually refueling the car before going out, and he could only start refueling once the race had started. So the Aston Martin with a 10-lap penalty for work overnight, like the 21. Unfortunate, because they were really in the mix of things, and now they are some 20-odd laps back from the lead of the race.
So a drying line appearing after a little bit of rain that we had just before when there was one of the support races the German Prototype Cup was on, and there's a drying line there, but still tricky out there on the circuit. So the 7th Michelin 12 Hours of Spa got underway with a great getaway from Luke Hartog, with Lauren Heinrich on the outside in the black and gold SP4 class Porsche for Herbert Motorsport, but Alex Prince very opportunistic there in the Hofer Mercedes and tucked to the inside and got the power down and used the straight line speed of that Mercedes AMG, that big 6.2 litre V8, and moved forward. Of course, newer tyres as well on that Hofer Mercedes. That's another element to consider, but within the middle of the pack, Nick Jonsson in the RPM car, Philip Hamprecht was right in the middle of a huge gaggle and trying to make his way forward in that early melee, and then a great move up the inside of Hartog from Alex Prince, using the overrun of the draft from the Kemmel Straight. So we do stay code 60 for now. The field are just coming around towards Blanchimont, which is where the Red Ant Racing car is, according to our tracker.
Yep.
They're starting to pull it now. So this is a really tough call for... Well, the thing is, Tempesta, they have to pit within the first 5 laps. They don't have much fuel in the tank. The only thing they might get in is to get in, change tyres, and by the time they make it round to fueling, we'll be back to green and they can put a full fuel tank in.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it might actually still work in their favour.
But they can see how quick the recovery has been, and actually analysing and monitoring how well the marshals are doing is a big part of Creventic, to work out just how long your code 60 is going to be. The leader of the race, Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche, coming towards the last couple of corners, coming towards the entrance to pit lane. We are under code 60. How does the Mercedes slot in now? He's been released back into a pack. Remember, no overtaking, obviously, under code 60, yellow flag conditions, but he's just been released and the whole queue of cars are going past him. So I don't know how he knows where to slot in there, but I would assume we're going to go back to green very, very shortly. Let's see if anyone dives into pits. Quite a few cars dive in. Both Herbert and David Poguisan that we ride on board with for Continental Racing Simpson. We are going to go back to green surely whilst that they are pitting, but a half a bonus for them at the start of this race.
So both, of course, the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car is run by Herbert, so the Herbert crew are going to be very busy here because they'll want to get new tyres on, and the ideal scenario is when they get to fueling, it goes green so they can get a full fuel tank in as Era Motorsport come in as well with their Ferrari, likewise the Red Ant Racing. So hopefully there wasn't a technical problem with the Red Ant Racing car, because it's unusual for Yannick Redon to make a mistake like that. And also comes the 701 Vortex in GTX, and we did think that their rival car, the 111 IRC GT, had pitted towards the end of the race yesterday, so was in a better position on fuel, and that's proven to be the case. Who else has come in? The Haas RT Audi number 21, which has had an engine change, or certainly an engine failure that needed to be
yeah, well, I mean,
rectified.
That's a story for Diane to go and dig into, because the 21 car was almost certainly a retirement yesterday with smoke billowing out of the engine bay. Great to have that car back in the field today. But what was the problem, and what have they done to get that car out? The other story is ARC Bratislava, the number 44 Lamborghini, retired yesterday after a crash at Eau Rouge. The number 4 Lamborghini, which was the spare car sitting in the garage, is now on track as part of this race in a different class. So very interesting to understand exactly what's happened down at ARC Bratislava. We are back to green flag racing once again. Not a lot of rush going on down at Red Ant to get that Mercedes fixed, as the Kessel Ferrari gets racing. Matt Bell aboard that car, and although they are some 30 odd laps back, down in 30th position, another car in the wall hard this time.
Venture Mercedes, it's the GT4 leader. Oh no, the Venture Mercedes GT4 is off the road. Now, where is this? Number 421, Eau Rouge. No, that's not where you want to go off. It's Christopher Jones who took the start in that car. So this blows GT4 wide open. We go code 60 again. So that will adjust, actually, those who are in fuel at the moment, that will adjust what they can then put in.
What happens if you've already fueled more than your 25%?
It cuts off.
It just cuts off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's so wow. Well, we thought there would be potentially early code 60s. It was a calculated gamble from the Ziggo Sport team, and the calculation certainly became true. Well, so 2 code 60s within the first 8 minutes. And the thing is, we must remember, although the weather is actually quite nice right now, we did have a rain shower about an hour before the start of the race, as poor old Chris Jones, he's got out. That car isn't going to be going anywhere very soon at all.
Say leader in GT4, good advantage as well. That is such a shame. He's gone off on the inside of Radiant, so presumably lost the car on the top of the hill, and it spat him onto the inside.
Dana Binks has more for us down in the pits.
Hi guys, yeah, no, it's after effect basically. It was just before you were chatting, but let me just update you on Red Ant Racing. They just got caught out on the damp patch on the track. That's why that car went off and they had to come back in. Now down here in the pit lane now, a few teams have come in and there's a few teams waiting to receive drivers and actually going to change drivers. The Viper Nissa Racing team, the number 65, they're waiting in the pit lane to receive. It looks like they're going to change tyres as well and change driver as soon as that car gets in.
Well, thanks, Diana. Just having a quick look at Chris Jones. I think the medical team are going to take him away, although no, true spirit. He's heading towards the recovery vehicle rather than the ambulance, but just limping a little bit. He's hit concrete on the inside of Radiant. No tyre stack there, so that's going to be big damage to the GT4 Mercedes. We do have an onboard camera with him. We potentially do not have it have the ability to replay, but that onboard camera gets fed to the garage. I know that Venture have got a lot of guests here today. Really professional setup down there in their garage, and that is not what they needed or wanted at the start of 7 hours of competition today. There's a few bits of damage on that barrier from where other people have done exactly the same thing, but yeah, not fun down at Venture, which is directly underneath us, actually, the garage.
Venture Engineering, I said this yesterday, they've raised the bar in the GT4 class. Ever since they came into this championship at the end of last year and won the Barcelona 24 Hours, they won again at Mugello. This is the first mistake they've made as a team. So it's such a shame. They've had such a good run of things, and the conditions are really, really difficult this morning because it's dry tyres, but there are damp patches all over the circuit. So it's so easy, and of course the rain is always going to sit on the curbs more than it sits on the tarmac as Hoffer Racing come in. Now this is an interesting strategy as well, because they can put up to 50% of their fuel allowance in the car. To be honest, I don't know if it'll even fit actually, because the car was so brimmed last night, but they will be able to basically top up to the maximum.
I think Diana's got everybody down there at the moment. Yeah, a whole field with you, Diana.
Certainly have. They're not on the track, but I've just got Andy Williams from Venture, the 421 GT4 that's gone off. And Andy, just from your side, what have you said to the driver and what have you heard from the driver?
Driver's out of the car, he's fine. Obviously, really tricky getting back going again after code 60 like that. Still a bit of damp on the track, cold tyres, so yeah, it's a difficult situation for him and a real shame. He was running really well all day yesterday, so disappointing, but these things happen, I suppose, in motorsport.
When you get the car back, what are the chances of going about your business and getting it back on track? Is that a possibility?
We'll give it a go, yeah. It looks quite a mess. It's gone in on the left-hand side. There's no tyres there. So quite a lot of damage to the car from what we can see on the screen. But we'll have a good look when the car gets back, and if we can get it back out again, we will do.
Okay, thanks very much, Andy.
Thank you.
So elsewhere, guys, in the pit lane just behind me while I was just doing that interview, there's been a number of cars that have come in and gone out, and you'll probably capture them now as they re-enter the circuit down the other side of the track here.
Thank you, Diana. Yes, there's been a few takers. Hoffer Racing are in fuel at the moment. Likewise, Scuderia Praha. Van Berlo Motorsport have come into the pits in 992, as have Red Camel Jordans. Pelin Racing have with their 29 Ferrari. Viper Niza Racing have with their Mercedes AMG. Seblezu Racing 888, Ajith Kumar Racing 901. The IRC GT has as well in GTX. Scuderia Faron in 992. We have Juta Racing have come in. Vortex.
Who hasn't?
There's not many who haven't. Proton, Hubert Competition, and a few others.
I think RPM Racing are the main car that hasn't, because of the top 17, only one car has not pitted, and that's the RPM Racing car. So everyone else, to a lesser or greater degree, taking advantage of either the first Code 60 or this Code 60 to get themselves a new tank of fuel, new tyres. And it has also kind of spread the field out. If you look at our tracking and our marching ants, there is now a great field spread. Jake Hill, we ride on board with, has nobody around him whatsoever. He was in the first Code 60, wasn't he? So
yes.
It's the cars that went in for the first Code 60 have found themselves on a different part of the circuit with a lot of space around them. Those that have done the second Code 60, I imagine some getting caught up in the fuel bay because there was way more cars than fuel bays that went into pits. But it's really going to change, not going to change a great deal in terms of the race order because so many are doing the same thing. But for RPM Racing not doing it, that's the one to watch out for, because Philip Hamprecht aboard that car is moving up the field, having inherited laps from other people.
One big change is at the front of the field. In the first Code 60, Zigasport Tempesta decided to do a driver change, so Luke Hartog jumped out the car. They put Jonathan Hui in, who's their AM-graded driver. Meanwhile, the race leader, Herbert Porsche, number 91, Lauren Heinrich, has come into the pits. So he's going to take the opportunity to get some fuel. They can top up 25% of their full amount.
And got potentially 25 and a bit percent in Code 60 number 1, because they were in under Code 60 number 1, they were fueling under green, and then it went Code 60 number 2, so they are able to come in and do another one. So they are going to get to a position where they're potentially as full as Hoffer Racing.
They could, yes, they could well do that. So Hoffer Racing as well, it's interesting. Are they looking at trying to go for an overall win, or are they just thinking about the AM class and covering off their AM class competitors? That's two different strategical criteria, really, as the Simpson Motorsport crew go to work on the number 69 Audi, which they've had to do a lot of work on over the course of the week. They had an engine change on Thursday night. They had to rebuild the car after qualifying on Friday night as well. And
this is their second stop also. So they were in under Code 61. Presumably under the first Code 60, they didn't change tyres, because we were hearing there the wheel guns going, and they must have gone straight to fuel under that first one. And then under this one have now changed tyres, and surely will take advantage of getting a bit more fuel into their car. Gosh, we are really not going to have a clue where everyone's at in terms of fuel until they start coming back into the pits again. It's going to be a little bit of a confusing one, but some tidying up to do up at the top of Radio before we can go back to green. So a bit of time to sort of catch up on any other stories, really, that we didn't cover off. We covered off the Lamborghini now being an SP4 car rather than a GT3 car, because it's a completely different chassis to what they raced yesterday. We covered off the 10-lap penalties for the 21, and that's definitely a story for Diana to go and find out from Haas RT what they had to do to get that 21 back out onto racetrack. The 23 Pelin Racing Ferrari 488 was never scheduled to race today, so that's a retirement. And the only other retirement, despite everything that we saw in 5 hours yesterday, and we saw a lot, is the Mulder Motorsport 918, which was a chassis damaged 992 in lap 1 of the race yesterday. Other than that, 34 cars were running until we lost that Mercedes.
So less than 1 minute to the end of the Code 60 procedure. That's amazing work from the circuit team here at Spa to recover the damaged Mercedes-AMG GT4 for Venture Engineering and get the barriers ready to go as well. It's a very pleasant late morning here in Spa now. We did have, as I said, a little bit of a rain shower earlier on, but right now it's very, very pleasant, 14 degrees Celsius. Looking at the weather radar in front of me, there is chances of rain, quite a big chance of rain, I would say, at 4 o'clock. Then again at 6 o'clock. Now we're due to finish at 5:45, so read into that what you wish. Back to green flag racing we go then, as we go to full speed, and Lauren Heinrich gasses up the number 91 Porsche, as they're still the race leader and has been into the pits twice. So once again, Herbert Motorsport know how to play the strategy just right, and the cards seem to have fallen in their favour. The one thing to consider though is that if we get long periods of green flag running, that's where things could change, because their fuel flow is a little bit quite a bit less. It's 70% of the fuel flow, so their pit stops will take a little bit longer. That's all to do with the balance of performance.
We have cars spread across the 7 kilometres of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, unbelievably, even though we've only had 1 minute and 50 seconds of green flag running so far in this second part of the 7th Spa 12 hours Michelin 24H series visits here. Every single year, it's a mainstay of the championship and great to be part of. Still a couple of cars needing to get out of the pits. I think there might be just one now, Hannover BMW in refueling. That was another car that was heavily damaged yesterday, remember? So that's also, I wonder how late they were up last night getting that car fixed. Or actually, did they get that car out before we went to the intervention? Because there's no penalty for the 419, which suggests that they had the car fixed before parc ferme conditions. They're down in 29th. They were 4th in GT4, but with the demise of the Venture Mercedes, they will be 3rd.
They did get back out again, yes.
Yeah, just at the very end.
A few laps, yeah, that's right. So Lauren Heinrich coming through, Eau Rouge and Radion. Now we'll get a bit of a look to see what the pace of the track is like as well. Now we get a few laps, so hopefully some green flag laps, as Heinrich is right behind the Aero Motorsport car, which was started by Jake Hill. It still does have Jake Hill. He's got quite a similar helmet colour to Ryan DL. It's sort of luminous, kind of reddy orange. So Jake Hill, who's been super impressive in that Ferrari 296 for Aero Motorsport. Very new to GT3 racing, of course, reigning British touring car champion, but very, very strong. And well, let's see how he compares to one of the very best in the world of GT3 right now, and Lauren Heinrich, who's right behind him. Heinrich has also just gone straight past the 29 of Lisa Clark, who did one stint of her driving time yesterday, around an hour, so she's got about the same again to do today. So she's getting on with that job at the moment. And Pelin Racing, they're in the chance, if they could run a clean race today, they're in with the chance of getting a good result by the time the checker flag comes out, because as I mentioned, there is a threat of rain later on in the race, which could throw up some real curveballs for the teams and drivers.
Waiting on the gaps, 28 seconds between Heinrich and Hui at the head of the field. The Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche, which has been as Sky Tempesta Ferrari for many years before. There it is in the screen. Ferrari last weekend in those colours in SRO land, but in this race Porsche and run by Herbert. So interesting. Tempesta actually not actually a team as such, not a group of humans that go racing, more of a brand that partner with other teams to go racing, much like Ajit Kumar Racing was run by Baz Kooten, now is run by Red Ant, and Ziggo Sport Tempesta being run by Herbert here this weekend. Ziggo Sport, a new broadcaster for the Creventic series, and a sports broadcaster in Holland that have the Formula One rights and various other sports, of course. They are, 28 seconds ahead, behind the SP4, different classes, but SP4 Porsche, basically a GT3, it will be homologated eventually as a GT3 car, so it needs that benchmark, and probably good for Herbert to have Ziggo Sport as a benchmark in the same garage, because they then know completely what's going on with that car, rather than comparing themselves to another Porsche in the field. And actually, as we look our way down, where is the next Porsche? You have to go down to Klaus Bachler in the Proton Uber competition, 27th position, to actually compare yourselves like for like.
Yeah, they had a pretty disastrous day yesterday, a crash at Eau Rouge, which they were lucky to drive away from, actually, but there was still damage that needed repair and cost them a lot of laps. The big shift in the order here could be, though, is that at the moment, the Herbert 91 has their absolute pro driver in Lauren Heinrich, Porsche Works driver, and Ziggosport have got their non-professional driver in AM-graded Jonathan Hui. That will definitely change the swing of things over the next little while those two drivers are in the car. Last lap by, Lauren Heinrich was a 220.136, Jonathan Hui a 228. So that's the difference between someone who is hired by one of the top racing manufacturers to go and win races all over the world against the world's best, and someone who doesn't race further as their profession.
And as we spoke about yesterday, Jonathan Hui, with all that experience of Mercedes and also Ferrari, not so much experience in a Porsche, and it is a very different type of car to drive, so there will be that learning procedure and confidence also around the circuit as it gives more grip. It's very green after last night's rain. Diana is down in the pits. What have you got for us, Diana?
I'm with Era Motorsport, the number 81 that you've been talking about just recently with Jake Hill behind the wheel. Kyle, we wanted to just have a quick chat with you, really. Obviously, you had a bit of a delay in a set yesterday, which knocked you back down the timing sheets. But the team have worked quite hard. The car's back out on the track. What's your change of strategy for today, bearing in mind what happened yesterday?
Yeah, it is what it is at this point. So we're so far down, we're just going to treat it as a bit of a test day for Dwight. Obviously, there's a chance we still end up with P3 in Pro-Am, which, if that's the case, obviously that's a massive bonus. But and honestly, that would be the biggest thank you to the crew. The boys turned the car around, new gearbox, in under an hour, and we were out on track with 6 seconds left yesterday. So yeah, as I said, it is what it is. We'll just keep pushing on and mostly treating today as a test day for Dwight.
Yeah, we were watching you working frantically yesterday, trying to stay out of the way, of course. But for the listeners that have only tuned in today, just remind us of what happened.
So was leading the race, and I had a gearbox failure coming out of the chicane, and that was that really. It was stuck in third gear, brought it back, and gearbox change, electronics change, and car back out, as I said, with 6 seconds to go yesterday.
So I bet it was tense moments there, wasn't it?
Yeah, so we were just trying to avoid the 5-lap penalty for not finishing the race and missing Parc Fermé. So I can't thank the guys enough. That's a fairly heroic effort to get the thing back out. But unfortunate, we had great pace. We were looking really good on strategy. We had a minute lead. And yeah, I guess that's the way it goes at times.
But, with this 24-hour series and this 12-hour race in particular, split into 2 parts, we've got 7 hours racing today, so ample time for you to, as you say, to use that as a tester. What are you looking to learn?
Honestly, just helping Dwight get up to speed more and become more familiar with the car and kind of find his groove that he had with the LMP2 at the end there when we were running with him in IMSA. And, yeah, it'll be what it'll be, and we'll just keep plodding along, and hopefully... you never wish ill on anybody, but if somebody was to have an issue, then obviously we're still well in with the class podium. So,
all right, Carl, thank you so much. And I understand there is a bit of an incident on the track, so back to you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Diana. Yes, a spin for the second-placed car. The Ziggosport Tempesta Porsche has had a spin at the bus stops. Got back going now, as Jonathan Hui. Looked like he might have stalled the car and had to refire it, but has lost a lot of time there. Has lost, well over a minute anyway. The last lap by was 3 minutes 58, so actually nearly a minute and a half actually he's lost with that incident. Not quite sure what happened, but it was at the bus stop.
No damage to the car by the looks of things. We've had a chance to see all 4 corners of that Porsche, and it doesn't look like he hit anything, but he was well deep into the runoff area at the first part of the chicane, in the triangle part, which is actually quite hard to get out of. So we saw him reversing back onto a part of the track where he could then get some lock on, but he didn't go crucially straight into the pits. He had the opportunity to, because he was before the pit entry, but has carried on. So imagine that is just a missed braking, not quite as much traction, not quite as much retardation as he was expecting, and they carry on, and not too much harm done, because it seems as though they had those 3-lap advantage before the start of this 7 hours, and it's still about 3 laps because of all the Code 60s. So both Porsches with a huge advantage. The strategy worked out well for them with the Code 60. Scuderia Prara in 3rd position, only 13 seconds ahead of Hoffa Racing, but there's a big, very, very big gap between 2nd and 3rd position. 3rd and 4th, though, just 13 seconds. And Hoffa Racing losing that 3rd position during those last Code 60s.
So Red Camel Jordans, who, I mean, they had a roller coaster of a day yesterday in 992. Well, they were involved in an incident at turn 1 yesterday. Now they've just made a move on track at Brussels to go past the 925 Van Berlo Motorsport car. So good move there. But Red Camel Jordans, they were involved in a big multi-car incident on lap 1 at Les Combes. They had to fight back, and they actually, just before the end of the first part of the race yesterday, they were looking really, really strong. They had about a lap advantage, but they decided to give that away in return for a full tank of fuel. They could have bought ahead for today by filling up with fuel, putting new tires on, etc., and being fully ready for today. And that advantage will just play out now over the opening stint, which in these 992 cars can be at least an hour and a half, and in inclement weather can be even more than that. And of course, we've had a few Code 60s in there too, and they have been into the pits on a couple of occasions already. In fact, one occasion already today, so they'll be even topped up even further than that. So they sit 5th overall. So Red Camel Jordans right now in 992 are in a very, very good spot, and they've got their star driver in Rick Breukers in the car. That being said, his brother Luke actually had the fastest lap in the car yesterday.
Bragging rights for Luke.
Definitely.
Second in 992, the Van Berlo Motorsport, they artificially put themselves at the head of the field by not pitting yesterday. They must have not pitted under the last yellow flag, because they are now pitting under green flag conditions. They've got 25 seconds of penalty to absorb as well. And let's just try and find out, had they pitted in the last green flag?
Well, while you wrestle with that, Ben, let's get down to Dana for another report.
The Venture GT4 number 421 car has just come back on the truck into the pit lane, and it literally looks like there's a lot of damage to the front of that car. I can see that the radiator is completely pushed in, so there is an incredible amount of work. I see Andy Williams, who we were talking to just a bit earlier, who was telling us that they needed to wait to get the car back to see what needs to be done, briefing the crew and chatting to them. So I guess we may not see that car back out there. There looks a fair amount of work at the front of the car. But I'll catch Andy just when he's had an opportunity to stop briefing the crew and just get a bit of an opinion from him.
Thank you, Diana. That's really a shame for that squad. They've been, like you say, they've been perfect ever since they came into the Creventic paddock. One at Barcelona, one at Mugello, and we're leading today. That's such a pity for that crew. But we hope, well, I understand we've got them for the full season, and I'm sure they'll bounce back when we head to Misano in just over a month's time.
So 925, just to carry on following what was going on there, signalled as in the pits. They've cleared their 25-second penalty, which they had for a Code 60 infringement. They also had another 10 seconds for track limits from yesterday that they hadn't done. They look like they've not stopped in their pit box and gone straight down to fuel. So one can assume that they needed the fuel and did not take enough fuel under Code 60, because they were they did pit under code 60 only once, but they must have done tyres then, maybe gone down to fuel, found that the fuel bowsers were all full, so just drove through, and now they're getting their fuel. But that's really going to hurt them because they were right up there in 992, up in second position.
I think they were artificially so.
And definitely artificially so after not pitting yesterday, but now they are going to be absolutely filled to the brim, but they're going to lose a good 2 or 3 laps. And remember, less pit stops in 992 because they can go more like an hour and a half to 2 hours than the GT3s that are more like full green flag, around an hour.
Jonathan Hui in second place, who had that spin and lost quite a lot of time a few laps ago, he's got right back into his groove. This is super resilient. 2:22 flat for an AM-graded driver. That's a very competitive time. Okay, it's not on the same level as the 2:18.1 of Lauren Heinrich, but you're talking about a Porsche Works driver there. But compared to the other AMs on the track, it's very comparative indeed. So that's impressive. When you've had an incident, it's easy to lose your focus, and Jonathan Hui's got back down to business now and doing a much stronger job now in that Ziegler Sport Tempesta racing car. And remember, they do have Luke Hartog and Chris Froggatt, who are waiting in the wings, I'm sure, ready to get down to business towards the run to the checkered flag.
We've been riding on board with Jake Hill, who in changeable conditions in Mugello was an absolute master. Everybody else on wet tyres. He had slick tyres. I don't know who he's waving to. I don't know whether... Is there a big screen out there? He can see himself on the big screen, but as he came past the pits, giving the pits a wave. The onboard camera of his 296 working really nicely, so we've got a great view around the whole circuit. Who is he waving to? It's quite frantic in there.
Not sure. The amazing job from the Aero Motorsport crew to change that gearbox in an hour. If you put a Ferrari 296 into a dealership and ask for your gearbox to be changed, you'd be in there for weeks, I would imagine.
Yeah.
The Aero, again, that's their credentials. They've got a few of their team from the USA who come over to be part of the crew, and they've hired a lot of people for this program who have a lot of Ferrari relevant experience, and that's really important for getting on top of this package. In terms of pace and speed, they've been able to get some great speed out of the packages. Jake Hill's definitely he's in a hurry. I mean, they're like Kyle Tilley, his teammate, told Diana Binks a few moments ago, it's more of a test day today for them. They're so far down the order, but Jake Hill, I'm sure he has one speed. When he's behind the wheel, it's maximum push, and you know, this is still the very early part of his GT3 career, so every lap is very valuable.
Best lap of the race so far, the 17.9 set by Lauren Heinrich. I say best lap of the race, best lap of today. Jake Hill has managed a 19.9. Also Klaus Bachler, a 17.7. In fact, Klaus is the fastest man out on circuit. It's a shame. It's exactly what we saw in Mugello. Klaus Bachler, one of the very best in the world, and we don't really talk or see too much of them because they're already down at the tail end of the field. The Proton Huber competition with various maladies and a big recovery drive. They're actually second in Pro-Am, but Scuderia Praha are first in Pro-Am, and I can't even work out how many laps ahead, but a good 20-odd laps ahead. Still needs to keep motoring on, though, because Jake Hill and Matt Bell in third and fourth are still running. They're third and fourth in class, in 31st and 32nd overall. Again, big gaps between all of those GT3 competitors if you go class by class. Diana?
An update for you on Venture Racing with the Mercedes-AMG GT4, the number 421 car. That car will take no further part. There is quite a lot of substantial damage to that car. I think there's a bit of chassis damage to the front. It clearly got a massive hit. The team have now put the garage door down, so it's end of the event, sadly, for that team, because, as you said earlier, they've been doing a fantastic job since they've joined the 24-hour series, and great layout, great team of people in the garage and stuff, so shame to see them go out so early.
That is a real pity for Venture Engineering. It's not necessarily a surprise. Unfortunately, it was a big impact for that car.
And they didn't hit tyres either. They hit concrete. That's the main problem up there. There's so much tyre to hit, but unfortunately the way they went off onto the inside, that barrier unprotected. So car on concrete doesn't usually mean a continuation of competition, I'm afraid.
It's a shame. It's a shame. Alex Prince in a really strong position to fight for an overall podium for Hoffer Racing. They've been a stalwart of the Creventic 24-hour series paddock for many, many years, and this year particularly they've been very, very strong in pace. Mugello, they really were robbed. They were involved in an incident just before the end of the first part of the race, which wasn't necessarily their fault, and that lost them quite a few laps. But they're showing the pace very well here at Spa. Their first ever pole position as a team, and running strong, and that we believe that car has about as much fuel as you can fit in its 120-litre FIA fuel tank.
Even though we've just seen him quite delayed actually by a GT4 car and another 992, he has still managed to take time out of Joseph Kral ahead. Joseph Kral, not another AM driver in Scuderia Praha, but the pro driver in Scuderia Praha, and Alexander Prince is as fast, if not faster, once again. They're going to have to start looking at how good he is, really, aren't they, as an AM driver, because he is taking time out and chasing down back into that third position, and it might not even be third position, it might be second, whilst our leader is getting more fuel. That's the third pit stop for that car, 2 under code 60, and now getting a green flag fill. Presumably didn't get that much in then.
So they must have been running with very, very little in the tank last night.
Anyway, yeah.
So they've had little 25% top-ups during code 60s. I think what they'll be doing is they'll be back timing to the end of Lauren Heinrich's stint, because he can have a maximum of 2 hours driving time. So now I think they're filling up to have it. If it were green all the way to that end of that 2-hour driving time, then it would mean that he would be able to do all of that without coming back into the pits. As Jonathan Hui goes through to get back onto the lead lap.
No, to take the lead. That is, he was just about a lap behind when he did that spin, and now that will have been his full lap back round to take the lead again. But our timing screen will take ages to update. But on the live timing, he is now back in the head of the race.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Without criticising the live timing, it takes a bit of time. It's a bit like my brain this morning.
Yeah,
it's taking some time to compute everything.
Okay. So.
But they are
back and forth all day, isn't it?
They've only done one pit stop, according to. Yes, they've only done one pit stop, which means they've only got 25% or a little bit more fuel in that car.
No, they went green when they were into fuel.
But then it went purple again. Do you remember they were?
Yes.
So yes, okay, maybe they didn't get 25, but maybe they got like 33 or something.
Who knows? Yeah, that's what we really can't tell. You know how we have Creventic smart pumps? So you think, how on earth do you keep on top of all of this? The Creventic fuel pumps are delivered to every race. For Creventic have their own fuel pumps which can measure the percentage of fuel flow in terms of how fast the fuel comes out the nozzle of the pump, how much each car is allowed to fill, and indeed if it's during the code 60 or not. And basically the team will have a tag that they scan, and the pump then knows which car it's filling up. I wonder if we could get the data off.
Yeah, no.
So we know that.
I knew where you were going with that one. I bet every team would say no, because then all the data would be live. But it's true that in a very confusing strategic race such as Creventic, more strategy information displayed in graphics and in our commentary box would help us a lot. E2B rolling backwards again. Don't do that. Ever since I've been told how they destroyed the engine in that Aston Martin in Mugello, every time I see that car rolling backwards, I think, I really hope the clutch has been dipped, because it rolled backwards without the clutch being dipped and broke the engine in Mugello. And I believe that is probably the same driver, is it not? Paolo, yeah. Paolo in the car since the start of today's action, but he has looped it at Bruxelles and kept going again. What was the other thing I was just thinking about? Oh, we just saw Haas RT, the number 2, back out on circuit. So we saw that car with issues on the grid, but obviously not big issues, because both Haas RTs are now running. Amir Naran in the number 2, showing that car only with Tom Jackson, so just 2 drivers for 12 hours, so lots of running for Amir. The other one is Olivier Bertels in the 21, but they're down in 33rd position. That car was so fast yesterday before having an engine problem.
You're spot on. The timing screen has caught up now, and it does mean Ziggo Sport, Tempesta Racing are in the lead of the race, but Herbert Porsche now with their 91 are fully filled for a long run if they want it. They're just, at the moment, the Herbert car is just coming around Campus Stavelot area into Curve Paul Frere, and the 193 Ziggosport Tempesta car is actually just coming out of Pouon. So there's about 3/4 of a lap of a lead for the 193 Ziggosport Tempesta Porsche, despite having that spin that cost them a lot of time. But of course, that is just how long it takes in the pits. The last pit stop for Herbert that they've just taken, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. That's actually just over 2 laps.
Yeah, and so I think now we're perhaps between Herbert, Scuderia Praha and Hoffa a more relative position. There's no sort of fuel disadvantage or advantage going on there. Jonathan Hui and Ziggo Sport definitely owe us a pit stop. They're going to be slightly offset on the Praha and Hoffa cars, but even those two managed to come into the pits under the code 60 and get a top off. So they fueled late into yesterday's action, just shy of the 10-minute window shutting. So they had a decent fuel yesterday and then topped up today. So you can imagine that Praha, Hoffa and now Herbert, all with good full fuel tanks. Jonathan Hui, I think, owes us a pit stop soonish, and if it's under green flag, then potentially falls into the clutches of that battle between Praha and Hoffa, which is still staying at about 8 seconds. So Joseph Kral's been told to get the wriggle on, with Alexander Prince taking time out of him. It has now stabilised at that 8.2 second mark.
All to stagger out over the course of the day, doesn't it? It's
until a code 60 happens, and then throws it all out the window again.
Exactly. That's what makes it so fascinating. As Lisa Clark has just come into the pits in the number 29 Pellin car. That's quite early into the stint. That's 9 laps into the stint. So that's a bit unusual. Yeah.
Where were they yesterday? I can't remember. They already have pitted as well, haven't they? Because
maybe because they pitted under the code 60, they wouldn't have been able to get a great deal of fuel into the car, just 25%. So perhaps just coming in for another fuel up there. Lisa, of course, has 2 hours of minimum drive time to do, which I don't think she's quite at that yet. So
no, she did about 1 hour and 20 yesterday.
Yeah, a maximum. Yeah. So we'll see. Hamofa Motorsport, 4th in GT4 at the moment, but they will likely move, well, they will move up into at least 3rd. So if they can get to the end of the race, they will be able to get a podium in class. They've still got 6 laps to catch up, as indeed it is. It's not a scheduled pit stop for Pellin Racing, as in the garage, Lisa Clark's brought the car in, speaking to coach Kyle Marcelli. Diana Binks is down in the pits. Diana, are you down there? No.
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
okay. Sorry,
okay.
I'm just trying to gauge what's going on. I haven't worked with Kyle. He's wandered off, but let me just bear with me 1 second. Obviously, Lisa's behind the wheel, as you've just said. No, Kyle he's going out the back.
Is there somebody lying under the back of the car?
Yes, there is. Yeah.
Yeah. So potentially
the back end is off
gearbox
the
or
car.
something like that.
I think it's gearbox.
Yeah.
Just bear with me 1 second, boys.
Okay, thank you, Diana.
Kyle.
Oh.
No,
we'll get back down to
yeah,
Diana.
sorry, they are at the back working on the car. I think Ben's spotted that call quite well. I'll find out more. I'll come back to you. Just give me a second.
Okay, thank you, Diana. So I wonder, is this more gearbox troubles for a Ferrari?
This reminds me exactly of what we saw in Mugello. I was down in the pits, wasn't I? And they were working on the right rear corner. It was a drive shaft, I think, then. I seem to remember. And it's not dissimilar in the position, at least, of where they're working. Looking around there. But it's amazing how much car comes off so quickly. That whole rear section just detaches as one. There it is. Exhaust already prefabbed in, the floor already prefabbed, all the bumpers, the rear wing, and gives instant access to all the real nitty-gritty workings of that Ferrari, so they can work so quickly and efficiently on it. It's a concept that Porsche really came up with in GT3 racing, because you know, easy release, big chunks used to be only Porsche.
Dana.
You can hear me? Okay, Carl Marcelli very kindly just waited to have a chat with us. Carl, obviously we could see the cars in the garage working on the back. Is there a gearbox issue?
It appears to be a battery issue. Yeah, I'm not sure. It came on suddenly while Lisa was driving the car. It's a low battery voltage alarm. We monitored it for a few laps and got to a point where I guess it was concerning enough that they had to bring the car in. So I'm new to this car. I don't really know what's involved. I didn't even know the battery was located in the back, but it seems like a big deal and a big change. So unfortunately, we're gonna lose a chunk of time here.
Yeah, that's always unfortunate, isn't it? Even though we've still got a lot of hours to go in the race. But you're just having a chat with Lisa there. What were you talking to her about?
Yeah, I was just, explaining to her what her job is in the car. She puts the helmet on and becomes a competitor. And I just said, overtake the slow cars and let the fast cars go. Like, don't get too caught up in traffic right now or too concerned with faster cars coming up. That we still got a long way to go. Her job is to drive as fast as she can, keep it between the lines, and just reminding her of that. Of course, we're working on building her speed as she learns this car and learns this track. Just keeping her mind in the game, what the task is at hand.
And with endurance racing, it's very much a team effort, isn't it? Even the crew working on the car all need to be in harmony.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a great group here, and this team knows the car well, so we're in good hands.
How much do you enjoy this Spa circuit yourself to compete on?
It's incredible. It's incredible. There's always just a little more to be found. This is the first time for me here. I haven't learned a new track in a while, so I'm enjoying the process. Spent a lot of laps around here in the wet earlier in the week. And then yesterday, I think I went into the race with about 4 dry laps under my belt. So it was a learning process at the start of yesterday's race, but it's an incredible facility. Nothing like it. And just blessed to be here. Enjoying every minute of it. Yeah.
I mean, we know you, Kyle, from all the other racing that you do internationally, so I was quite surprised when you just said this is your first time at Spa.
Yeah, like I said, majority of my career has been in North America. I've been fortunate to do some European Le Mans, some Carrera Cup over here in Europe, Germany, Italy, England, but first time in Belgium and first time here at Spa, so it's just incredible, yeah.
Well, it's great to have you here.
Thank you.
Proper box ticked for Carl Marcelli then. All ticked all the good racing tracks around Europe, and to be honest, it's not dissimilar to American racetracks. And American racetracks have a lot of character, don't they? And there is a lot of rolling hills. They're not all built like Silverstone on flat airfields, and Spa, I suppose, much smoother than you might find in most of American racetracks.
Yeah, big difference. And the way that the racing works as well here in the Michelin 24-hour series, in terms of the way that we have neutralization via code 60, etc. Very, very different to what we see in the United States in most series, particularly in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, with you have the full course yellow pass arounds and things like that. So it's very, very different as well. And I didn't realize actually how unfamiliar the car is actually to Carl Marcelli. I thought he'd had more time in the 296 GT3, but there we go. That's a shame for Pelin Racing, because with a clean run today, they could have been in a good position for a strong result. So hopefully they can get the car back out on track and enjoy a nice day, a nice Sunday here at Spa. But it's Lauren Heinrich, who had been at the front of the field. He's just actually sent his personal best lap of the day, a 2:17.935. We saw a 2:17 flat yesterday, set by Klaus Bachler, but it was set by Luke Hartog. But the pace, we have seen 2:16 so far this week. Funnily enough, it was the Pelin Racing car that set that time in free practice earlier on in the week. But Jonathan Hui is leading the race at the moment for the Ziggosport Tempesta team. But Heinrich at the moment lapping around 4 to 5 seconds a lap faster, and has a full tank of fuel. So he can, provided there's a long green flag running period, he can really get into a good groove and start bringing that gap back.
Just 8.5 seconds separating the top two in 992 AM with the 907 RPM Racing Porsche of Philipp Hamprecht, still owing us a pit stop after up to nearly an hour's worth of running in this second part today on Sunday. And with most people taking advantage of the code 60 or indeed having a full tank of fuel from yesterday's action, we haven't seen Hamprecht come into the pits. He's being chased down by Paul Meyer in the 888 Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche, but they did pit under code 60. That's 1 and 2 in AM. They're actually 2 and 3 in 992 overall, with the 909 Red Camels Jordan leading that. They also pitted under the code 60 and pitted late yesterday, so they're in a very, very strong position. And it's the 902 of Holmgard Porsche who's just done a full fill in the pits. 5 minutes it's taken to do the full process, and that means they've dropped down to 4th overall in class. There's sort of two sets of 992s. You've got the first 4 and then a bit of a gap, and then the next 3 with Van Berlo Motorsport jumping into that next 3 thanks to their big long pit stop and penalty that they had at the start of this second part of the 12-hour race. 5 hours yesterday, 7 hours today.
Lauren Heinrich really pushing on. He's taken, since he's come out of the pits, he's taken 20 seconds out of the gap, so down to a minute and 34 seconds now at the front of the field over Jonathan Thuy. So Herberth using their superstar driver to full effect. And Lauren Heinrich, of course, this new for 2026 Porsche GT3R is very much his baby in a way, because he was a part of the test. The very first test for this new Evolution package was the day after Porsche won the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring in the GTD Pro class, and they went straight testing the next day with this new Evolution package. Those parts were being shipped over and fitted to the Herberth car, and the Lauren Heinrich has been brought in for this weekend to be that consistent presence across the testing. And then they're going to have another test with the Combe-Ledegar racing team at another venue, but again Lauren Heinrich will be in the car, so you get that consistent feedback all the way through. And for that young man, you know, in his early days as a Porsche Works driver, he's you know, to be entrusted with a project like that, quite special indeed. Alex Prince has done an amazing job. You hinted at it, Ben, how well he's compared to Josef Kral, who's, you know, a guy who's won races in GP2 against guys like James Calado, Felipe Nasr, Brendan Hartley, guys that went to Formula 1. And actually, Alex Prince has brought the gap down. The gap is now only 3 seconds for the podium. So Alex Prince is, at the current burn rate, is going to be able to get back up onto the podium and pass Josef Kral. So Alex Prince and this Mercedes-AMG GT3, they are just clicking this weekend here at Spa.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see how hyped and pumped he was with his qualifying performance yesterday, and then stint number 1 was mega, and now again stint number 1 on Sunday is mega. And we haven't seen too much of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari to know how much he's getting caught in traffic, and you know, that can be such a big thing if you find yourself behind a slower car in some of the more fiddlier sections around this Spa circuit, that you lose chance of time because you've caught them at the chicane, or because you've caught them at Fagnes, and you have to follow rather than overtake. But also, if you spoke to Alan McNish, for instance, about endurance racing, it is all about traffic management. That is the most important thing. How you get through the traffic wins you and loses you races. As Pelin Racing getting back out onto circuit, whatever battery issue they had, perhaps they've solved it, and Lisa Clark can get that car back out. They are 18th overall, 7th in GT3, and actually 2nd in GT3 full fat, because Red Ant Racing Mercedes is still way down after their big old puncture and various distribution of parts across the Spa circuit yesterday.
Dana Binks is down there with the Pelin Ferrari. Dana, what are you spotting?
It's just come out onto the pit apron. Slight delay firing the car up. Now it's stalled slightly. It's just moved away. The team are just waiting to see. I think Lisa is definitely behind the wheel, but she's managed to get away this time to rejoin the track action. So I didn't get 100% clarification of what it was, but I think it was definitely what Kyle was indicating earlier on. But there's clearly a couple of maybe electrical issues with that we need to keep an eye on.
That's a pity, because the Ferraris, they've had some this year. They've not had the best run of reliability. They had a lot of electrical failures at Sebring, actually, which is a very tough circuit on equipment. But yeah, it's a shame, because the Aero Motorsport team, they also had problems having to change a gearbox too. Now, whether that was electrical or whether that was mechanical, it's hard to say. But nevertheless, it's not where the Ferrari teams want to be, unfortunately. But Alex Prince is still chopping this gap down. It's now down to 2.4 seconds, the fight for the podium. Alex Prince has got his eyes forward here in this grey and pink Hofer Mercedes. Just had to move past the number 69 Continental Audi, which is running in 8th at the moment, but it's got Joseph Kral in his sights. And Joseph Kral, he must be looking in his mirrors thinking, goodness, I'm getting put under the cosh here this morning.
Alex is doing a good job in traffic. He was quite aggressive with the Continental Racing Audi that he had to get past. Couldn't get past through Brussels, but between Brussels and Speaker's Corner, he was able to just dive down the inside. Made short work of the GT4 car, whereas we saw Joseph Kral taking a bit longer to get past the Cayman. And now they are on the same part of the circuit, no back markers or cars in between the two of them, in the same camera shot, and it would be great to get some side-by-side racing out of them. There's also a battle continuing to develop in the 992. It's down to 4.3 seconds between Philipp Hamprecht and Paul Meyer. So even though we've already had 5 hours of racing yesterday, 1 hour of racing today, we are halfway through the 12 hours, and there's still side-by-side action to be had.
It's interesting, a lot of the time is in the first sector, which is a lot of horsepower. It's basically the run all the way to the entry to Les Combes, so you've got a slow exit out of La Source, or around 42 miles an hour for the GT3 cars at the slowest point there, and then all the way to Eau Rouge, Radion. Then it's an uphill drag along the Kemmel Straight up towards Les Combes. 3.1 seconds the gap. So actually last time by, Kral responded a little to the tune of 0.8 of a second, but of course there was a little bit of traffic in the middle sector for Alex Prince, so it's coming back and forth all the time. 3.1 seconds was the gap at the last timing point, with Alex Prince taking a 10th out in sector 1, the last point there, coming through Bruxelles. Track now completely dry at all parts of the circuit.
Yeah, and the last time I looked at my app, it said we were going to get rain about this time, and it is not transpiring. But that's a kind of classic Spa thing, isn't it? That it says it's going to, it doesn't, and then when it is saying it's going to be a nice clear day, the rain comes. So you never can quite tell, but it's beautiful, as it was yesterday. Spa on a beautiful day, there's no better place in the world, with a blue sky and the nice fluffy clouds above us. Now that is the leader going underneath our commentary position in the pits. So Jonathan, we were waiting for the 193 car to come into the pits, and finally it has, needing fuel. It did sound as though it's driven straight past, although no, Ziggo Sport's right down the far end, so it is. Diana, you can see what's going on with them.
See, it's they've just changed tyres. It stopped on the pit apron, changed tyres and off. No driver change there.
Wow, okay. So another hour for Jonathan to do, and a full tank of fuel, but at least he's got nice tyres on. And this is going to be a big, chunky green flag stop, expected to take in the region of 4.5 minutes. So that will hand Herbert the lead once again. It's going to drop the Ziggo Sport Porsche into this battle, I think, into the battle between Kral and Prince for third position.
I agree, yes. And it's interesting because, you know, Jonathan Hui is all the drivers in this lineup, they have no minimum or maximum drive time because of the configuration of their driver lineup. But Jonathan Hui taking the early heavy lifting here as he goes into fuel. They'll be able to top up that Porsche 992 GT3R. They have a maximum amount of 90 litres is what they can put in at the fuel pump. Dana, have you got more for us?
The Haas RT number 21, the Audi R8, that's just come in as well for a pit stop. They're changing tyres. They have made a driver change in that car as well. And as I just move out of the way, the Era Motorsport are also making their way in. The team are ready to receive the number 81 car. It's still Jake Hill behind the wheel, and they're just about to pull on to the pit apron now, and they are going to make a driver change here. I can see they're getting ready for that as the team set about the work, changing tyres and driver change as Jake jumps out of the car. That's the GT3.
Diana, worth having a chat with Haas RT and that 21 car, because remember that was the car that was in little pieces yesterday after the engine expired. And the 2 car also had an issue on the grid,
yeah,
so
I'll head up there
they've been working hard already.
I'll head up there just in a minute or so. I'll just try and grab Jake Hill.
Okie dokie. So, Era Motorsport doing a driver change there. Jake Hill getting just over an hour of time behind the wheel there. Didn't actually drive at all yesterday. They were keeping him in reserve with the threat of rain today. The way that Jake performed in the wet at Mugello was just spellbinding, so I can totally see the thought process there for sure. But more of a test day for Era Motorsport today, unfortunately, after that gearbox change yesterday. So Jonathan Hui still sitting in fuel at the moment, which will allow the 91 to come round to take the lead, the Herbert Porsche, with Lorne Heinrich on board and with quite a bit of fuel on board. So, you know, as things are staggering along, Ben, it's looking pretty strong here for the number 91 Herbert Porsche with this new Evolution package. It's running in the SP4 class because it's not fully homologated yet. The package is still under development, but I mean, in terms of a vindication for the team that designed those parts and the drivers that develop it, getting a win on public debut with the car. I can't think of another car that would have done similar, certainly not in the GT3 era, actually being taken out ahead of its full homologation, competing in a series that would allow that, and then potentially winning overall. That possibility is, I don't think we've seen that before.
Yeah, certainly when prototype cars and development cars join us in Creventic, in the past with BMW, with other iterations of Porsche, it has been heavily penalised. They've had to run a lot of weight. They've been penalised in the pits. This car has been able to perform as a GT4 car, and as you've alluded to with the driver lineup, it is very, very performant. Diana, down the pits, you've got Jake Hill?
Yes, Era Motorsport, Jake Hill. He was just jumping out earlier on when you were chatting about that pit stop. Jake, what was the start of the restart for this race like for you?
Yeah, it was pretty greasy. I mean, from Eau Rouge all the way down to Pouhon, it was pretty damp. So yeah, lots of action, that's for sure, and just had to bide your time with it really. But yeah, you know, as a whole, first stint done, pretty happy. Track conditions have changed quite a lot, so the car's balance struggling with a bit. Got quite a lot of understeer in the car at the minute. So, but hopefully, new set of tyres, little tweak, and she'll be all right.
Looks like it's quite hard work behind the wheel.
Yeah, it is for sure. I mean, it's hard as well when you're not really fighting for much after our gearbox issue yesterday. But it's important now for Dwight to get some good running. We're going to use it as a very extended test session for him, so he can spend lots of time in the car today, and hopefully he'll be a bit more well prepared for Misano.
You said the track conditions are changing quite rapidly, really. What is it like managing the traffic when the situation's like that?
Yeah, it can be tricky, especially in the first sector, because it's still a bit damp offline. So, you know, if you're trying to get past some slower cars, and yeah, you just got to bide your time with it. Just be careful, understand where it's safe to do so and not. But there's still a long way to go, right? I don't know how long's left, probably about 6 hours. But yeah, overall, like I say, happy. Nice to have the car running again and get Dwight some time.
When are you getting back in?
Right at the end. I'll finish the race.
All right, Jake, thank you.
Thank you.
Jake Hill, always impressing in his early days of his GT3 career, and yeah, so I think it's a really smart idea from Era Motorsport that, you know, in terms of result, not much is going to change, but get the car owner, the non-professional driver Dwight Merriman, in the car and get that track time in, because Dwight's racing activities have been predominantly in the United States. You know, winner at the Rolex 24 in LMP2, winner at Sebring 12 Hours in LMP2 as well. So there's a lot to be getting used to European tracks. GT3 Ferrari, etc. So all track times, good track time, and of course all week it's been wet, so this is the first time we're getting actually fairly decent dry track running.
So Jonathan Huey came into the pits, refueled his Porsche, went back out onto circuit, new set of tyres, and as predicted, ended up back on track 30 seconds back from the Hoffa Racing Mercedes. We thought that then we would have a nice little battle between the Mercedes, Ferrari and the Porsche, but Joseph Krell bringing the Scuderia Praha Ferrari into the pits, and is now in fuel, and has been in fuel for, been in the pits for 3.5 minutes. So they didn't have as much of an advantage as we thought versus Hoffa and Porsche, and that almost puts Porsche and Ferrari on the same kind of strategy now under green flag conditions, full fuel and tyres. Hui staying in the car. We don't know if Joseph is staying in the car. We will find that out once he leaves the pit lane and the driver ID tracker updates itself, as we see Paul Meyer in Seb Lejeune Racing just running a little bit wide in his pursuit, in his quest to get himself to the head of the AM 992 standings, with Philip Hambrick still leading that, still without a pit stop, and we're now over an hour's worth of running into the second part.
They pitted quite late into the day yesterday, the 907 RPM Racing crew, so that could well play in their favour, just like it is for Hoffa Racing. So Hoffa move up into second with Alex Prince at the wheel. He's done an hour and 4 minutes of driving time. He can do a maximum of 2 hours in any one go. So, and I would think he's potentially got the fuel in to be able to get fairly close to that, because you've got to balance off what's fuels in the car and what driving time you have. Joseph Krell has stayed aboard in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. He's been out in driving time wise for just over an hour, so with a full tank of fuel, actually that works out really, really well for Scuderia Praha. So if they get a full green flag run, by the time the car's running out of fuel, they'll need to pull Joseph out anyway because of his minimum driving time. So that's what the teams are looking at all the time on the pit wall in terms of strategy, who's got what in the car and who is driving. And of course, we saw in 992 Red Camel Jordans with a strong lead going into last night, and they effectively eradicated that by going in and filling up with fuel. That investment is paying off in spades now, as they lead their category by a good margin at 992.
And let's not forget, they also, like most, took advantage of one of those Code 6s and got a little extra top up. So they are very strong at the head of that 992 category, and 5th overall as well. Very, very impressive as always, with such a massive amount of unfortunately of reliability issues in GT3. These cars are built so strong. There is a car actually on our screens that hasn't had any issues. The Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes just had loads and loads of issues with track limits yesterday, but sits 3rd in GT3 AM, in 9th overall. John Hindhoff has joined us down in the lane, as the Americans would say. John, what news do you have?
Well, first of all, it's beautiful here in the pit lane. As you can see, I'm on full dry settings, as in comes Porsche number 73 to a full service. A couple of stories that we needed to follow up on from yesterday. Remember the drama that we had with Haas RT and the number 21 car. That car's had a full engine change to get it back out. Then more drama for them on the grid this morning, just before we started. We were wrapping up there on the grid and it was pushed past us on the dollies. Left rear toe link had to be changed on the number 2 car. So they've both had some remedial work done. They are both out. The other car that was struggling yesterday, and they've done a car swap, and if you remember yesterday afternoon, I was in the pit garage of ARC Bratislava with their bright yellow Lamborghini, showing you the crash structure and how that worked. Well, that car that I was showing you yesterday is still there. I just had a quick nose in, and that crash structure is still bent at the back. There are various bits and pieces that have been swapped over onto the new chassis. They're super far back, many, many laps down. So effectively, this becomes a test session for them as well, as I heard Ira and Jake Hill saying beforehand. If you'd like me to, I'll pop down and see what the list of work that was being done. There was quite a long time in the middle part of the race yesterday where nobody was there. I think they went off to get food, and then they came back and started changing various bits over onto the car. But it's still a fairly complete looking car that's left there, other than of course the rear bumper bar and crash structure, which is still slightly skewed to the left as it was yesterday when I talked you through that. But I'll go and have a look and see if they'll give me a little list of parts that they've swapped over. Otherwise, quite quiet here in the pit lane. The Seat Cupra just coming in, the number 102 car that had a new windscreen yesterday. This is full service for that car as well. Up it goes. New Michelin's been offered for the front of that car, not necessarily the rear yet. And there's a new driver on that car as well. Right, I'm off to ARC. Speak to you in a sec.
The curious thing about the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini is it's obviously a new chassis from yesterday. We saw the two cars in the garage, but today it's been entered as an SP4 car, so a prototype, which means I'm assuming that the car in the garage did not conform to GT3 regulations, and that is why, because it's not a complete, it might be just the littlest thing, it might be, you know, the brakes aren't quite right, or something in the car's not exactly how it should be, and so they can't be in GT3. They've entered into SP4, and they are literally starting this race from afresh because they have done 25 laps. So Jiaton Liang, the Chinese driver, is in that car, has been in that car since the beginning, hasn't done a pit stop, but effectively that's a brand new car for them, and as I say, entered into SP4 rather than GT3. They had to release a new BOP for SP4 class this morning because they hadn't catered for the fact that there was a Lamborghini in SP4. And so, yeah, that's a curious one, why that car is an SP4 rather than a GT3 car. Even if, from a competition point of view, it doesn't matter at all. They are not going to be overtaking anybody today.
Personal best lap on that last time by for our race leader, Lauren Heinrich, at 2:17.8, and he's put the absolute best sector time in sector 1. So that new Porsche, the straight line speed, certainly looking very, very good. And you know that they've of course running it in a different balance of performance to the current spec car. Creventic have adjusted that where it's going to run. It runs with 50 kilograms more, 5 litres less fuel allowance at the pump, and the pump will only run at a 70% fuel flow, which slows their pit stops down, but it's the 50 kilos, which is a huge amount, and yet the car is still as fast as the current spec car. So that means if you add weight to it and it's the same speed, that must mean that the new parts are working, and Lauren Heinrich making them work at the moment. 2:17.8, also a personal best lap time for Jonathan Hui. Really strong pace from the AMP-graded driver. 2:20.0. That's really, really strong.
6th overall, 2nd in 992, and 1st in 992 AM. RPM Racing, Philip Hamprecht still yet to pit. 1 hour and 13 minutes gone of this particular part of the race, and now in the same camera shot, Seb Lejeune Racing's Paul Meyer chasing him down. As we mentioned yesterday, if you weren't with us yesterday, that is exactly the same car that destroyed itself a few weeks ago at Paul Ricard, where Seb Lejeune himself got put into the barrier and had the most almighty plane crash. And they have rebuilt that car, and you could not tell. It is absolutely beautiful what they've done, and it's obviously running well. They haven't had any issues from memory. They have more issues in Mugello than they have had this time, and you know that's the classic thing of rebuild a car in a hurry, and then the little, well, somebody's not quite tightened up that screw, or that's been missed, and then all those little niggles and issues come in. But clearly not at Seb Lejeune Racing, and they are chasing down for the lead in 992 AM. In fact, both are on very similar strategies, except for the fact that Seb Lejeune did a pit stop under code 60, presumably one of the first code. Well, we've had 2, and they were within a lap of each other. We had 15 minutes of code 60 and 1 minute of green flag running in the first 15 minutes of our race. One of those they took advantage of and fueled, but we may see a change in 992 AM in the next couple of moments as they are on the same bit of track. Oh, it's been ruined. RPM coming into the pits.
Speaking of the pits, John Hindhoff has our answer on ARC Bratislava.
Actually, quite a sensible sensible chat I've just had of Miro Konopka, who's in the back of the garage at the moment, effectively being team manager, doing double duty this weekend. Right, first of all, the car that was running yesterday, brand new car, 4 racing laps before that incident that took it out the race. They don't think, the engine ran fine, it was brought back, it was driven back to the pits by the driver, and they don't think it's too badly damaged. The crash structure, as I showed you yesterday, did its job. There might be a slight tweak on the rear subframe, and they didn't want to take any chances with it. They want the car back at absolutely top class. The Viper Nisa racing car coming in a moment or two, as through goes the number 8 Kessel Ferrari just to my right-hand side. That's what you can hear in the background. So, onto the car for today. What I hadn't realised is that was entered in the race. That car was an original entry. They paid for the entry, and they were using it to do some additional practice with earlier on in the week, and it was spares on the hoof as well. It is an earlier version of the car. It's a Series 1 car, not the Evo of the Lamborghini Huracan. So that has not taken the start yesterday. So you're absolutely right. It's a separate entry, and it was designed as such, just in case there were any issues, mainly just to do some extra practice for their gentleman driver. And it's been pressed into service today, so the gentleman driver gets some laps in the sunshine here at Spa-Francorchamps and in the Ardennes, as it is another lovely day. And once again, my wardrobe choices have been vindicated. I'd just like to say that. So ARC planning ahead, and that's why they've got the second car out there in the different category. It was on the original entry list, and then it didn't start yesterday, but they've been given dispensation to start that car today.
Thank you, John. So that clears that one up about ARC Bratislava. As we were just robbed of a little mini Carrera Cup race between Philippe Hambrecht, who's won the Carrera Cup Asia before, and Paul Meyer, who's won quite a few races last year in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. Paul Meyer driving that Seb Raju racing machine at the moment. A lot of experience, over 25 years of racing experience, and won races in the Super League Formula, if you remember that.
Blimey.
Yeah, blast from the past. V10 with the Reynards. I think the Reynard V10.
Epic cars.
Yeah, they were serious cars. They were not far off F1 pace in terms of the performance. El Bamba racing that. Ryan DL raced in that for Glasgow Rangers as well. So yeah, the strange one racing for football clubs. As RPM Racing, they're now made it to the fueling. Quite a lot of personal best lap times being set, particularly Joseph Kral, who's put in 3 in a row, 2:19.1. We saw this at Mugello as well, Ben, didn't we? Where the Michelin tyre provides really good performance in the first portion of the stint. Then there's a bit of a drop, and then it sits on a plateau. And at the moment, Alex Prince actually steadied the ship a little bit. He looked like his lap time was starting to fade, but he's just put in a 2:19.3. So scratch that. The pace is still very, very strong for the Hoffer Racing driver.
I wish I could tell you what his average was, because we were able to do that yesterday, but I'm afraid my strategy software is failing me. Why is it working on your computer and not on mine?
I don't know. It must be my lucky day on Easter
It is your
Sunday.
lucky day, yeah.
220. No, sorry. Start again. Yes, 220.783. That's a strong average. About a second and a half average lap. Second and a half lap advantage over. Yeah, for Heinrich, 1.5 seconds a lap quicker than Alex Prince. I mean, Heinrich, full works driver, of course.
Prince must owe us a pit stop. They were doing about 25 laps, weren't they, yesterday? This is a 27 lap stint. Yes, first 15 minutes under code 60, but any moment now that Mercedes needs to come into the pits, I imagine.
No, but they topped up.
Okay,
the tyres are 27 laps old.
Yeah, yes.
But they topped up, and they can put 50% of fuel. No, I think fuel-wise he's okay. Fuel-wise, he can keep going for quite a bit longer with the code 60s that we had in the top-up. I'm curious to see how long that top-up of fuel can go for.
So where's the tyre limit then? if the fuel limit is that, the tyres obviously are able to outperform the fuel.
I think so, yeah, because they have that peak at the start, which Joseph Kral is enjoying at the moment. He's just done another 2:19.1, really consistent pace as well. In fact, make that a 2:18.4, so he's in that sweet spot right now. Joseph Kral is in that first 5 to 10 laps where the tyre gives really good lap time, and then it drops off quite a bit and then stays there for seemingly quite a long time. So I think Alex Prince is definitely in the autumn of those tyres, but it's a long extended autumn. John Hindhaugh has more for us down in the pits.
On the Michelin tyres, you just watched the Viper Nisa Racing AMG come in, and I saw them change the Michelin tyres on that, and I had a sneaky little look at the tyres that came off and looked at the wear indicators, those little depressions on the slick face of the tyre. I would say, and that was, I think that was a full stint for the number 65 AMG from Viper Nisa Racing. It was a driver change, so new set of boots for the new set of tyres, sorry, for that car. I would say, I am not a Michelin tyre engineer, I'll put that out there straight away. I think there was probably another 3/4 of a stint to possibly a stint on those tyres when they came off the car, because it was nowhere near the tyre, the warning, the tread warning gauge that you can see on the face of the slick tyre. So I'm seeing at the moment quite a lot of people nodding to each other up and down the pit lane as the Michelin tyres come off. So maybe we might see some people double stinting tyres later. I suppose and it is a saving in terms of time, an absolute saving, if somebody goes straight through after an hour or so and down into the refueling at the end of the endurance pit lane, then we'll know. Alex Prince, you were mentioning there, obviously he started the race, he got his 50%, and he's on the same tyres that he started on, isn't he? So he's going well into the race on those tyres.
Yes, he is.
And they did some work last
laps.
night as well, didn't they? So they changed last night, so they actually did 13 minutes of work last night as well, you were telling me, Peter.
That's right, John. Yes, thank you for that report. Yes, last night Hoffer were very much the very last to come into the pits before they closed. So they filled up with fuel, they put new tyres on, and so yeah, at the moment those tyres are 28 laps old for Alex Prince. He's got a maximum of 39 minutes left in the car. Whether the fuel will go that long or not, we honestly can't tell, but that is what his maximum driver time. And in fact, he's just put in his personal best lap, so I think the track is improving as well, as it's just drying up a little bit more. 2:18.5 last time by for Alexander Prince. He was 2/10 quicker than our race leader Lauren Heinrich last time by.
On very, very old tyres, but a lighter car. So that's that kind of, every lap you burn fuel, you become slightly lighter, but you also lose performance from your tyre. But clearly these Michelin tyres working extremely, extremely well. The one caveat I would say about looking at the Viper Nisa tyre is that Douglas Koo has been doing 2:34 as an average lap time versus Alexander Prince's 2:20. So the tyre might not have to work quite as hard under Douglas Koo as they do with Alexander Prince or Joseph Kral, for instance. But what a performance from Alexander Prince. I imagine he also must have had one lap without traffic as well to be able to get an 18.5 in. But that could also be the best lap he's managed to do across the whole weekend so far.
So it's certainly very strong pace from Alexander Prince on 29 lap old tyres. His tyres are about 10 laps older than the tyres that Lauren Heinrich has on right now. Lisa Clark, who celebrated her birthday yesterday, running 8th in the Pro GT3 class at the moment, getting some good track time in here at Spa. She races a lot in Ferrari Challenge globally, so track time at places like Spa and particularly Mugello, where we went about 4 weeks ago, very, very important for her.
Guys soaking up a 5-second into the pit lane. That's the number 2 car heading to its pit box now.
Yeah, and that penalty's, they've also got a 5-lap penalty for working on the car before they went back to green flag running, when they had to change that tow arm at the back of the car. So I'm afraid Haas RT with a 10-lap penalty for the 21 car for changing an engine during the night and not informing Creventic that they were going to do so. If they had informed them and they had got written permission from Creventic, it would only be 5 laps. But in the end, it was 10 for the 21, and now another 5-lap penalty for the 2. So actually, considering how little experience Amir Naran, who's basically been in that car most of the time, is still there, sitting 12th position. They are 3rd in GT3 AM. They are being chased down by Viper Nisa Racing. But it has been a pretty solid run for the Barboudian Belgian team. And it's great to have 2 cars here, and it's great to have Amir Naran in the field, who has his own Naran automobile that was launched in Dubai at the start of the year and looks like a proper piece of kit. A massive car fan as well as plane fan, and Amir dipping his feet into motorsport and with the help of Tom Jackson.
Battle going on between the 907 of RPM Racing and Philipp Hamprecht, who's got about a maximum of 38 minutes left in the car, battling with the Holmgaard car, Magnus Holmgaard, who in turn has, stint-wise, has 47 minutes left potentially. So they're on ever so slightly different strategies. Speaking of strategies, Alexander Prinz has brought in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes AMG from 2nd position. So we'll put new tyres on, I would suspect, and then head down to fuel, and will have to jump out of that car because otherwise he'll be getting too close to his driver time. About an hour and a half stint there, Ben. So if you think about it, they pitted with 10 minutes to go last night. It's been a few code 60s. Call it an hour or so for a full stint, and then put in 50% fuel, hour and a half. So yeah, that's about right in terms of what we thought with fuel, which they're in getting fuel at the moment, and they can fill up 120 litres, so basically as much as you can fit in an FIA GT3 fuel tank.
But that makes their stop longer, doesn't it? We've seen them doing over 5-minute stops, whereas the Porsches are more like 450. Audi heading back out onto circuit. Is that the Jutta Racing Audi?
They do have their fuel flow is faster though.
Right. Okay.
So the actual the fueling time could be fairly similar. So it just all balances out. So we'll find out which driver has replaced Alexander Prinz in that Mercedes when the car trips out of fuel and heads back out onto circuit.
Also, Seb Lejeune Racing now in the pits. Now, they were fighting before the pit stop with the RPM Racing Porsche. Philipp Hamprecht stayed aboard at 907, dropped into 3rd in 992 AM, but it's actually only 3 seconds off the back of Ajit Kumar Racing's Mathieu Detroit in the 901. So the graphic shows a different colour to the Ajit Kumar Racing Porsche for this weekend, because that one got destroyed in practice, and that's the one that Baz Kooten was racing. Red Ant Racing is a, well, it's the as delivered by the factory colour, grey, because
GT Silver.
Is that what it's called? Okay, sorry. The official name is GT Silver. It's grey, and they've actually run really well thanks to Red Ant, with Ajit Kumar running yesterday and chatting to Diana and really loving his racing. Such a polite man to have as part of the paddock, and my lord, the amount of fans that we have just here for him. All buying the VIP package, I noticed this morning. Plenty enjoying the hospitality of Creventic in the lounge. And we've got a little battle going on track. So we're going to have Philipp Hamprecht chasing down Mathieu Detroit. And once out of the pits, I imagine Paul Meyer will join that party. Although, as they come through the chicane at the end of the lap, it might be that Meyer's going to be a bit behind. But either way, they're in the same shot, with Lisa Clark trying to sort of stay out the way, but also be, on the one hand, faster, but on the other hand, slower, isn't it? She's obviously in a GT3 car, so much faster, but these two Porsches are being driven with some gusto.
Yeah, you're dealing with, I mean, for example, Philipp Hamprecht is a Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion, and in terms of a absolute top driver in a Porsche Cup car, is very, very competitive with GT3 pace overall on average. So, and straight line speed wise, the Porsche Cup car is every bit as quick as a GT3 at for most of the straight. John Hindhaugh is walking up and down the pits getting more for us. John, who have you caught? Which car have you caught up with for us? We've lost John. Oh dear.
Frustration from Hamprek there, because he was flashing furiously at Lisa Clark, who was obviously very fast down the straight in the GT3. But finally in the braking zone, Hamprek able to clear Lisa, and off she goes. Here's the 91, and John's got a pit stop.
So Herbert Porsche putting 4 new Michelin tyres on the car. Lauren Heinrich getting out of the car. Didn't spot whether it was Alfred Renner or Ralph Bohn getting in, but okay, so it's yeah, Ralph Bohn getting in the car. Last year's Creventic GT3 champion. Overall had an amazing year with wins at a lot of the major races. And once again, it's another excellent pit stop there from Herbert Motorsport.
Now we've had a chance to look at the Lamborghini Huracan on circuit. We can definitely see that that is a different type of Huracan for ARC Bratislava than what we had on track yesterday. So that is the reason, as John explained, that it is as SP4, because it's no longer homologated as a GT3 car, that particular version, because it's been superseded by the newer version.
So Alex Prince has been impressing, not just today, but all weekend, and the man of the moment is with John Hindhaugh.
I thought I was the man of the moment, Peter.
You always are, John.
Disappointing me. Alex Prince started pretty well today. Good end yesterday. Took advantage of the Code 60 early on. Banged a new set of Michelins on. Man, your pace has been superb. You must be delighted with your own performance and that of the team.
I don't know. I think I'm quite happy with the feeling inside the car. And it seems like that my times are quite fast. I don't know how it's compared to the pro drivers, but I'm really satisfied with how it went right now. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised at the start that after Camel Straight, I was on P1 from P3. I said, okay, now I may be in trouble with all the pros behind, but yeah, then Code 60 calmed me down, and then, yeah, we also took the chance to come in for fuel. And also made a tire change like everybody saw. Yeah, I really enjoy. I hope it will stay dry, so it will be a lovely event, hopefully.
So do I, because I'm not dressed for the rain right now. I can tell you that you were quicker than Lauren Heinrich at the end of your stint, when he was also coming to the end of your stint as well. And he's not a bad driver, so you're clearly getting used to this running out front malarkey that you started yesterday with your first pole position.
Yeah, okay, that makes me feel better about my times. For sure, we have the advantage from the air restrictor compared to Lauren, and also they are testing the new car. I don't know how the setup is from that car. In the last few laps, I saw him coming from behind. I just thought, okay, I don't need to fight with him. I let him pass, and then I just recognized that he not really is pulling away. So I thought, okay, maybe my performance, it's quite okay at the moment. So let's see how it goes.
Better than that. I think this is some of the best driving I've ever seen you do, to be quite honest, in this championship. Where are the relative strengths then of the AMG GT3? I hear people say that it's a comfortable car to drive, that it's a car that you can get confident with quite quickly, particularly if you're not a pro driver and you're not getting a lot of lap time, a lot of laps within the car.
I think what I also hear from other AM drivers, so the new generation of GT cars, they are for sure more difficult to drive. They have more electric stuff inside. We have simply one traction control, one ABS switch, and that's it. And also it's more like the older generation, like what we are driving. So I think this generation of cars was also more built for AM drivers. So this is like you step in, the car gives you directly the feedback what the car wants, so you can adjust quite fast. And it's also like when you go to the limit, it's not like that it's a smart, that the edge from it's going well to you're going off. It's a little bit wider, I think, compared to the new generation like Ferrari and the Porsche for sure. Yeah.
So a little bit more progressive. Right, what from now on is the priority? Are you looking for the class position? Are you looking for an overall position? Or do you just take what you're going to get?
I think we have an eye on both of these classes for sure, but the priority is definitely the AM class for us. We will see how it goes, maybe like 1-2 hours before the end. But for sure, AM class win is our priority, and also have no damage and something like this going on, so we are going a little bit more safe. Yeah, so we hope we can hold the lead in the AM class.
And given that you've been driving so well this weekend, I take it you're going to get in to take the car at the finish and give it everything you need to if you're fighting?
We will see. I hope the team will put me in again. I think so. It's a lot of hours to go, so we are crossing fingers. I will be back in the car, but right now I'm not sure at what point I will go in again.
Thanks for talking to us, and congratulations on a great stint again this morning.
Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Always smiles from Alex Prince, and particularly given his performance this weekend, just gelling so much with that Mercedes-AMG GT3. So he's handed over to his wife, Chantal, who's now on board the number 11 Hoffahr Mercedes. They're sitting 4th overall right now and looking good in the AM class. And that kind of answered our question, Ben, in terms of the focus for the Hoffahr team. What are they looking at? Are they going for overall podium? Are they going for the overall win? Or are they going for AM class? And we got our answer. AM class is what they're fully focused on.
You said he was smiling, but wouldn't you?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
He's at Spa-Francorchamps with his family, racing a GT3 Mercedes. There's nothing, and being fast about it. Nothing to grumble on a lovely Easter Sunday. Happy Easter, everybody. If we haven't already said a happy Easter, I haven't seen very many bunnies in the paddock, nor have I seen many eggs. There was a few in the hotel, but I'm hoping that when I get home there's a festive Easter cheer, because I'm sure Creventic, like they had pizzas out in Mugello. I'm sure the eggs will be flowing somewhere.
Eggs.
Are we going to get Easter eggs on the podium? Is that going to be
go along with the Omologato winners' watches? Maybe
a watch, just in case they need anything more. Watch, champagne, trophy, and a chocolate egg.
Chocolate egg. I ate mine while I was doing my preparation earlier in the week, so I've got no Easter egg to go home to. So if that was the intervention break, I would have gone, no, I'm going to keep my lead. I'm going to keep my lead, and then have to come in for fuel on the start of part 2, if that was how you'd like to compare it. Jonathan Hui goes into the lead of the race then after that pit stop from Herberth, and I've been watching the times closely. Jonathan Hui, his pace has been really, really strong on this stint. He's been averaging, now in terms of absolute average, is 220.7. So he's right on there with Alex Prince's pace. So right there with the fastest AM driver. So Jonathan Hui, bear in mind he had that incident early on where we believe it was just a spin, but cost a lot of time at the bus stop chicane. He's really getting his head down, and impressive because he's been at the wheel for 1 hour and 25 minutes of driving time. So that you're starting to really work the physical effort now. So maybe this race is just going to just go back and forth all the way through. So 5 hours and 20 minutes left to go here in the 7th edition of the Michelin 12 Hours of Spa, and it looks like for overall honours a battle between Sigosport Tempesta and Herberth Motorsport, which are both being run out the same garage by Herberth. Also cool to have Sigosport on board as a broadcast partner for the Creventic Michelin 24-Hour Series in the Netherlands, in Dutch language. And I noticed they had some pretty good expert commentators in the box yesterday. They had Jeroen Blekemolen and Nicky Katzberg. Who are both, amazingly, both were available. That's the biggest surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. Surprising. Yeah, Katzberg works Corvette driver and is usually put to work by Corvette every weekend. It's 20 or 30 weekends of racing. in GT3, but that is great to see. I saw a very disturbing picture of Tom Coronel as Ariana Grande, which was featuring on Ziggo TV overnight, which was just horrific. Gave me heart palpitations. Tim and Tom Coronel dressed as Shirley Bassey and Ariana Grande. That is Dutch entertainment for you. Google it. It's quite remarkable. We're looking at now. We're looking at Marlo Menden for Seb Lejeune Racing, because he is chasing down Magnus Holmgaard for Holmgaard Motorsport, second in 992, and they're only 10 seconds off Philip Hamprecht. So there's a 3-car battle there for second in AM. And into the pits, the wheel guns you can hear behind us is the Aston Martin, sadly the sole Aston Martin. Come To You Racing should have been here with their Aston Martin, but it got written off at Eau Rouge on Thursday. And so E2P Racing representing Aston, and they also had a bit of an accident in practice, but have been able to get going. We never got to the bottom of what their stop was. Remember, they had a really long stop and they had the bonnet open and they were looking at down the back, much like Mugello. We never got to the bottom of why, but unfortunately they have rather dropped back, and they picked up a 10-lap penalty overnight for working on the car during the intervention break. So they're down in 27th position now, where they should really be up in about 20th.
Yeah, it's not been their weekend again. Unfortunately, the pace was great. The opening stint of the race from Antonio Cenero was fantastic. Up there fighting at the very sharp end for the podium position. So their pace has been good with, you know, when it's gone their way, but unfortunately not all their way. Pablo Berguera brought that car in, and they did a driver change. So it'll either be Antonio Cenero or Oliver Campos. We'll get a confirmation on that when they come out of fueling. So we've got a little bit more about that E2P story. John Hindhaugh has been finding out for us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Just again, following up the tyres this morning and the tyres. Left rear was causing some concern from that E2P Aston Martin. Both the fronts look okay. There's a little bit of pickup where they've come in to the pit lane, but the left rear was getting a good look at by the team and the Michelin engineers. A little bit of graining on the inside shoulder, I would say, of that kind. And that might be a setup issue. It could be a pressure issue. It is slightly different conditions than it was yesterday. It started to cloud over a little bit here now in the pit lane, but it's still warm. The breeze, such as it is blowing a little more across the start-finish straight than it was yesterday. It was straight down behind the cars into La Source yesterday, which of course put the wind on the nose of the car at the end of the Camel Straits going into Le Combe. My Spidey motorcycle sensors say at the moment we're all right in terms of the wind. I can't smell any rain in the air, but if I'm honest, I think I might have a quick nip through into the paddock and see the direction in which the weather is coming. Peter's been absolutely banging the drum for rain in the middle of the afternoon. I'm not so sure.
And me.
I'll be okay, right. Well, I'm still in the short-sleeved shirt and the shorts in the pit lane, and it's very pleasant here at the moment. And the track temperature's holding up rather nicely as well, if the pit lane is anything to go by.
4 o'clock is when there's the biggest threat of rain, which at the moment, that's in 3.5 hours time.
Yeah, so Peter's satellite says 4, my satellite says 2, Hindy's satellite says nil point. That's Spa for you.
Yes, it does. It does. Let's see, and then potentially more at 6, which is 50 minutes after the end of the race. So, it's there's still twists in the tail here.
This is Holmgaard versus Seb Lejeune for 7th overall, for 3rd in 992, nose to tail, and they've stumbled across Lisa Clark in the... Is it still Lisa Clark in the Pelin? No, it's Felici Jelmini now in the Pelin Racing Ferrari. So, in theory... Oh, that's a big one! Oh, round he goes, into the wall! And I couldn't believe that he saved that for as long as he did. The Marlon Menden-Sebleju Racing hard into the wall at the top of Eau Rouge. The car rolls to a halt. Unfortunately, we are going to go code 60, but it was a swapper all the way up Radiant, caught it 3 or 4 times, caught air, and eventually it broke traction and spat himself into the wall. The car actually has survived that pretty well, but what a big, dramatic accident. Not a big accident if you're not watching in pictures, a dramatic accident. And in the end, the impact with the tyre barrier, and he was able to keep the car off the circuit, and he's now out of the car and walking away. We are going to go code 60 there, so John's going to be very, very busy in pit lane. But that's one for the viral interweb, because wow.
Well, good to see Marlon Menden get out the car, walk away unharmed. The barrier doing its job at Eau Rouge, but he had serious air over the curb there.
I thought he caught it.
Got over the, he almost had it. Very, very unlucky. Of course, the Porsche 992 Cup cars do not have traction control or stability control. They do have ABS in this endurance trim, but yeah, just got away from him a little bit. And that's a shame, because Sebleju Racing were really fighting for that certainly for a podium in 992, and good to see Marlon on his walking away on his own steam, helmet off, but there'll be a bit of barrier repair to do, so quite a long code. There'll be certainly a reasonable code 60 is Income Viper Niza Racing, Juta Racing also, Proton Hooper Competition have got in, Red Ant Racing, Era Motorsport. None of actually the front-running cars necessarily. The leader, the Tempesta car, is actually only at Brussels right now, so they've got quite a while to come around. Herberth, they're a little bit further ahead. They're just coming out of Pouon. So whether they'll get, they should get both get the opportunity to come in under code 60.
Let's see what happened again. So they're tucked under the rear wing of the GT3 Ferrari, and Marlon Mende pitches the Porsche in. It's weird. He catches the curb, which maybe unsettles it initially. The first snap, I thought he caught it, and then the car went light and the front went up in the air, so he had no steering. And when it came back down again, the steering wasn't straight, so that then sort of kicked him into another half slide. It was almost like European Rally Championship, Peter. You were more akin to that.
It was a bit, yeah. And they have made there's a company called Rally GT that have made a rally car out of those 992 Cup cars. But yeah, more at home there. To give you an idea of the speeds involved there, just as Marlon Menden was tipping into that corner, a Porsche 992 Cup car would be doing 150 miles an hour. At the point that he got airborne, they'll be doing 135. And then on the exit, you would 137, but by that point he'd lost it. So I mean, that's a seriously fast accident. But the safety equipment doing its job, and what a difference when you hear the stories about the old Spa and the lack of safety, and now in a modern context how we can go motor racing and in so much more of a safe environment. At Scuderia Praha, they are in the pits at the moment. They've just done a driver change. Joseph Kral getting out.
I mean, surely everybody is going to take advantage if they can of this code 60. We've seen what it's like up at the top of Eau Rouge. There's not too much car spread across the circuit, actually. Very little bodywork has come off that car, which is really good news. Suspension damage to the front left corner, and I'm imagining the rear left corner as well. But even the rear wing is still in position. A bit of damage to the front bodywork and that. But, I mean, that's a kind of... could potentially be back out by the end of the race if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Despite the high-speed nature of the accident. A little bit of tidying up to do, and certainly a bit of retainer. What's it, conveyor belt to bolt back onto the tyres, because it's just come off. There's quite a lot of that seemingly happening at the top of Eau Rouge this weekend, where the cars are going into the wall, the conveyor belt is detaching itself, and then you need to get some bolts and screws back in, which will take the time, which will allow everybody to analyse and know that there's an opportunity to pit, and therefore potentially we get our strategy sort of reset. But for the moment, it's not looking massively busy down in pit lane.
Well, the Herberth number 91 car has come into the pits for service. Whether it will go straight through to fuel or not, fuel might well be getting quite busy with this code 60. There was a lot of cars ahead of them in terms of who would have the chance to come in and take service. the leading car, the 193 of Jonathan Hui. Is perfect timing for them, actually, because Jonathan's been at the wheel for 1 hour and 36. They need to bring him in anyway. They need to do a driver change, put new tyres on, and then put in Christopher Froggatt or Luke Hartog. Perfect. And
definitely want for Hindy to go and chat to Jonathan Hui, because in my reckoning, this is their first Porsche experience. They've done so much with McLaren, Mercedes, mainly Ferrari, even last weekend Ferrari. But how this opportunity has arisen to come racing a Porsche with Froggatt, Hui, and Hartog joining that team. Usually it would be Eddie Cheever, who is a part owner of Tempesta Racing, or Marco Puccini, I think they've had this year in GT World Challenge. But our leaders are in. Praha has just left the pits. We haven't seen Hoffa come in, but they were in 20 minutes ago, so maybe they don't need to.
Such a shame for Marlon Menden. I mean, he was really right there in the pits. Just got onto the right-hand curb on the exit to Eau Rouge, and that was what got the car unsettled, and round it went, and it made the impact with the tyre wall on the left-hand side of the car, and looks like it has damaged the front left wheel. But I agree with you, Ben. I think if Seb Lejeune want to get this car back out, I think they potentially could. That barrier is so well designed because it absorbs the impact really, really well, and then doesn't actually damage the car a great deal as well. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's the third GT3 car that we've seen in those 4 layers of tyres up the top of Eau Rouge, and today, or during the race, each one of those cars has had the ability to go back out and race again. The accidents we saw, I actually saw a replay of the RPM accident from testing overnight on social, and they went straight on at the first part of Eau Rouge. So the turn in at the bottom of the hill, the left, that is where it snapped on them. They corrected and basically went straight on up the hill and into the tyre stack there, and that is definitely a place where you're going to damage your car much, much harder. More people coming into the pits. Interestingly, Red Camels Jordan, not yet a pit visitor. Is that because they've not gone past pit lane yet? No, I would have thought they had. So whilst everybody else seems to think that this is a good time to pit, Paul Trustwell deciding to keep Fabian Dance out on circuit.
Yeah, they've just about 15 minutes ago had changed that driver over.
Yeah, there's not very many teams deciding that's the way forward, though. The next one down on the list would be Viper Nisa Racing. Now they've just pitted as well, so interesting strategy call, and actually probably not that much more opportunity now. Looks like all the recovery vehicles have left the top of Eau Rouge. Certainly the car has, and we could go back to green pretty shortly. Yeah, under 1 minute until we go back to green flag running.
Yeah, so it could be, this is going to be a race. This is going to be a race against the code 60, and Luke Hartog gets out of fuel just in time, so that could work out very well for the 193 Ziggosport Tempesta Porsche. Now, have they lost the lead though? Has the 91? No, so the Ziggosport is still going to be the leader by nearly a lap from the number 91 of Ralph Bowen, as we do go back to green flag racing. So that was, I mean, you can't speak highly enough of the team here at SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS to get a barrier repair done, get a car recovered, back behind the wall and back to racing in a very short space of time. Fantastic. Quite amazing. John Hindhaugh down in the pits, what have you got for us? Seems like we're not getting through to John for some reason.
Yes, I'm here, sorry. Sorry guys, a huge gaggle of cars going past me just as you came down to me. First thing, the good news, the driver there of the Seb Lejeune racing car was delivered back to the pit lane in the Cupra medical car, and apart from being a bit despondent and his body language being a bit, oh my, I'm sure there were some other thoughts going through his head. Look, fine, I haven't bothered him so far. To give you a couple of minutes, I'm down at Herbeth for the Tempesta Porsche team. you wanted to speak to Jonathan Hui. He's just recovering, grabbing a little bit of hydration, and he'll be out in a moment to talk to us, so we can follow up on what you were talking about.
7 minutes it took to clear up that code 60. From the moment it went code 60 to green, just 7 minutes. That is remarkable for the SPA team.
That is, yeah, I'm sure the envy of many circuits to be able to deal with an incident like that so fast. Fantastic stuff.
Where do we sit now then? Because that's kind of reset strategy, hasn't it? Pretty much. We saw pretty much everybody take advantage of that code 60 to do a pit stop, other than, I believe, 909. Everybody else has stopped. By doing so, reset kind of where everybody sits. So Hartog leads by a lap over Bond. We need to be careful not to look at that timing screen. We need to be careful to look at that one. And it is a lap, yeah, over
I think it's nearly a lap, yes. There's nearly a lap. They are actually on the same lap together, but I think that the Herbert 91 car does have more in the tank, because both would have been able to take 25% during that code 60. But so the Herbert 91 is not necessarily a lap behind the leader. There is a little bit of a correction to that, but it's hanging in the balance, that's for certain. Really close between Ziggo Sport Tempesta and Herbert Porsche, and I'd love to know what the strategy battle is, because of course they're being run by the same team. They're run by the same team, and John has the answer for us of how that dynamic works.
Yeah, I'll ask that question in a moment. I'm with the leading team at the moment, the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Herbert car. Jonathan Hui is with. Now, first of all, am I saying your name right, Jonathan?
Hui.
Hui. Thank you very much indeed. Right. You're in a battle here with the car that is in the same garage, so no team orders, strategy, or anything like that? Are you guys just running your own race?
No, I haven't heard any team orders so far, so we're running our own race. It was pretty tough out there. Spa is super physical, you know, sometimes people don't understand how difficult and tiring it is in the car, so I'm very exhausted.
Now, this is the first time I've spoken to you. Of course, we've seen you in Tempesta racing all over the world in different manufacturers. First time in a Porsche?
No, I did the Porsche in Dubai 24 Hours earlier this year with other Hong Kong teammates, but this time it's the first with Ziggo Tempesta Racing, a new partnership that we just started this year, and actually Chris Froggett's first run in the Porsche, and I think he's been very impressive.
And so how did this come about? How did this deal come about for you and indeed for Tempesta to be running with a Herbert and with a GT3R?
Well, look, we love running with top teams, and Herbert is a top team in the series. I've known Alfred and Robert since 2019 when we started working together. So to come in this series, I think we really need to find a partner who really understands the race and the intricacies, and of course the GT3R. I've tried it a couple of times. It's my third time, and the second 2 times I both got podiums. So I've been quite lucky with the car. So I thought I'd try my luck again the third time.
Tell me about this circuit, because you said it's tiring. You had a little 5 minutes sitting down there. The team are very good. Easter Sunday, and they brought you out some sweet treats to help you recover there, as well as some fluids. We think of this track as a long, fast straight, and of course Eau Rouge and over the top of Raidillon. But there are some technical parts of this circuit where, as a driver, you're working quite hard.
Absolutely. It looks like there's a long straight, but there's so much going on. There really is no time to recover. I think if you speak to the top drivers around the world, if they compare 24 hours of Le Mans versus 24 hours of Spa or a long endurance race at Spa, I think 9 out of 10 will tell you it's much tougher here. So for sure, I love this circuit. It's probably my favorite in the world. There's nothing like it, and I want to keep coming back.
Now, we're getting on for a third of the way through today, so half distance in the race overall. Dare you begin to think about what happens at just before 6 o'clock this evening?
I'm just crossing my fingers and toes. You know, I've been in this position quite a few times and it didn't work out. So I'm not making any predictions. We just got to stay focused, not make any more mistakes. I made one mistake, so let's try to keep it clean and see if we can take it to the end.
And it's like in the car at the moment, is it like Luke Hartog?
Yes, Luke is in the car right now, and I believe Chris will rotate next.
I still don't know how Luke gets into that car. He must fold himself in places I don't even want to think about. When do we see you next? I don't want to wish this race over too quickly for you, but what's the rest of the programme for you for this season?
You mean overall in racing perspective? Well, to be fair, my main focus is the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. It will be my first time there, so you know, this is a great way to warm up. I haven't driven for 3 months, so now April, May, June, I'll get back into it, and hopefully we'll do well in Le Mans as well.
Wish you all the best. Go and finish off some of those sweet treats.
Cheers, guys.
Brilliant stuff from Jonathan Hoy there, and he put in some really good pace late in the stint as we got a switch on the road, but Luke Hartog has just gone past Ralph Bowen to put him a lap down, and Hartog is flying. Just while we were speaking to Jonathan Hoy there, he said a 2:17.248, so Hartog absolutely on the rev limiter right now, really pushing this Porsche hard. And you know, he's a young man with one ambition, which is to become a works driver, and in order to do that, when you've got a chance to be up against other works drivers and be as quick or quicker, that gives you the oxygen, or gives you the weight behind your pitch to say, come on, hire me, put me as part of the team.
Jonathan Hui owes Creventic his motorsport career, really, because he started in 24H Series 10-12 years ago and has raced ever since, on and off, doing endurance racing as part of the Creventic series, and obviously moving away for other championships. But I didn't know that he was entered to do Le Mans. That's really, really cool for the Hong Kong businessman, who, you know, we think of them as racing drivers and of people who have got stats behind their names and performances and have done this, that and the other in the world of motorsport. But of course, so many of them are also incredibly successful businessmen, such as Jonathan Hui, who's been a long-time partner of Tempesta Racing, which is Chris Froggatt and Eddie Cheever's team. And then obviously the Sky or the Ziggo Sport is the main partner and main sponsor that has partnered the team this year. So Jonathan Hui, good to hear that he's using Creventic to get himself back up to speed before the 24 Hours of Le Mans in mid-June.
We've certainly got plenty of variation in track time. Had wet track time, had dry track time so far, and that's what the Michelin 24-hour series delivers for these teams as well. Plenty of opportunity to get out there behind the wheel. Well, Ralph Bowen is now in the Herbeth Porsche, so this is also how the stagger works in the Michelin 24-hour series. We saw Herbeth put Lauren Heinrich in for a good stint at the start of the race, excuse me, and he pulled away. Meanwhile, Jonathan Hoy, who's the non-professional driver in the car, was there. It's now switched around where Luke Hartog, who's just set the fastest lap of the race again, 2:17.2, lapping about 3 to 4 seconds quicker than Ralph Bowen, who's the non-professional driver in the 91 Herbeth car. So it can be a stagger based on who's got what tyre on, who's got what fuel on, but also which driver is in the car as well. And the strategy of which driver you put in and when is absolutely critical to success in this series. And Ziggo Sport, they rolled the dice, didn't they? Because Luke Hartog said we didn't pit at the end of last night because we had a feeling that we had a calculation that we thought there was going to be a code 60 at the start of the race, and exactly that was what happened this morning.
But 193 has a 1 minute 55-second penalty hanging over their heads. That is almost a lap's worth of penalty showing on our timing screens, but I'm going to have to do a bit of digging as to find out where that has come from and what the reasons are behind it.
So it's for fueling more than 25% during a code 60.
Ow!
Oh no. Now that's strange because surely the smart pump wouldn't let you do that.
Well, yeah. You rely upon the information from the app to control it, really.
And it says more than once. More than once, 25% refueling during code 60.
No, more than, would that therefore mean that they refueled twice within the same code 60, the rule that you were telling me about earlier? More than once.
Could well be. And
refueling.
So they've tapped and then tapped again.
Yeah.
That's odd. That's a very un-Herbeth mistake. Well, I mean, that's huge. Yeah, 115 seconds is just under 2 minutes. Nearly a lap. Well.
And no longer can you take your penalties under code 60. It was once that you were able to do it, but you could it would double the time. So if you had a 1.5 minute penalty, it would be 3 minutes under code 60, and strategically sometimes that made more sense. But that rule, like many, as I've learned today, has been got rid of.
Well, that's we'll keep a close watch on the penalty screen, because that's a really controversial one there, and how that's actually happened. That's definitely one for John and Diana to find out what's happened there, because that's huge, and that could potentially very, very possibly affect the outright winner of this race.
In second in GT3 at the moment, still Scuderia Praha. Miroslav Weibo is aboard that car right now, and Chantal Prance behind on the last lap, lapping 6 seconds a lap faster. So they are on the same lap, and she is closing down the gap. Are they on the same lap? They should be on the same lap. Yeah, they are. 49 seconds is the gap between the two of them. But she is closing Miroslav Weibo down. It's also, I mean, they're different categories of car, aren't they? Because Scuderia Praha are a Pro-Am, and the Hoffa Racing is a fully Am car. But when you look at the lineup that Hoffa have with the experience, yes, they are all amateur drivers, but some of their performances are equal to semi-pros at the very least.
Certainly, Alex Prince and Torsten Kratz have been very strong. They're both graded as Am drivers. So 4 hours and 53 minutes left on the clock. The teams now will be doing the calculations, back timing to the end of the race.
Not yet.
I think you or at least looking at it and thinking, when do we, are we in a good position? Do we need to fuel save, etc.? They'll be looking at all those kinds of things.
It's always a good discussion point as to when you switch your philosophy from going lap by lap, right, sort of session by session, code 60 by code 60 to, right, we're getting close to the end of the race, let's look backwards and back time from it. And obviously different teams will do it at different points, but knowing that there's this variable weather, we are only 2.5 hours into this particular portion of the race. Personally, I think it's too early.
Well, I think in terms of, I don't think you're going to pit, if you've got fuel in the car, keep going for sure, or if you've got driver time, keep going. But I think it's more to do with more to do with predicting where we are. Are we in a good position on fuel? Are we not? Is there things that you can do? Do we need to be fuel saving or not, or can we be going fuel rich? Tires wise, what have we got in terms of, are we in a good position with tires? So all that sort to consider. But that penalty, that is a huge penalty for the Ziggo Sport car to have 115 second penalty for more than once refueling more than 25% in a code 60. Amazing, quite amazing. Let's see if that one, if the penalty sticks. I'm sure it well, quite possibly it will if it's been issued now. But I would think there'll be some discussion going on about it, and how that's happened, I'm not entirely sure. With the smart pumps, Ben, I'm really not sure how that's happened.
Yeah, absolutely. We've explained yesterday and a little bit today as the systems that Creventic have put in place down there in the fuel area to be able to control flow on each of the individual cars. I think it does sound as though it is that they either attempted to or did fuel twice under the same code 60, which is something that you used to be able to do. You used to be able to run a lap, get 25% in, do a full lap again, come back in again and get the next 25%. But a rule obviously that's changed in the last couple of years.
But I didn't see them come down the pit lane twice.
Well, maybe then it's sort of literally they've buzzed in twice.
Possibly.
But yes, they actually haven't done any refueling from that.
Very odd. Very odd indeed.
How many pit stops have they done in total? They've only done 3 in total, yeah.
That's 3 today.
Yes.
Because we reset the counters this morning, although the positions, of course, continue from the laps that were completed yesterday.
Yeah, there's no evidence on the timing screens that they came in under the same code 60 twice.
I wonder then if the smart tag or the QR code wasn't scanned properly. That can be the only thing. And it is a team member that does that, Ben. It is the team's responsibility to get that right. Such a shame, because they've been doing a good job. And that's a, you know, as you guys have been saying, that is a very experienced team, as it's Herbert.
Let's see if they attempt to try and maybe explain themselves to race control. Usually when you issue a penalty, race control, the team manager needs to sign off that penalty and accept it. So in theory, they've already done that.
Diana's taken over from me down in the pit lane. Good afternoon, Diana.
Good afternoon. Hope you're well up there in the commentary box. So I've just come into the pit lane, come up the other end, pit out exit to have a look, see what's going on. And the Seblajou Racing, I don't know if you've covered that, the 888 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, that is in the garage. There was a big incident out there on track, which I personally didn't see. But the car has, there's a lot of damage to the front and the back end of the car. They were telling me they're going to work as hard as they can to see what they can do, but they are racing again next weekend. So potentially, if they can repair as much as possible, they'll probably try and get out for a few laps later on. So that's where they're at. But that car is in the garage at the moment, and it won't be back out on track, I don't think, for quite some time.
Yeah, that was the incident that caused the most recent Code 60 with a lurid slide, almost catch. Who was driving that, Ben, at the time?
Menden, Malvin Menden.
Oh yes, Malvin Menden. Yeah, he, as our American colleague would say, he got behind on the steering on that. He almost caught it a couple of times as he was going up from the bottom of Eau Rouge to Radillon. One might say that actually they were fairly lucky to get away with just the damage that they have.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the moment on that car. Marlon came back in out of the Cooper safety car, or the medical car, beat the car back by quite a while, and I just got there as the medical car pulled up, and I thought I'll come on, and then I thought no, I can't. I just couldn't. The body language, he was very disheartened. I think he knows. I don't think there was anyone. He was close behind someone else, Ben, when it happened, but I don't think there was any outside external influences on that.
There might have been in terms of aero.
Yeah,
true. So close to the car that he was competing in that perhaps a little bit of insecurity on the front end, turning possibly in, made him feel like he had to work harder than he actually did, and that sort of said about him ending up actually over the curb on the inside, which caused the beginning of the accident.
Darren Curry's in the pits at the moment for 111 Racing, the leaders in GTX, 15th overall for the IRC cars. That means Philippe Bonnell in the 701 will come round this time and actually be scored as the leader in the Vortex V8. And that car, in fact, is coming to the line now. And Diana is down in the pit lane. Where have you wandered down to now, Di?
Not too far, just a few garages up to 111 Racing. That car, that GTX car, is in the garage. They are not sure what the issue is. They think it could be a wheel bearing, which they're trying to check out now. Driver is still in the car. It is in the garage at the moment.
Driven Vortex V8 goes through into 15th position. Jutta Racing's Audi's gone through as well. That's not the same class, of course. That's a GT3 AM car, sitting 7th in class, 16th overall.
We saw a plethora of issues for the 111 in Mugello, and I have to say, so far, it has run really, really rather trouble-free, considering how it ran in Mugello. Obviously, now has had a little issue.
I'm looking at you sideways on behalf of the team.
Yeah, on behalf of the team. They've obviously found something that they've easily fixed and got him back out again. True. So that's good news.
It's got good pace. It's had decent pace. I like this concept of car. The Vortex is massively changed from where it was originally. Every single body panel has been changed on that car, and they've really maximised the aero efficiency on what is actually a very small and compact little car. The number 4 ARC Lamborghini running slowly. This is the replacement car, which is running in SP4, the car without the ram air intake on the roof. That tells you it's the older version of the car, and it's running to a different specification. If you weren't with us earlier on, or perhaps even yesterday, their substantive car, the newer car, it was brand new, 4 racing laps in before it got backed into the tyre barrier. That was at the top of the hill at Radion as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. Was it only 4 laps?
4 race laps in.
Oof.
And the team, Miro Konopka and the rest of the team, saying they didn't want to risk it with it being brand new. Looked like the crumple zones at the back had done their job and saved the chassis and even the subframe, but they're going to send that back to, when they get back to the factory, they'll rejig it just to make sure it's spot on. That car that is out on the track now was already entered so that they could give their drivers a little more track time in the pre-event testing. It wasn't their intention necessarily to run it. It was there as some spares on the hoof. There are some common components between the first and second evolutions of the Lamborghini Huracan. But when the second car was withdrawn yesterday, they asked if they could run the car, and they were told yes, and so it came out this morning. So the laps that is showing, 47 laps completed, and that started just this morning. The 2 cars that didn't start this morning, Pellin Racing's Ferrari number 23 and that 44 Lamborghini, the ARC Bratislava car. Those cars not restarting this morning.
Yeah, and the 918 as
yes,
well.
Indeed, yeah, well remembered.
Which was Mulder Motorsport. We had a 4-car accident at the top of Le Combe on lap 1. Both Mulder Motorsport cars were involved, and unfortunately one of them managed to damage its chassis.
Yeah.
Even though it was a pretty low-speed accident. And the others, including the 909 Red Camels Jordan, was involved and bent the exhaust, but they have managed to continue.
And they're leading the class. They were dead last, and Rick Breukers drove his way back through the field. A little bit of difference in strategy brought them back into it. They are leading their class and 5th overall at the moment. It's Fabi Dans behind the wheel of the Red Camel at Jordan.nl. And just a little off-track moment I noticed by Luke Hartog for Zigo Sport Tempesta coming out of Le Combe, just in front of the leading 992 category car. The tangerine and white car now at the bottom of the hill, coming through Stavolo and into the run to...
I'm glad you call it Stavolo still.
Yeah.
Officially not called Stavolo any longer.
Paul Frere or Stavolo.
You can't not have Stavolo as one of the corners.
Paul Frere's a pretty big name round here, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. But then,
but I still call the left-hander at the top of the hill, which a lot of people call No Name, and it's being that's now called Curve Jackie Hicks.
It is.
Well, that's Speaker's Corner as far as I'm concerned. Always will be.
3 years of Jackie Hicks, and no one's really adopting it.
And that's no disrespect to Paul Frere or Jackie Hicks, by the way.
Yeah.
It just tends to be something that sticks in, and the story, your dad will have told you this, I'm sure, Ben, that in the old days when the commentary was done from driver's left opposite what is now called the endurance pits, about a third of the way down from La Source to Eau Rouge, the reason it was called Speaker's Corner was because if you looked up, that was the only bit of the circuit. That was where they came back into your sight for the very brief moment. And you had the binoculars up there and tried to pick out the cars before they disappeared behind the trees, coming down into the Double Gauche or Pouhon. Bruxelles has changed its name a couple of times.
It was Rivage.
It was Rivage, yes, absolutely. But that's why Speaker's Corner is still called Speaker's Corner. I was very fortunate the first time I came here to watch a meeting. Paul Tarsi, who is still part of our Radio Show Limited family with the Historic Racing News Radio Show, once a month on a Wednesday after midweek motorsport. Paul brought me here and gave me the tour, much like you did with PMAC earlier in the week on Friday after we'd finished work. And he took me up into the box. He knew somebody up there. We were watching, so I could watch. And of course, they handed me the microphone. So I ended up double-handing with a bit of German, a bit of French. Couldn't do the Flemish, and probably didn't do the English very well either, to be honest. So I've only ever been here and picked up a microphone, even though the first time wasn't meant to. But that was the corner that you could see from the bottom of the hill.
Campus has changed its name. Well, originally, on the original build of the 1980-odd circuit, the last two corners before it rejoined the old circuit was called Stavolo. It was a single right-hand turn. Then it became two singular 90-degree right-hand turns and divided up to Stavolo 1, Stavolo 2. Then they built a university on the inside of the circuit and called the first part Campus, the second part Stavolo. Then Campus became... Actually, is Campus still Campus?
Yeah.
So there isn't a karting here. I thought it was karting for a bit, because there's a kart track on the inside as well.
You might be right.
Yeah. Maybe
and
that's
then Paul Frere.
Karting. And now it's Paul Frere, and there's no longer Stavolo.
So are you a Fagnes or a Piff Puff?
Oh, Fagnes.
Yeah, me too. Piff Puff for me is at Paul Ricard. There's the Piff Puff of Paul Ricard as you coming back round to the start. The start.
Piff Puff's not even really a word; it's just a noise.
Yeah, it's a catch-all for a chicane, really.
Yeah, exactly.
A quick chicane, isn't it? And of course, Eau Rouge is the corner at the bottom of the hill.
It's the river at the bottom of the hill.
Yes, exactly. Which goes. It's named after the river, and red water because there is so much iron oxide and iron ore in the rocks around here that it runs with a sort of a rusty colour.
It appears red. When I was here for the World Rallycross Championship, I did present a piece to camera from the river. And
with your shoes and socks off?
Obviously.
Excellent,
and
well done.
And proved that the water itself wasn't red.
When you put it in a glass?
No, I drank out of it, yeah,
Excellent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It runs and appears red from what's underneath it, but it is actually just watercoloured, which is quite disappointing, really. And that river runs all the way down the centre part of the circuit and does actually also cross under the circuit at Stavolo.
Yeah.
But people forget that bit.
Yeah.
Any other history lessons, please come to us.
Well, and of course, you took Tracy Cron, just giving way to one of the faster cars there as he's coming down through towards Fagnes at the moment, that part of the track that we were talking about. You took Peter to see the old Customs House hairpin, because from Eau Rouge, the track used to go hard left, little straight, hairpin, and then back onto the Kemmel Straight. And then, of course, straight on before you drop down through the long right-hander at Burnville on the old long circuit. Called Customs House because this is a region, and if you look at the place names, you'll understand that this region has, over relatively recent history, the last few hundred years at least, the borders, the national borders have changed quite a lot around here. So you get this weird mix of German, French and Flemish place names around here. Sankt Vith, and just down the road, lovely little place to stay actually, down there. And the Customs House turn did in fact have an old-fashioned customs house on it, and that's what it was named after.
Well, in 1921, when the circuit was first inaugurated, they did cross from Belgium into Germany.
Yeah.
As they went up the Kemmel Straight, and the Customs House was still in operation at that point.
Did you have to get your documents every lap? It was a very slow lap in those days because you had to get your documents seen.
I think
long before Schengen.
The main thing, actually, that people don't kind of realise until you say it out loud is the Spa-Francorchamps circuit never, ever has gone anywhere near Spa.
Yeah.
Spa is a town where most of the people will stay, and that's about a 10-minute drive away. But it was a very well-known part of the area, whereas Francorchamps, Stavolo, Malmedy was not very well known. And so the Spa town
Yeah.
it was used as a sponsor, effectively, and because that was a very well-known part of the area.
Just over 4 hours and 35 minutes still to go. The Michelin 24-hour series and the Michelin 12 hours of Spa. Live from the Ardennes, a little bit of overcast, but no rain yet, and I'm guaranteeing you, no, I'm not guaranteeing you, it's Spa, could happen at any time. And we've got still plenty of racing to come here in the second of the European Series events for 2025. Tracy Cron leading the 992 AM category. Third in the 992 overall, that's the RPM Racing bright green car, the 907. That's up into 8th position. I'll tell you what, Ben, depending on how the fueling works towards the end of this race, we could see a 992 car pretty high up the standings. Fabi Dance is only a lap away from Chantal Prince, and she's only a lap away from 3rd overall. So you're talking about the best of the 992s being just on 3 laps behind the leader, and getting a very different fuel strategy because of the fuel usage on the 992 cars.
Interestingly, the 909 Red Camels Jordan team ignoring that last code 60 and not taking advantage. There are many cars, if you look down the order, that did the same thing. I think Viper Nisa Racing, Melvin Moe aboard that car at the moment. They didn't pit under code 60, but pretty much everybody else did. So yes, when they do that, they only get a small amount of fuel versus a full fuel during green flag running. But that's also slightly why Fabien Dance is, I don't know if it's artificially up there, but he is in 5th position. We do now have our leader, though, coming into the pits, Loe Hartog. Is that early? He's only done 13 laps. That seems... Maybe that's because they pitted under code 60.
Yes, because they would have only been able to take 25%. Now, the question for me is, will they soak up that penalty right now? They've got
Yes, they are.
Nearly 3 minutes.
On the tracker, they are at the top end of pit lane, and they are sitting in that box. So they've got 1 minute and 55 seconds to sit there. Diana might not have been across this because it was the time where you were switching over, but they've... They're in the pit lane. We still don't quite understand, Diana, why they got this 1 minute and 55 second penalty. You can see the timer actually going
now down to 35 seconds.
At the moment, but I'm further up the other end of the pit lane with the Era Motorsport number 81. That's just come in for tyres, and Kyle Tilley is jumping in behind the wheel there, and the team are going about their business. New tyres, he's just jumped in, they're just strapping him up into the seat now, dropping the car down and cleaning the windscreen, and that car will be heading straight back out.
So the question for me is the timer on the top right of the screen of the tangerine white and black Zigo Sport Tempesta machine.
Feels a bit early for me at this pit stop. I'm expecting they're not going
to... To John, who got out of it, Jonathan, who got out of it, and that was...
They are going into the box.
That was an hour. That wasn't almost an hour ago, was it, when I was speaking to him? So,
only 14 laps ago they was when you spoke to them.
Tyre change.
Tyre change, no driver change.
Thanks, Di. So that's 40 minutes ago, and new set of Michelins. I wonder if they've cut a tyre and decided to take that. Ralph Bourne has come round and therefore retaken the lead for Herbert Motorsport in that development, the evolution of the Porsche 992 GT3R.
It's more likely that they were pretty low on fuel when that code 60 came out. They only got 25%, despite the fact that they've been given a penalty for doing more than that.
Oh, spin, Haas number 2, Haas RT number 2 down.
Tom Jackson.
Yeah, that was a gaggle of cars at La Source. 6th position in class, rather, 12th overall. That car bearing the scars of battle, even when it first went out.
It's going to be helped around here by Tracy Crone.
That's going to be a penalty, I think, for Tracy. Interesting that, because that is a car that should have been able to go deeper into the corner, and it didn't seem as though Tracy was out of control there, Ben. Wasn't if he was locked up and heading to the scene of the accident. And in fairness, the Cup cars here do run the ABS brake option. In the longer races, you're allowed to do that.
Not a great deal of damage on the front end of Tracy's car, though, so that's okay. He'll continue like that. And not a great deal of damage, just the dive planes at the back of the Haas Audi RT missing, and now spread around the circuit at La Source. That is what we saw yesterday. Do you remember we saw a big puncture left front for Red Ant Racing? And we are assuming that they picked up some of the carbon fibre shards at La Source to cause that puncture.
The driver involved in that, as the Seco Sport former leader, is sitting fueling up for Luke Hartog. I spoke to the driver actually when I was coming off the grid this morning. He showed me the onboard on his phone. No warning at all. He got no tyre pressure warning. He thinks exactly what you've said. Thinks he picked up a bit of debris coming through La Source, and he said exactly as we saw it on the feed and as we described it, in that the car started pulling to the left, and he said I couldn't understand why the car started pulling to the left, and at the moment that I thought, oh, something's gone wrong, it literally was within a second or so. We were right. I think it was you and I who were here in the booth talking about it, wasn't it? And it wasn't good. That going off the track was the effect and not the cause of that puncture. And he said, I said to him, did it give you a bit of a shock? He went, oh yeah. He said, I thought I'd ran over my own splitter to start with. I thought it had rattled loose because it was such a big bump that it lifted the front of the car off the ground. And he said, and then the team were talking to him and telling him about the left front tyre. And he said, I tried my best to get it back, but it was pointless. I mean, they've repaired the car. There was also, which we hadn't realised, a very, very close call with the bright orange 701 Vortex, which just shaved down the driver's side, the left-hand side of that car. And it was like, wow. It was really close, and you actually saw from the onboard the driver flinch as the car went by, even though the tyre was flapping around. Tracy Cron with a little bit of damage then on that bright green number 907 RPM racing car, with the sort of Batmobile steering wheel without the top piece on it. Used to be the regulations for a while that you had to have the top part on a GT3 car. This obviously is a Cup car. Still has the full colour enamel Porsche crest on the middle of it though. Just a little bit of derangement up higher coming down the inside in the AMG, the number 93 going through Pouhon. That car probably not where it should be.
It was a long pit stop for Ziggo Sport. Of course it was a long pit stop. They had
full fuel.
Well, no, they had 2 minutes penalty, didn't they? So ended up being a 6 minute and 12 stop from pit in to pit out. So they've got full fuel, they got the tyres, no change of driver, but they also did take that 2 minute penalty. Now, we're still not sure how they managed to effectively buzz in twice in one code 60. They definitely didn't take more than 25% fuel because they only did one pit stop, but they were penalised 1 minute and 55 seconds for apparently taking
too much fuel.
Well, no, it wasn't. The wording was not taking too much fuel. The wording was, and very specifically, more than once refueling during code 60.
Oh, okay.
But we have not seen them enter the pits more than once. So we can only assume that it was something to do technically with buzzing into the system more than once, and that's what's given the penalty. That's why hopefully Diana will get a chance to speak to Chris Froggatt and find out, or somebody at Herbert, what happened, because it's a bit confusing how they managed to do that. They didn't come into the pits more than once, but they did get a penalty for doing so more than once.
So something went awry down in the fueling area down at the bottom of the hill in the endurance pits. Again, we'll make the point that these pits are these pumps are what we call smart fuel pumps, and there's a chip that is unique to the car, and it has all of the, it's basically like an RFID.
It should
basically
actually allow the team to make any mistakes, because it's clever enough to know what you've done and when you're doing it, and even knows when a code 60 starts and ends and things like that to decide how much fuel you get or not.
Yeah, quite a big difference in the regulations recently about fueling under code 60. It used to be if you got to the pump before the code 60 was called, you could take 100% of your fuel allowance. That has now disappeared. So if you're on the pump and a code 60 is called, then, and let's say you've got 50% of your allowance, it gives you a certain amount more, an amount of litres more, and then it will cut off. So there's no, I think what's, well, no, I know because I asked. The idea was to take a little bit of the element of luck out of it, or for people to be diving in late into the pit lane if they thought a code 60 was coming. It's still an advantage if you want to get into the pits, to get into the pits, and the pits remain open through the full course purple.
Oh, you've turned that light off in the comms box, and I now just think it's about to go and rain.
No, it's going to be fine.
We've had the commentary box light on for 2.5 hours. John comes in, turns it off, and now my whole being is going, it's about to rain, it's clouded over, but actually just not. It's just John's turned the lights off. I believe it's still okay.
It's overcast, but fine.
It has clouded over a little bit.
Yeah, it's overcast, but fine. It's still full dry conditions. And actually, as I was coming out of the pits before Diana came in, as the 11th place Tom Jackson Haas RT car that got spun around just goes through past the scene of the accident at La Source. There's better weather coming. It's actually brightening up from the direction that the weather is arriving. I'm telling you, mate.
He's not just laid down a card on the fence, he's going the opposite direction now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Full confidence in the forecast. Don't say it's grey in the pit lane, Diana.
That was just in our ears.
It completely
Diana has come with a full complement of woolly hats.
Completely changes the story. That's not John's story for the forecast of the race.
No, exactly. I brought one reversible Michelin hat, so I've got 2 looks but 1 hat. So Herbert and Ralph Bourne, who started the race yesterday from the front row, leads from effectively their teammates, although it's badged up as Zigo Sport Tempesta. It's Herbert that's running the 193 car. Luke Hartog, what a future that young man has. Although again, he's, you know that our cameraman Seb is pretty tall.
Yes.
And Seb is looking up to Luke Hartog. He's actually pointing the camera up to Luke Hartog. I almost needed a small set of step ladders to interview Luke on the grid when he was about to jump into the car to start the race. Miroslav Vivosh in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari in 3rd, another 1 minute and 20 seconds further back. Chantal Prince
chasing him down. Gap is dropping and dropping and dropping. Whether we'll get
100 seconds at the moment.
My worry is we're not going to get a battle on track before they need to both pit, and they are slightly on different strategies by about 10 minutes. So, but it's been coming down as you would expect. I think Chantal faster than Miroslav Vibo.
111 Racing, Diana Binks back into the pit lane. This was the car that was leading GTX, had a slightly long pit stop for what we thought might be a wheel bearing problem. The Vortex has taken the lead, but Darren Curry's back in the lane.
The 111 Racing, just looking at the team now, and they're taking that car back inside the garage, off the pit apron. So they've obviously got another issue with that car. Driver is staying in the car for the moment, but they just wheeled that one back in.
Well, we'll wait for a report then from Diana. They're a pretty approachable team, those guys. Maybe a drive shaft.
You know, another team we haven't really spoken too much about, which in this last stint is really impressing me, and that is Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. We're just catching a glimpse of Vasily Valikin up to 6th position now in the 69 car. That was... it was a question mark whether they would start after a big accident in qualifying. They're now 2nd in AM, They are 6th overall. They have just been gently getting on with things.
They had that bizarre problem yesterday when the right front brake temperature was going through the roof. So there was a code 60, so they brought it in to have a look at it, and they couldn't work out what the issue was. And then when one of the lead mechanics actually got under the right front and put his hand into the brake duct, he found the transponder was in there.
Yes, he did.
And they had to then pull the transponder out and reaffix it to where the transponder should have been.
Earth did the transponder get in there? That is quite bizarre. That's a shame for Triple One Racing. Darren Curry, so far, there were only 4 seconds separating Philip Bonnell, the Vortex, and Darren Curry, so it was a good battle for GTX, but it looks like for the moment that is going to calm down whilst they try and work out exactly what the issue is with that IRC GT machine.
So 4 hours and 19 minutes to go then in the 7th edition of the Michelin 12 Hours of Spa. And
welcome back.
Thank you, John. Thanks.
It's like you've never been away.
It's like I've never been away, exactly. Just maybe a couple of kilograms heavier, full of smoked salmon and chocolate pudding. So I've done quite well at lunch break.
On the same plate?
No. Separate plates.
Smoked salmon.
It was very good. Yes, very, very nice. As always, the W Racing project team that look after us in the Creventic Endurance Lounge. Listening to you two on the big screen as well.
The standard of cuisine for the teams and the series personnel in a paddock is quite extraordinary. Really been very good indeed. Diana Binks is the third voice in this little tranche of the programme. She's patrolling in pit lane and has an update from the Triple One.
It's a power steering issue that they're battling with. So the car has come in, they've had another good look around. I could see them moving the steering wheel. They plugged in the computer to find out what they could, but it's definitely a bit of a power steering issue, which is causing a headache to the guys. They've put the bonnet back on, the driver's still in the car, so they're going to obviously take that car back out again, but I suspect it will be a bit of a trial to see what happens once it goes back out there.
Don't like the sound of that. Thank you, Diana. Racing cars with power steering are not meant to be driven with the power steering not working, because it's almost impossible to turn the rack without the power steering assistance. And trust me, I have done it. Only on a Mazda MX-5, and that's a fairly light car, but it is a workout. I remember Robin Liddell at Daytona in a Porsche doing, I think, the last couple of hours, maybe more, in a car that was meant to have power steering and didn't. That was a real workout. I seem to think that netted them a podium spot, actually. It's going back a few years. Somebody will know at RSL_studio. But that is a real problem for Triple One Racing, because they've completed 155 laps. They're not in danger of falling down beyond third, because I think there's only 3 GTX cars still running. Yes, there are. 3 started, 3 are running. However, they are now only a lap and a minute ahead of the second of the Vortex. Vortices? Second of the Vortex cars. The 702 is coming up on the rails. That's actually closed up quite a bit now, that category, because there were a lot more laps between the cars. Now 157 completed for Philippe Bonnell, who's just come out of fuel the last lap around, up into 16th position, and then it's 155 and 154 for the second and third.
That's such a shame for 111 Racing with their IRC GT, because they were looking really strong. They started the race, or the second part of the race, excuse me, today in a good position. They were, in terms of laps compared to their competitors, they were 1 back. But then they had pitted very close to the end of the first part of the race. So actually, on real terms, they were actually slightly ahead when the pit stops cycled round. So they were very much in the fight to win their category. But being delayed in the pits is certainly not going to help. But still plenty of racing left to go. That's for certain. And I just think there is a twist left in the tail, and I think it might be a wet twist.
I'm not having it. I've said it to Ben. I'm saying it to you, Peter. I'm not having it. We're not having any rain until after the end of the race. Bad news for those who are packing up tonight and leaving. And there's a lot of racing in Europe in the next couple of months before we get towards Le Mans, of course, which is the middle of the year, but is a real signpost for the rest of the season. Always a little bit of a gap around Le Mans. Le Mans, Nürburgring, Spa 24 in 3 consecutive weekends here in Europe, and the middle weekend is also Watkins Glen in the Sealand 6 hours. So plenty of endurance racing to come across RSL's audio and visual channels. And Tracy Krohn has hit one of the GT4 cars, and I think that was the... Now, was that Marc Girard in the Porsche? Or was it his teammate Benito Tegel? It was just coming out of Les Combes, and I think the Porsche GT4 is moving again. Already been looked at, Tracy, for an incident with the Haas RT number 2.
Yeah, I saw that when I was having my lunch just a moment ago. That's not such an easy stint at all for Tracy Krohn. He had the Jutta racing Audi behind him on the brakes into Bruxelles, tucks the nose in and just gets it a little bit wrong, so it goes a little bit too hot in, and the poor old GT4 car, which is on the outside line.
That was the leader in GT4.
Right.
That was Benito Tegel in the SRS. Now that I've seen the car, 452, CNC sponsored machine with that light green blue on it. Now that I've seen that from the external view.
And that was a pretty big hit too. Hit it sort of square on the right-hand side door, a passenger's door for a left-hand drive car. And, well, hopefully it hasn't bent anything out of shape for that GT4 leader, because they're looking good. Of course, Team Sorg Rennsport with 2 cars separated before that incident, separated by 50 seconds. So, in fact, excuse me, they are now separated by 50 seconds. But the demise of Venture Engineering, who were leading, has allowed SRS Team Sorg Rennsport to come to the fore.
Quick word with Tracy Krohn yesterday. Great to see him back after a frankly very scary accident last year at very high speed indeed in Italy. In front of his Krohn green and blue RPM Racing Porsche, bearing the witness marks to perhaps more than 1 or 2 little incidents. In the pit lane now, this is the... And I'm with you, that's GT Silver. It's not grey. I heard Ben say that earlier on, and that's Ajith Kumar in the Porsche, number 901. Ajith brought the car in. Once again, huge support for the actor and producer, getting back into his racing career.
I had a chat with him on yesterday morning, and he was saying that
he's a lovely bloke, isn't
he's
he?
such a nice,
so
polite man. He's
approachable.
a total megastar in India, and we've seen that with the number of the increase in the audience who are following, particularly in Dubai, was remarkable. But he was saying that every track on the calendar he has not raced at before.
Ah, really?
So everything is a discovery, and he said they were even having a bit of a laugh in the team about it when they just ahead of the race, saying, well, this is going to be your first dry laps in Spa because it had been wet running all week.
True enough. He was at Ricard last weekend. Patrick Steen Rasmussen for Holmgard Racing in their immediately recognisable red, white and blue with the Sonax sponsorship through to Blanchimont. That looked pretty easy flat through there, didn't it, in that Cup car?
I think just an ever so slight breath out the throttle there, about 145 miles an hour they're apexing Blanchimont in a Porsche Cup car. And then about 10 miles an hour more than that in a GT3. Just that's all aerodynamics that makes the difference there. The Porsche Cup car is a lot, actually, because of the reduction in downforce it has compared to a GT3 car, it actually makes it less draggy, so it's very quick down the straight.
Very frugal on the fuel as well. Say that 10 times after a night out. That could get you into trouble on the broadcast
very easily.
Not part of this championship, but once again the Michelin Endurance Cup, the 992 Endurance Cup, presented by Porsche Motorsport, being run by Creventic here at Spa. That is a straight through 12-hour race on the first weekend in September. Fabulous event last year for the inaugural event, and talking to a number of teams and Porsche drivers who are working very hard at the moment trying to get cars into that. I think we'll have mid-30s, possibly a little bit better for that. Certainly a couple of UK-based Carrera Cup teams who are interested. I've been knocking on the door of Nick Tandy for Joe Tandy Racing, for Earl Bamber Racing, EBR, although Earl has personally left the Porsche stable of drivers, still very much linked with the Stuttgart Weissach brand. Indeed, he had some of his cars running earlier on today, early morning in Japan at the, it's now called Mobility Resort Motegi. It was renamed that on its 25th anniversary. Dylan Pereira, by the way, with a couple of wins. Oh, DSC failure on the
gearbox.
419 BMW.
Yeah, that's gearbox, because DSC is the nomenclature for the gearbox. It's the same, it's a road gearbox that's in a GT4 car. So, and this is the very latest iteration of BMW's M4 GT4. Hamofa Motorsport, yeah, they've got a warning light on the dash. It's shifting. It's just gone from down to 6th down to 5th going into Eau Rouge. So the gearbox is changing through the cogs as such.
Let's see if he gets back up to 6th. Yes,
yeah,
he does.
Oh, that's a strange one, isn't it?
Well,
so
maybe he cleared the fault down the front straight.
Or being I could say this, maybe being a BMW owner myself, maybe it's just like it randomly needs a service of that particular part at some point. Of course, I'm jesting, of course.
Just going back to the 992 Cup event here at Spa with Creventic. Yeah, Dylan Pereira taking 2 more victories to increase his championship lead in the Pro category. We saw a few of their drivers from the Carrera Cup Asia coming in. Now, this is the Hoffa Racing car coming in very slowly to fuel. That's because it's walking pace only. So that's down at the bottom of the hill on the endurance pits. Chantal Prince staying in. What we didn't see, Peter, but you might be able to discern from the stop time, did she take a new set of tyres? I would think probably not. I think she can probably go on the tyres she was given when she started this stint.
Well, it's 2 minutes and 27 they've been in the pits, so I think there will have been a pit stop within that time, and a change, and I think a change of driver as well. Because if my memory serves, Chantal's helmet is grey and pink and has flowers on it.
You're absolutely right.
So I suspect it might be Torsten Kratz, actually, who we haven't seen in the car yet. So it was Alex Prince who started off, who handed over to wife Chantal. We'll find out very shortly when this number 11 Hoffa Mercedes comes over the timing beam. They've had, and certainly in my memory, the best weekend they've had in Michelin 24-hour series competition. They've been a great supporter of the championship. They bring so much to the paddock, and certainly, I mean, speed-wise, they've just clicked with the Spa circuit, and hopefully for them, they'll be able to hang on to their lead in the AM class and potentially even an overall podium.
That was a 23-lap run, so there or thereabouts. We've seen some slightly longer than that, but remember, that is all part of the balance of performance. Haas RT still running nicely. Haven't had a word so far about the 2 incidents for Tracy Krohn with the Haas RT car, then with the leading GT for Michelin. Benito Tegel, by the way, has pit stopped since that and now dropped down into second, but I'm not sure that that is as a result of that contact. Now, give me a second, I will tell you exactly how long he had been out. That was the 23rd placed car, and yeah, it was a 26 lap stint, so that's about right for those cars. And Peter has news from race control.
Yes, it was 9:07. Tracy Crone, that incident at turn 1 where he got together. Was it the Haas car?
That was the Haas car.
Haas car. The 20-second time penalty.
Oh, really?
For that one, which is on the heavier end of what you would see. And I think the one at Brussels is a little bit more difficult to call because there was so many other cars around, and it was a little bit of a multi-class mix-up. There was a GT4 in there, a Porsche Cup in there, and a GT3, and they all have quite different speeds in the way that they deal with things. So yeah, that might take a little bit more to decipher. There has been a driver change. Yes, it was Torsten Kratz who's switched over from Chantal Prince.
A multi-car mix-up. I like that. That's definitely going to get used. Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. It's Dinah Binks down in the pits.
I'm with SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, the number 452 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 has come in, and it's actually in the garage. Benjamin, you're obviously watching what's going on here. I think there was an incident out there on track. What is the damage you can see?
We got hit on the right rear axle, and by a car that hit only today 2 other cars already, so poor driving standard. And yeah, we were leading GT4 class. Now our other car is leading, but it's a shame because the guys drove flawless and faultless, and yeah, it's a pity.
It is. It's and also when it's out of your control, these situations, it's even more upsetting. But the guys look like they're doing a very quick, slick job around the car. They're on it straight away.
Yeah, the guys are repairing like hell to get the car out again and to secure the 2nd place in class. So yeah, all we can do.
Well, hopefully you'll be back out on track fairly soon. Thanks very much, Benjamin. And so the guys are actually underneath the car at the moment whilst it's in the garage, and they're looking at the underneath of the car. There's about 6 crew members checking out that car to see what they can do and working frantically, as he just said, to get it back out.
They have completed 154 laps and hold on to 2nd position at the moment. To lose 2nd position, they have got a 10-lap advantage on the Hamilton Motorsport BMW, which was one we were talking the other moment. Mark Verhoeven behind the wheel of that BMW. So what's that? We're talking the better part of half an hour, really, for 10 laps, aren't we? At their GT4 pace, so they don't have to rush it. They'll be disappointed that they've lost the lead, yes, but don't throw away the 2nd position as well. Whilst I was talking, Ralph Bone came into the pit lane for Herbert. That car from the lead, he's gone down to fuel. Car got a set of Michelin tyres. Again, another 26-lap stint for Ralph there.
I would expect Ralph to, well, let's see. He often, when he does get in the car, does double stints. He's an incredibly fit man.
Yeah.
Considering, he does not make his living from motor racing. No. He drives purely for enjoyment and to win. But we very often see him, even in the really hot events in the middle of summer, he'll do a full 2 hours. He'll go right up to his maximum driving time if he can. Quite remarkable. I mean, anyone of any age or fitness level, that's a really impressive thing to do, because it gets so hot in the cockpit of the car. They're still in fuel at the moment, of course, because remember that leading number 91 Herbert Porsche, the way the balance of performance works, because it's this new model, new improved model, it's pared back a little bit with a slightly slower pit stop, and the way they do that is they slow the fuel pump down. So the fuel pump knows to give 70% of its maximum flow, and the idea is that means it takes longer for them at the pump, and therefore balances everything out.
They've also got a 50 kilo weight penalty as well.
Exactly, that's the biggest thing, I think. And I think Porsche will be delighted. There's a lot of Porsche Motorsport jackets walking around. That always tells you how committed the project is. They'll be really pleased, because I think if you've got a car that's got 50 kilos more than the current edition car and it's going as quick, that means that the improvements must be working.
That car isn't signed off by Porsche or by any of the series in terms of the GT3 regulations, so it is running outside of what's called homologation. Homologation for racing cars is much like homologation for road cars, for street cars. It is basically the technical specification to which the car must comply, whether it's on the track or on the street or the road. And at the moment, Porsche have not yet frozen the specification, not yet worked out where they want to be with that, and this is part of that process. And as Ralph Bourne explained eloquently on the grid to me yesterday, look, I'm a bronze driver. This is a customer-facing car, therefore it's got to be user-friendly for bronze drivers. It's not good if it's a rocket ship, but it's edgy as anything, and you tire yourself out after driving it for 25, 30 minutes. You've got to be comfortable in it, you've got to be quick in it, you've got to be consistent in it. And any changes to... There's some detailed changes to the aero. They've noticed it, and this is an interesting one for me. They've gone back to the louvres over the top of the wheels, which the standard 992 GT3R doesn't have, although the Nürburgring kit and the Manthey cars always did have that in 992.
Yes, and one of the things that they're looking at as well is to try and reduce the pitch sensitivity of the car, and a lot of that comes down to the kinematics and the suspension too. But Robert Renard was telling me as well that a lot of it they're looking into the electronics too, always improving the traction control, the ABS, all that kind of thing. But he was saying that there's the amount of different points that you have to measure on the floor in terms of where it's measured for ride height and things, and how you can adjust them around. It's remarkable, and how, of course, they get on a bumpy circuit like Sebring, for example. It'll get adjusted. It'll spin at the bus stop, then just the other side of the pit entry. The Scuderia Farron 992 Porsche Cup car went around on the exit of the bus stop.
949. To get some help as well.
Yeah, I think so, by the TCE leader, J-Met.
Yeah. Very quick thinking by the driver. That was Pedro Miguel Lorino for Scuderia Farron. And they are sitting, check this,
on the podium in class.
Third in class, fifth in 992, yeah.
They had a horrible Mugello, unfortunately.
Yes,
they're
right.
a new team to the Michelin 24-hour series and having a much better time of it here at Spa. JMEC Engineering, they're in a good spot in TCE, but they can't relax too much. They started the day with a couple of laps advantage, 2 laps advantage over the Asbest Seat Leon Cupra. Just running with 2 drivers, the car owner, James Collins, and Kevin Clark, who's at the wheel right now. Dana Binks down in the pits has more for us.
And with Haas RT, Tom Jackson's just jumped out of the number 2. Tom, how was that stint?
Interesting. The pace was good. The toe is still slightly out from Amir's crash this morning. But, you know, 18s, consistent 18s, that's what we need to be doing. And then lapping the back markers, it was the Tracy Cron in the green Carrera Cup car decided to play bumper cars at turn 1. So wiped us out, and we've lost a bit of the rear diffusing, the rear downforce. So, you know, the double left, Pouon, and the last sector really struggling with keeping the rear stable under the high speed. So it's going to be interesting now. We've just lost the radio as well, so I think the bump as well must have knocked out something in the wiring loom. So back to old school pit boards and hand signals, you know.
You've definitely got your work cut out for you today.
Yeah, well, I think we're still 4th place, but we have the 5 place penalty because we had to work on the car. It is what it is. I think it was 4 or 5 hours left. I got no idea, 4 hours left. So, you know, a lot can happen, but as long as we're in it at the end and we cross the line still running, I think that is one success at least.
How do you keep the confidence levels up with the team at this point?
That's a good question. Just try to stay positive, keep looking forwards. You know, as something comes in, we just take it on the chin. Right, how do we solve that? Not dwelling on it too much, and moving forwards and thinking about strategy and the longer planning of the race, and just doing the best we can. And I think if we do the best we can, I think we've had a good result.
Thanks, Tom.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, that 5-lap penalty that Tom was talking about there, that was assessed. They had a breakage going to the grid with the left rear tooling, and the car went past me on the dollies just as I was trying to get off the pit apron or onto the pit apron from the front stretch, the front straight here at Spa, start-finish straight. And they went to work on that car straight away before the green flag. And effectively that's still parked firming at that point, and that's why they got the 5-lap penalty. You have to think to yourself, would they have been better, Peter, waiting for the green flag and working on it? Did they gain more than they lost in the 5 laps? It's a tough call, isn't it? You want to get it fixed.
Probably of not huge consequence at this point, really, for them. But it's good to have Haas RT back, I have to say.
I like them, yeah.
Not just one car, too. That's huge commitment. To bring 2 GT3 cars out any circuit now is a big undertaking. It takes a lot of people to run these cars, and brilliant to have Sandrine Haas's team back in Creventic.
The BMW that was involved in that little incident a moment or two ago, up to 23rd position for Kevin Clark and J-Meg. This car's got a bit of a history, and you've seen quite a lot of that car in the hands of its previous custodian.
It's bizarre seeing it racing in the endurance racing. It competed in Barcelona last year in the 24-hour with Jimmy Broadbent behind the wheel, but the car is actually a former, effectively a time attack car. It competed in a competition at Knockhill called the Super Lap Scotland. The owner was a guy called Ian Bonthron, who's a very, very handy racer who I've been messaging this week saying he needs to get his international licence and come and join us in Creventic. But
do this on a national air.
Can you? I'll need to let him know that, actually. Yeah. But he said, you know, he raced the car very successfully at the Scottish Motorsports. It can do a 53-second lap at Knockhill. Wow. So it's a quick car. It makes a fantastic noise too with that BMW Straight 6. But the car's been sold to James Collins, who's entered it in this event, and at the moment they're going well. They've still got that 2-lap advantage over the Asbest Cupra.
If he has a National A, he can upgrade that to what's called an International D, and you can do this on an International D, and when he does an international race on a D, he'd automatically be upgradable to an International C.
Right. Okay.
Says somebody who had to do all that.
Okay.
Some years ago, in fairness.
Okay. When he comes in to do our next alarm and security system service, I'll have a word with him. And he supports Scottish Motorsport too.
Ah, good for him.
Yes, he's sponsored Ronan Pearson and British touring cars as well.
Actually, when I did the Creventic race years ago, it's at COTA, Circuit of the Americas, for a season. I had an International B licence, which is shocking, really. I think I could probably renew it a B again, but there's no real need to. I can't imagine somebody's going to give me a ring for a Le Mans drive. International C is absolutely fine. Miro Konopka, second in class. That is the SP4 category, so they're racing against themselves, really, because it's Herbert Motorsport. There's a story here about #Spirit of Endurance, isn't there? This is a team that brought a brand new Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo in that stunning livery that we've become used to seeing ERC arrive with. 4 laps into the race, 4 laps into 4 competitive laps on a brand new chassis, and the car was put into the wall backwards at the top of Radion, and the team fairly sanguine about that. That's the sort of thing can happen. You know, we know the driver very well. He's normally a safe pair of hands. These things happen. Just a little bit of damage on the back that they were worried about. This was the car, or this was the team that I was in the pit lane yesterday using the back of the car to illustrate crumple zones and crash structures. Now, to my eyes, the back end of the car they were racing yesterday looked pretty straight. Miro Konopka, who doubles up as management for the team as well, he said he didn't want to take any chances on the rear subframe. He'd like to get it back and make sure on the jig it's absolutely straight, and you understand that in a brand new car. So what are you going to do then? Because you've got some paying drivers and they want to have their laps. Well, fortunately, they had a bit of an insurance policy in the fact that the car that is now racing today, which is a much earlier version of the Lamborghini Huracan, and is actually, I think, has fallen out of homologation for the GT3 category, so it couldn't be a GT3, but it was already entered, and the SP4 is a bit of a catch-all category. It was there for any help that could be for parts on the hoof, but also so that the drivers could get some extra practice time before the race started. So that car was pressed into service this morning, and it has turned 67 laps on its 68th at the moment. And at the front of the field, Peter, Luke Hartog back at the sharp end, crossing the line in complete 180 laps as he goes past the class-leading bright orange Vortex, which more than holds its own out of the corners, doesn't it?
The Vortex, the improvement in that 2.0 edition is amazing, and ever since then they've been near enough unbeatable in GTX. Everyone who's come along and has failed to topple them since they brought along this new car, and now that they're starting to commercialise the car, we're seeing customer cars come out there, so we might well see even more than two in the Michelin 24-hour series. They're fantastic. They sound great. They look fantastic, and you know, with the original car, you know, it was always it was sounded, I don't want to be unkind here, but it was almost on the bingo card. Oh, we've got a code 60. The Vortex had a problem, but they stuck at it, and the improvement from the first generation car to the second generation, they're unrecognisable, totally unrecognisable. The technology, the aerodynamics, the reliability, totally different. Can't take your hat off enough as into the pits comes the number 427 at Team Sorg Rennsport. It will be the leader now, yes, after their team car's still in the pits after 24 minutes driver change going on.
New set of Michelin tyres now. GT4s, of course, don't have the centre lock wheels, have the extended wheel studs, and so it is the old style NASCAR zip, 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 zip. Although NASCAR don't do that anymore. They've got the single lug nut in the middle.
Softies.
When I was
proper tyre changing.
When I was involved with ASCAR at Rockingham Motor Speedway in Northamptonshire a few years ago, practicing with the guys doing their NASCAR style pit stops.
This 427 SRS Team Sorg Rennsport car showing off a little bit of one of the features of this GT4 RS Club Sport. Most of the car painted in white. Excuse me. Most of the car painted in white, but one of the panels, the front right quarter panel, isn't painted, and you can see it in its raw carbon, but it's not black. It's actually kind of a brown colour. That's because it's a carbon fibre reinforced plastic. It's a different fibre, much more eco-friendly than just the pure carbon fibre.
And that is the same sort of material that the road-going version of the Porsche 911 GT3s have. CFRP luggage cover on the front of those cars. I think it's the same on the Carrera Cup cars as well.
In places, yes. It depends which panel you're talking about. But yes, exactly. I think it's the engine cover and a few other things, but not everywhere. It's a little bit more expensive to replace. I think it's one thing to be said. So if there's parts that are more likely to be damaged, I think they're still the kind of the usual what you would expect. But interestingly, the GT4 RS Club Sport race car is only 90 kilos lighter than the road car. So if you bought a GT4 RS, which I believe you still can still configure one anyway on the website. So you're getting a very close experience to what a GT4 racing car is.
What do they weigh?
I'll tell you.
1,200 kilos, something like that?
A little bit more, yeah. 1370 in race trim,
Really?
and 1460 in road trim.
So a GT4 RS weighs more than my 992 911 road car?
No.
Under 1,400 kilos? Still not like a Renault Alpine. The Alpine is under 1,100 kilos, isn't it?
Bone dry, maybe.
Yeah.
No oil, no fuel. Yeah. 3 hours 45 to go. It's Hamofa, they've been in the wars. They've got one headlight still going on the left-hand side. It's I think we called it the pirate car yesterday. Even got a pirate livery on it. The red and black's got a bit of the pirate about it. Hamofa, Belgian team, with all the Verhoeven family taking part in it. And this is the very latest edition of the BMW M4 GT4. It's the Evo edition, if you like. Just had a few little tweaks to it over the course of the last season. More updates from the pits with Diana.
I've just come along to the Saur Rennsport garage again, the number 452. Harry Houghton is one of the drivers in behind the wheel this weekend for the 12 hours of Spa. Harry, we were just having a quick chat. So for our viewers and listeners, Harley, I don't know what I called you there. Did I call you Harry? I do apologise. It's the hour of the day. You were just telling me all about your driver development program that you're involved in. So for the listeners that are listening into the coverage, just to tell us what you've been doing and how you're progressing in your career.
Of course. So for a couple of years now, I've been racing at the Nürburgring in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series and the 24 hours. This year and last year, I've been racing in the Cup 3 class, which is a one-make championship with the Porsche Cayman, like the one behind me, ran by Manthey. This year they've introduced a talent pool, so similarly to how they're taking young drivers from Carrera Cup and moving them into a
15,
junior
20.
status, they're now doing the same thing with endurance racing at the Nürburgring, which is really cool to see. We had the first round of NLS 3 weeks ago, which we won in class, which was really good, but before then we got a couple of days down at Manthey, tour of the factory, go on the simulator, really cool experience, and yeah, I'm really proud to be a part of the program.
Well, that's a fantastic opportunity, and it gives you much more longevity in what you're doing. So endurance racing, is that something that you feel that you've adapted to quite well?
Well, I started off in Ginettas in the UK, so that's really fast, frenetic sprint racing, but ever since I was 14, 15, I was doing a lot of endurance racing on the sim, really following it very closely, and starting at the Nürburgring was probably the deepest of deep ends you could start at. It's been really tough, been a lot of ups and downs. In Dubai, in January, was the first 24-hour race that we ever finished. It ended up second in class, which was really cool. Here again, you can see we've had a great race, but one thing can go wrong, and that puts you down. But that's why it can be so rewarding to work together as a team to overcome so many challenges. So I'm really enjoying racing at the Nürburgring and here with Creventic in the 24-hour series.
Well, it's definitely great to have you here. Now, how do you keep the whole program running? So getting in behind the wheel and making the race events happen?
There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that isn't directly racing related. So all of your training, all of your trying to find sponsorship, social media. I actually run my own business in the UK. I started that when I was 18, doing payroll services. And that's now the big driver behind trying to push a little bit further to get that extra budget to get into a Cup car or a GT3. And I'm also trying to raise sponsorship and show companies that the reach through motorsport and the fan base and the following that especially you and John have cultivated is fantastic, and there's a lot of exposure to be found. So a lot of work goes in.
It's incredible. There is a lot of hard work that has to go on behind the scenes, and well done to you for taking the initiative to make it happen. What's the feedback you're getting from people that you're talking to about sponsorship?
So it's very mixed, because obviously ever since COVID things have been a lot more uncertain, but
that's all right. We'll just move you back. Because I think we can bring that car out.
The passion that people have for endurance racing, motorsport in general, but endurance racing is something that is a little bit of an untapped market. It's fantastic to see the turnout here again in Spa. There's a lot of fans. There was tons here in the grandstand in Eau Rouge and Raidillon. So the feedback is that people are hesitant, but once we get them to the racetrack, they always come back.
Well, it's been fantastic chatting to you. Thanks very much for taking the time, and congratulate the team. A great job they did just behind us there.
Thank you very much.
Harley Harton for Team Sorg Rennsport, class winner at the Nürburgring in the VLN Run Series, last time out, working towards the 24 hours again this year, and with plenty of ideas. That is a 20-year-old driver talking there with much maturity, and started and runs his own business, uses the financial wherewithal from the business to help him go racing. And incredible story of that young man from the centre of England. It was on Midweek Motorsport a couple of 3 weeks ago, and we had him on, I think, about this time last year, because he was about to become the youngest driver to tackle the Nürburgring 24 hours. And, you know, and he's still coming. He's got 25, 30 years ahead of him in sports car racing, Peter. He'll outlast the pair of us.
Definitely. I think he's a deeply impressive young man, and speaks so well there too, and showing, just giving people an idea of what goes into actually getting into the cockpit in the first place. It's a lot more complex and a lot more difficult than some might realise. Well, Alfred Renauer right now, he is pushing hard. He's been setting some good lap times, actually matching, if not quicker, than Luke Hartog right now. So this is very much a collaboration really between Herbert Motorsport and Porsche with this new for 2026 Evo package. A little bit like if you know when you get lent a car, you put your car in for service and you get lent something that's even better than what you've got, and you've got it for a couple of days and you're enjoying it so much you don't want to give it back. I wonder if that's what Alfred's enjoying at the moment, because he's really pushing on. Haas RT have got their 21 car into the pits, just checking tyre pressures at the moment.
That's a brand new engine overnight for that car. They copped a 10-lap penalty for working overnight on the Parc Fermé regs. That would have been reduced for 5 if they'd actually told Creventic. Now, that said, it's just good to see them back out again.
It is. It's and that's the true spirit of endurance as well. I love the story about Estoril a couple of years ago. Gregory Servais, who came back to race with the team this weekend, he got a call at the last minute from Sandrine Haas saying, would you like to come and compete with us in the GT3? And he'd never raced a GT3 before. He'd done a lot of Fun Cup stuff. Yeah, never done it before. And he was just about to buy a new sofa with his partner for their apartment, and basically had to think, do I take this GT3 opportunity, which required a bit of input, or do I get the new sofa? And what do you think stayed in the shop unpurchased? The sofa.
I'll tell you what, if a GT3 drive around here is only the cost of a sofa, I'd be very surprised.
Must have been a nice sofa.
It's been a hell of a sofa.
Yeah, well, this was back in Estoril a couple of years ago. It was really funny. And you know, that's the thing, is that Haas, they're a competitive team, but they're also a fun team as well. You always, if you're doing the grid walk and you get a chance to chat to Sandrine, it's always good fun.
There should have been the opportunity to drive a GT3 Bentley, and then he would have traded a sofa in his lounge room for a sofa on the racetrack.
The chance to drive a GT3 Bentley, I couldn't think of much. I think I'd say to my wife, do we really need a house? Nah, we could just live in the GT3 Bentley.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. Somebody once said to me, you can't live in a race car. I said, yeah, but you can't race a house.
Yeah, I've heard that one before.
That's very true. Very true. Coming down to 3 hours and 36 minutes to go. So we're heading towards the last quarter of this race. The clouds have been pretty consistent for the last hour and a half. It has darkened up a little bit. The wind is still blowing sort of across the track on the start-finish line. And the big question that all of the teams are asking is, are we going to get a splash of rain? We did this morning for the Prototype Cup race, but it dried up very quickly, and even in the space of, what, 35-40 minutes, Peter, by the end of that, the prototypes, the LMP3 cars, were looking for damp spots on the track. The teams have got, most of the teams have got Michelin wet weather tyres mounted on 1 or 2 sets of rims, but not many more sets than that. So they are sort of hedging their bets at the moment. One of the teams, it will surprise you not at all to know that it was Red Camel, have got a spare set of rims sitting waiting. They've got 2 sets of wets mounted. All of their other rims have got dry weather tyres on, and they've got a spare set of rims waiting to be pressed into service, because obviously you've got to take them down to Michelin, to the tyre part of the paddock, and ask them to fire up your tyres for you. Right, Diana's down in the pit lane, and she's in the weather at the moment. She's not gone to the bobble hat, so can't be too bad, Di.
It's getting very close, John, I've got to tell you. I've come down to Herbert Motorsport, the number 91, Lauren Hendrick, who you were chatting about a bit earlier. I don't think we've had an opportunity to chat to you just yet. A lot going on for you and the team this weekend. You're doing a superb job. How would you describe this process?
Yeah, I think we're getting along pretty well. First of all, it's a good opportunity for us here to test the new Evo kit for the car, because I mean, Spa is such a legendary track, and to drive here with a GT3 car, you don't get this opportunity very easily and very often. So being here, testing the car, the upgrades in full race conditions is the perfect situation for us.
What's the biggest thing that you've learned with this new car?
We are still dialing in the new systems. I mean, we are learning as we go, obviously. Mainly, as I said, focusing on the systems and fine-tuning them, and doing these long stints here helps us to understand it better, how it evolves over a full race stint, over a full race distance, and also in changeable conditions. So I think later we might get some rain again, so I think that's perfect for us because it reflects a perfect endurance race situation.
How important has it been for you and for the team and everyone involved to run the car in real time like this?
Yeah, it's perfect, I think, because, I mean, as you know, it's a real race. It's not like a test day where you stop, let the tires cool down and go out again. So, we treat it as a race. Obviously, we're not here for the ultimate result, but we treat it as a race. We do our pit stops, we do our stints, so it's super crucial for us to take this opportunity, and also thank you to Creventic for letting us race here.
It's great to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
A really wonderful young man, Lauren Heinrich. What he's done, he's worked so hard to get to this level, to get to the works driver level, to win it in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship in his very first season in the GTD Pro category. Quite remarkable. Of younger fans watching, and indeed all fans of all ages who love the AO Racing Rexy car, that's the car that Lauren drives. If you know the car, that is the car you'll see him in. Ziggosport Tempesta Racing in as the Herbert Racing crew go to work. New Michelin tyres going on. It's Luke Hartog jumping out the car. I suspect that will be Christopher Froggatt getting in, because we haven't seen him yet so far today, Ben.
No, and that's what Jonathan Huey told us, didn't he? He said that it was going to be cycling in that very sort of logical process. They are still are effective leaders, or is it?
They brought the car in the lead, but I think it will be then the Harberth car, number 91, will move then into the lead. It's the thing is they're kind of off stagger with each other so much. I think it's more who's going to have the luck in terms of if there's a code 60 or when there's a code 60 or how many code 60s we get when they fall and who that suits, because it's such a long lap here, and if you get a short code 60 and one of them gets a chance to come in and top up under code 60 and the other doesn't, that can change the factor. So let's see. There's a lot to be considered. Looking at the weather radar, it's changing all the time. There is a threat actually of a small thunderstorm in half an hour's time or so, 40 minutes time or so. Whether that actually arrives or not, we don't know. It's really quite dynamic. Looking at the weather radars, threat of rain between 4 and 5 o'clock, or will it come, or will we miss it? Can honestly go from one valley to the next, and the valley that Spa Circuit sits in might get it, it might not. It's very much hanging in the balance.
It does seem as though it's not a weather front that's moving around and will miss us or not. They're just developing and popping up all around us. It is pretty grey out there, and over La Source way over towards Liège looks pretty grey, but then if you look the other direction towards Stavelot, then it doesn't look too bad, and actually looks like the wind is coming from that direction. Doesn't necessarily mean that is where the weather is coming from, but yeah, it's still, again, different forecasts saying different things. One of mine says nothing now, the other one is pretty rubbish and sort of suggesting lots, but then you don't, it's developing out of nowhere if that's the case. So keeping everybody on their toes with 3.5 hours still remaining. The racing very much on track is settling down into quite a nice rhythm after we had we had 2 big Code 60s that started this. We had 2 Code 60s at the start of the first part as well. Was a rather frenetic beginning, but it's all rather settled down now.
You'll appreciate this, Ben. The Krone Racing crew, they've been in for a pit stop. They changed driver, Nick Johnson aboard now, but they've had a little bit of tape work to do because yes, there'd been a bit of damage to the front of the car, and they have green tape to go with the green car. Good. Important details. That's the sign of a good team, isn't it? Yeah.
RPM know what they're doing.
Though they have slightly taped over one of the sponsors, but it will gloss over that. But that they won't be concerned right now.
It's only Krone, it's only Tracy. It's okay.
So 3 hours 29 minutes on the clock, and Luke Hartog sitting in fuel at the moment. So, and has been for a little while. Shouldn't be too long actually before he gets back going again. In fact, no, it won't be Luke Hartog, it will be Christopher Frodick. It was Luke Hartog who brought it in to the pits. And the good thing that Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing have in their upper sleeve is that they don't have to worry about minimum or maximum driver times. They can put whoever they like in the car when they want. The only thing they've got to worry about is the maximum stint length, which is 2 hours of driving time. So Luke Hartog was getting towards that, but not so much exceeding it. The cars should be getting on the go any minute now, as the 91 Herbert Porsche is just coming down towards La Source at the moment. Excuse me, it's coming down towards the bus stop, and then it will be La Source next corner after that.
Kyle Marcelli is having a go at the fastest lap of the race here, and the Creventic lap record has done for the last couple of laps. His last attempt was a 2:17.3. 2:17.2 is today's best lap. That is actually slightly slower than yesterday. Yesterday we had a 17.1, I think. So if you can get to the 16s, then you're on it. But Marcelli's done a 2:17.34 there, so slightly better than his lap time, but can't quite get to the best lap time of the race, which I think is Loh Hartog, actually. He is slightly faster than Klaus Bachler was, and Lauren Heinrich was. And actually, Lauren Heinrich's SP4 best lap in class is half a second slower than Loh managed to do.
And if, I mean, for Ziggo Sport Tempesta, with that team with Luke Hartog, Christopher Froggatt, who's on board now, and Jonathan Hoy, if they're able to somehow grab a win out of this, having had a 1 minute and 55 second penalty, what a story that would be. At the moment, hanging in the balance. So Herbert have gone back through into the lead with that pit stop from Ziggo Sport Tempesta. So Herbert holding an advantage of about 3/4 of a lap. We'll get an exact look on it when they both come across the next timing point. They're about halfway around the lap right now, but it's going to just go back and forth all the way through, because Alfred Renauer at the moment, the leader for Herbert Porsche, putting great pace in. He's about halfway through his stint, so it really will depend who's got it right in terms of the fuel strategy, all that kind of thing, and indeed whether we get Code 60s or not. Or indeed, if we do, how many? That's the question. Hoffer Racing as well. They're in the fight for an overall podium. Torsten Kratz trying to chase down Mateusz Weibo in the third place. There's 7.2 seconds between them, and last time by, Torsten Kratz took 3 seconds out of Weibo in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. This is the grey highlighter yellow and black machine, a beautiful Ferrari 296. Scuderia Praha Ferrari dealership in their hometown of Prague. Run a lot of drivers in Ferrari Challenge, etc., and a lot of their drivers in this lineup have moved up from Ferrari Challenge into the full GT3 spec car, and Joseph Kral is showing them the ropes in this Michelin 24-hour series season, and for them to get up on the podium would be a huge boost for their program. They're leading their Pro-Am class by a very, very comfortable margin. As long as they have no delays or issues, they have a 12-lap lead in Pro-Am, so they've just got to get it to the flag for that. But an overall podium is something special, Ben. That would be a huge bit of icing and a cherry and a bit of whipped cream on the cake. And some chocolate sprinkles. So Thorsten Kratz has pulled another 3 seconds there, so he's really got the head down. Has Kratz, class winner on 4 occasions at the Nürburgring 24 hours, coming down towards Eau Rouge now. Look to just clip the curb on the left-hand side, then up through Radion and carrying as much speed as possible, and the gap is coming down all the time. So they come up the hill now, Kemmel Straight, and this is where the Mercedes has just been imperious, going up that drag up the hill. They've got great power, and even Alex Prince, one of the drivers in this Hoffa racing car, noted that he said we've got an advantage with having the bigger air restrictor with it, because it's an AM spec car, has a slightly bigger air restrictor and therefore generates a little bit more power, but it's a fast car anyway, that's for sure. And in that first sector alone, 9/10 of a second in the favour of Thorsten Kratz.
We spoke about how easy this car is relatively in GT3 terms to drive, and we've seen that across the board, that Hoffa Racing have provided the team a really compliant GT3 car, a car that the AM drivers are able to really find confidence in, and that's allowing, we've been so impressed with Alexander Prince's pace, but then Chantal's pace in the last of her stints chasing down Weibo was really good, and now Thorsten Kratz is doing a similar thing to Matthias Weibo. So every single driver that gets in that car has the ability and the equal kind of performance, and that is testament to what Hoffa have been able to do to make a car really comfortable to push, and you can get it pretty close to the edge of the limit without it feeling too unsafe. A lot of performance racing cars, if you are at the edge of their performance, that's where the best performance comes, but you are on the edge, and it means that you're slightly breaking traction. It means you're slightly allowing the car to move around. And if you don't know what the car is going to do at that edge, then it becomes unpredictable and it's very uncomfortable for an amateur driver. And it does seem as though the Mercedes is not that. They can bring it to the edge, and when they're at that edge, they're comfortable, they can play around with it, it doesn't do anything unpredictable, and it allows them to really push. Whereas there are other types of GT3 car where when you get to that edge, they start being snappy and unpredictable, and instantly as an amateur driver, you back off and go, whoa, okay, I can't push that hard. I'll just go into my comfort zone, and my comfort zone is a lot slower than what Thorsten Kratz is able to do here. He's now in the slipstream and looking to move up into third spot.
So looking at the lap times in terms of what yesterday was the fastest lap we've seen in race conditions, set by Klaus Bachler, a 2:17.031. Today the fastest lap we've seen has been a 2:17.238 set by Luke Hartog. So will we see that? The fastest lap of the weekend was actually in free practice on a drying track. It was not a fully dry track. Was actually Paolo Roberti in the old spec Ferrari 488, which was a 2:16.3. Quite
wow.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it? So that's the absolute ultimate pace that's out there if you want to go and get it. As Thorsten Kratz is now all over the back of Matthias Weibo as they come into campus and then up towards Curve Fall Frere, and this is your battle for the podium then. So the absolute podium position, both cars are not in the overall class. They're Pro-Am for the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, AM class for Hoffa, but they are fighting for the overall podium. Such has been the attrition we've seen so far. Not so much today, but yesterday there was a lot more attrition. Through he goes then, just before Blanchimont there as well. You don't really want to take that on at Blanchimont, as they both hit the brakes just before they go through that corner around 155 miles an hour. The dark clouds looming nearby SPA-Francorchamps circuit. Will they remain nearby, or will they come and engulf the circuit. That's the question. Are we going to get rain? Are we going to get a thunderstorm? There's a potential of a thunderstorm around 3 o'clock, just half an hour's time here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Easy move there in the end for Torsten. And the previous lap to that had been the best lap of that car, so he got himself down to a 2:18.4, faster than any other of his teammates so far today. And that was enough to then get a little bit of a slipstream. The passing lap is always slightly slower than if you were in clear air, because you compromise yourself going into a particular corner to make that overtaking move. But I love how Matthias Weibo has now put the lights on full, and he's going to try and distract the Mercedes by having his lights on full. And if you talk to any racing driver, they all do it. They all put the lights on, they all do lots of flashing, and it rarely makes any difference at all, because you talk to them and they, do you get distracted by flashing lights? No. Do you put your lights on and flash on the drivers? Yes. Why? Radio silence. But they all do it, and they all think it might potentially distract the guy in front, but we kind of know that it doesn't really.
It's quite funny, in America, the American drivers, they have this kind of thing that the European drivers are worse for it. And the European drivers are like, no, everyone does it. Everyone does it.
Yeah.
It is quite funny. It's sometimes it can be a helpful use to let somebody know you're coming, especially in a prototype, and it can wake up a GT car ahead of you sometimes. But yeah, I think you have to be tactical how you use it. But yeah, it's funny sometimes the usage of headlight flashing or not.
And in dark conditions, in sort of Le Mans night conditions, when you flash, there's no depth perception of knowing where that flash is coming from. So you flash and you just see your flash in your mirror, but you don't actually know if the car is right on your tail or, 500 meters back. And so it can be quite off-putting in that if you're asking the driver in front to get out of the way, they don't know when to get out of the way, because they actually don't know where you are on the circuit. That's why those that system developed by Corvette, where there's a camera looking backwards and it has an arrow on the car, and it measures and knows how far the car is behind, and it gets redder and redder and bigger, and as you get closer and closer, is so very useful, because you're then like, okay, it's now red, I know that means he's only 10 meters behind, and therefore I'll move out of the way.
Pratt & Miller developed that for Corvette, didn't they? It was an amazing piece of technology which then caught on. Very funny thing there, going into La Source into the hairpin, Kevin Clark in the leading TCE BMW actually stuck his hand out the window and signalled to the incoming Haas RT GT3 car to say, take it, I'm letting you through, I'm not going to turn in on you go. That's old school there from the 1999 Eurocar champion Kevin Clark.
And multiple time Brick Car 24-hour driver, and he confirmed this morning at breakfast, he went, my God, I haven't seen you in 15 years. I was like, yeah, probably the last time would have been a cold Snetterton or a Silverstone. So we reminisced about Brick Car times, and probably driving a very similar car then to as he is now. That those BMWs do their years.
Brilliant. I like that, where you have reunions in a racing paddock. 3 hours 17 minutes on the clock, with Herbert Motorsport leading in the number 91 Evo Kit 992 GT3R. They are holding at the moment. They're just coming around towards the end of the lap. They're running ahead of Zigosport Tempesta Racing. They've not got a full lap on them once they come over the line. So it's very much hanging in the balance, I would say, over who's going to come out on top here, because Zigosport Tempesta are earlier into their stint by 13 laps. So depending how many Code 60s we have, if we have them, it really, really depends. That gap is a lot tighter than it might ultimately look. The gap is 1 minute and 51 seconds right now, which ironically is about exactly the same as the penalty that they got.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, as I walked up here, I did spot the boys down at Venture packing up their truck. Unfortunately, they have a huge amount of family and friends here this weekend. Obviously, 4 British drivers, Spa being a pretty local track, and the most local for Creventic this year. I would say it is the most local for the UK market. So there's a big party going on this weekend down there, and the garage all very nicely set up, but unfortunately with their demise earlier on at Eau Rouge, that everything being packed away now and lots of guests and family and friends loitering around. As what happens at the end of a race weekend, when you pack up the garage, there's nowhere to loiter any longer inside a garage, so you just loiter outside the garage. And Vensure will be taking that Mercedes back home to get fixed, and we'll be back to racing next time out in Mugello at the end of May. where else the battles might be forming out on circuit. There's lots of short gaps, but mainly between different classes of car. So, for instance, just 6.3 seconds separating Kevin Clark TCE car faster than the leading GT4 car right now, which is very impressive from Kevin Clark. He is the more experienced of those two drivers.
We have got a little tidbit to add in about him as well. Is that this is thanks to our man with all the tidbits. So Simon Hill, Jake Hill's dad, as he's now known.
I bet he knows Kevin Clark.
He says, yeah, in 2006 he ran his ex-Andy Prio BMW World Touring car at the Brickcar 24 Hours, sharing with Mike Jordan, Ian Donaldson, and drum roll, who do you think the fourth driver was? Simon Hill.
Oh, yes, of course.
So there you go, Simon. You've got your mention in there.
An ex-WTCC.
Ex-WTCC
nice.
car. Yeah.
Well, you know, the thing is, there's so many of those S2000 BMWs.
That's pre-S2000, isn't it? 2006.
Is it?
I think so. Yeah.
Shouldn't. Actually, 2006 is way before my time. But I would have been doing the Brickcar 24 Hours that year. That's for sure. As a squirt.
Short trousers.
Probably, well, hang on, 2006. 21-year-old squirt. Yeah. Long time ago.
21-year-old Ben Constanduros. Yeah. My. There's a thought.
Unfortunately, I was subjecting myself to the UK audience from the age of 18. Squeaking my way around the British paddocks.
Squeaking and squirting around. Oh dear. Alfred Renner is leading the way at the moment, and he's just put in a much stronger lap time than Christopher Froggatt that time, by a second quicker than Froggatt. So it's just going back and forth all the way at the front of the field. So they're your two class leaders, SP4 and GT3. GT3 AM is led by Torsten Kratz for Hofer Racing, with the Pro-Am car of Scuderia Praha that's now in the pits. Actually, he's just come into the pits for a stop, and they're in a commanding lead in Pro-Am at the moment. Your leader in 992, Red Camel Jordans, who have kind of done what Red Camel Jordans do. They very rarely make mistakes of their own, whether that be strategical, operationally, or indeed in the cockpit. They were involved in a pile-up on the first lap at Le Combe earlier yesterday, and they bent the exhaust quite badly. The exhaust was really bent right out of shape, but the car's run fine ever since, showing you how strong these Porsche 992 Cup cars are. But ever since that point, they took control of the race, and they've kind of held control of that race ever since.
In that accident, we had 909 Red Camels Jordan. We had both Mullner Motorsport Porsches, one of which retired, the other of which is...
engine on Thursday night. They were up till 2 in the morning fixing damage after qualifying, and they got, they crashed yesterday, and again had to well, no, they were hit yesterday, sorry, no, I tell a lie, they were hit at La Source, weren't they?
Yes,
they were hit at La Source, and then they've been on the fight back from that. Amazing tenacity from not only their drivers, but particularly their crew as well.
Another one I would add to the mix is the Viper Nisa racing team, because, yeah, all right, they haven't had to fix too many things, but that means the drivers haven't binned it. So we quite often give the Spirit of Endurance, Spirit of Race award to a team that have had to fix cars, but they've had to fix cars because there's been issues, right? Whereas you don't really this whole race. Almost 100% Malaysian, team-wise, and mechanics, engineers, and the rest of it. They are up in 7th position now. Laps behind the leader. That's a
Ferrari. You've got a good team.
Racing career. In terms of endurance racing, and that's what helps. That's what helps us to have the car ready for every single race and to have a pace like this.
We're all sort of debating at the moment what the conditions might be for the last couple of hours. What's your feeling?
It's so-so. I mean, the first under the belt. To surprise us and finish until the end.
Great the championship there. When you look at their how many events they won, team to beat in Michelin 24-hour series, and they're back this year, and results-wise, looking to add another really good result this weekend. If they could get an overall podium, what a boost that would be for their project. Former winner of this race, of course, as well, back in 2018. Joseph Krall in that car at the time. Even actually, that was when the record was set with a 220.412. We've well gone past that this time around with 217 yesterday from Claudio in race conditions. Will we see that being better?
Maybe not. Been a pretty in terms of 60s touch wood so far. Really have been running green for a long period of time now. In fact, I should be able to tell you exactly how long on my strategy statistics. The last time we went code 60 was at 12:30. So yeah, nearly since 60 for a spin. But other than that, no big interruptions.
Fabian Dancer's Dutch now. He's spent so long with Red Camel Jordans, but he is very much. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport are in 6th after the week they've had. What a story that could be for them to potentially get up into the top 5. Van Berlo Motorsport by Bas Kutten Racing are the closest rival in 992 to Red Camel Jordans. They sit 7th overall. Viperniza Racing, the Malaysian squad, running strongly in the top 10 at the moment. They're in 8th. Then it's RPM Racing, 2nd in AM at the moment in 992. They're in a big battle with Van Berlo Motorsport. Homeguard Motorsport, they sit in 10th overall. 11th for Haas RT, car number 2 in their Audi, with Amir Naran on board at the moment, just ahead of Juta Racing and their Audi as well. Tim Muller taking on the driving duties at this moment. Fabian Defoe is in 13th for Ajit Kumar Racing. Then it's the Scuderia Farron in 992, along with Milner Motorsport fighting back. They're up into the top 15 overall after a big delay yesterday. Still about 5 or 6 laps off the class leader, but should be able to grab a result out of a difficult start to the weekend. Pellin Racing are fighting on after a battery problem in 16th. 17th is Manuel Lauk for Proton Huber competition, and your leader in GTX is the Vortex V8 701, although we did see it go slightly slow on track, losing about 14 seconds one lap. Are they nursing a problem? Can they get to the flag and get yet another GTX class win? Neunud Elf Racing, they with Ralph Ohm aboard, are in 19th, and then IRC GT 111 Racing, the Australian squad, they are trying to chase down the Vortex team and pinch that GTX class win. Your leader in GT4 after the demise of Venture Engineering and their Mercedes is SRS Team Sorg Rennsport and Michel Sallenbach. JMEC Engineering, their BMW leads in TCE with Kevin Clark aboard, trying to chase away from Pia Olsen, who's driving with Asbest Racing. E2P Racing, their Aston Martin, piloted at the moment in 24th place by Pablo Berguera. Red Ant Racing, difficult weekend for them. They're in 25th. The sister Vortex is 26th. Second place in GT4 and 27th overall is the number 452 SRS Team Sorg Rennsport car. Kessel Racing number 8 are 28th. Hamofa Motorsport still on the podium in GT4, and Era Motorsport putting in the laps in 30th place. Oliver Bertels is aboard the number 21 Haas RT Audi in 31st. Marlon Menden, unfortunately an incident early on in the Seb Lejeune car. They haven't emerged yet from that incident. Likewise for Venture, Miro Konopka for the number 4 ARC Bratislava car out in 33rd. And unfortunately not restarting today, Pellin Racing, ARC Bratislava and Milner Motorsport. Go then, Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing, driven by Christopher Froggatt, and 20 laps into his stint at the moment, so maybe 10 to 15 minutes away from coming out to the pits. Ben?
Yeah, I mean, he's actually been in the car for 45 minutes total, 20 laps. So could continue for another 10 to 15 minutes on this one, but he has become staggered to the Herbert Motorsport stable mate, although in different classes, as the Evo version of that 992 is in the SP4 class, but they still have that 3-lap advantage over, now in third position, Red Camel's Jordan, but surely they owe us a pit stop. Now they can still go about half an hour, can't they, in the 992 category. We speculated whether we'd see them on the overall podium, and it's more and more of a potential, depending on whether those Code 60s and how they fall. Hoffa Racing and Scuderia Praha have recently, or sort of recently, pitted, so that's the reason why they're behind. But this is the Continental Racing Audi. It's slowing on track, and we were saying how good a job they had done, and it looks like another issue for them.
The car sounds horrible inside. David Pogosayan trying to get the car back. It's going very slowly. It's got the hazard warning lights on in the car, exactly like you'd see on a road-going Audi R8. The car sounds like a bag of spanners.
Yeah.
Normally that car has one of the most beautiful sounding engines in any car, and an Audi V10 is just a fantastic thing to listen to. Right now it sounds uncomfortable.
I wonder whether he's trying to get that back on the starter, using the starter motor in gear. That's sort of what it sounds like, doesn't it?
It sounds like that. Yeah, that's a great shout. That could be what it is. We'll find out from John and Diana when they get their way back to the pits.
I don't know whether that's a particularly good way of doing things.
John Handoff down in the pits. Let's get down to John.
I'm down at Red Ant at the moment, and the car came into the pit lane and soaked up a penalty before it did anything else. And we've got Ayrton Redant here. Why was the car brought back into the pit lane? I saw you take a little bit of a penalty before it came back into the box, but what's the problem now?
Now we have some issues with the fourth gear. So yeah, just a really strange tickling noise when you're going through the gear, and also when you're downshifting. So just having a look now. We're not going to win this race anymore, so just to avoid some further damage.
Do we think it's mechanical or electronic?
For sure mechanical.
Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah, it's racing.
It's not been your weekend, has it?
No, I think also none of the GT3 teams have got their best weekend.
No, indeed not. We'll let you get back to the team. Thanks, Ayrton.
Apologies, a little bit of confusion there, but we just got the end of that interview with Ayrton Redant for Red Ant Racing. It's not been their weekend at all. I'm going to say this now. I think they're going to win a race this year with that car overall. They won the 992 class last year in pretty dominant fashion. When they switched up to the Mercedes AMG, I thought, whoa, stand back. That's really impressive. I think we could see them win a race in Creventic this year. Mugello didn't go their way. Here at Spa hasn't gone their way, but do not be surprised to see them getting into the winner's circle this season.
This would be a good one to win because they do know this circuit so well. They are very local. Interesting to see that Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport have come in to take their penalty. So they've gone into the penalty box, and now they're driving through the pit lane. They'll be going past John any moment. It looks as though they're running much more normally than when we just checked in with them. I wonder whether they've run out of fuel. It all looks very normal now, but it all sounded horrible, John, when we joined them halfway through the lap. So it could be that they are running on fumes. As I say, all looks normal. Everything looks like it would usually do, unless it's this point where you then wheel the car into the garage, but there's no dolly jacks out to suggest that's what they're going to do.
Rear end gearbox. I think it's another gearbox issue here, guys. They are looking at the action of the diff on the rear end, and the right rear is being moved around a little bit, and now they're having a look underneath the back of the car. This is now becoming a little bit of an issue, and that horrible noise you heard around the circuit is suggesting to me there might have been a problem. They've had to hold while Red Camel Jordan came in. Well, they've sent it to fuel at least. not allowed to fuel in the pit lane here or in their garage, so maybe they're going to top it up and bring it back in and have a little think about it, but they were wiggling the rear axle there using the right rear, and there was quite a lot of movement in it. Whether they were trying to operate the diff and lock the diff in or get the diff to work, see what they could feel through that, I'm not sure. I'll have a quick word, see what I can find out.
Too much of a delay because they've worked too hard to not get a result out of this weekend.
The other thing they could have been is just stuck in a really high gear at low speed, and you know, it was that kind of chuddery if you left it in 6th gear but only doing 30 miles an hour sort of situation you would find yourself in on a road car, where you've forgotten that you're driving a manual and pretending it's an automatic kind of thing, because it's very odd that they were able to go into the penalty box and pull away, and they were able to go and do a pit stop and pull away, and seemingly without too many issues. But there definitely is an issue with that car. It is now down at fueling, so at least it's getting fuel if that was the problem. Yeah, curious things down at Continental Racing. Yet another problem for that team that have been plagued by issues and yet still sit in 6th position right now. Also, we saw in the pits Luke Breukers, Ray Campbell's Jordan, making their stops. So that was after about an hour and 25 minutes, so a little bit earlier than perhaps we would expect. What have we got? 2 hours and 30. I think they need to make one other pit stop, and Trussers now would definitely be back timing. We talked about back timing about 2 hours ago. Now we've got only 2.5 hours remaining. This is the time to be looking backwards and working out what you need to do.
Definitely. Well, we've got our answer from Simpson Motorsport.
Hello, fellas. Yeah, I'm afraid that my initial thought of something on the driveline, gearbox or diff, was correct. I wish I'd been wrong, to be honest. Rather carelessly, I'm saying this as a joke, it's not very funny for these guys, they seem to have lost 4th and possibly 5th on that Audi. They've sent them down to fuel to top the tanks back off, and then to see what happens as he brings it around. I would not be surprised to see that car. Yeah, and I've just had the word from the team that it is coming back in, and the Dolly Jacks are coming out. So 2nd position in their category for Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, and there's work to be done to get this car to the flag, and it is not the work of a moment.
Oh dear. That is not the work of a moment. If you've lost 4th and 5th gear, that's this isn't the circuit to lose those gears, that's for sure. It's probably the gears you use the most around here. Well, that's such a pity.
That's going to promote Viper Nisa Racing up into 2nd in GT3 AM, and potentially Haas RT, the number 2, up into 3rd in GT AM. Two teams that really we haven't spoken too much about. They've been very, very quiet. Diana was able to catch up with Tom Jackson, which was good, but just Tom and Amir doing all the driving in the number 2. And this has been a proper endurance race. This has been a race of attrition. Apart from the Porsches at the head of the field that have run pretty well, Mercedes has run well, Scuderia Praha has won well. After that, from 5th downwards, everybody has had some kind of a story to tell you. Including the 909 Luke Breukers, Red Camels Jordan Porsche. We saw the rear end of that car during the pit stop, and the exhaust is still damaged, the splitter is still bent, the rear bumper is still misshapen from that lap 1 incident. They're carrying that all the way through this race. It's obviously not affecting them that much, but they have a story to tell as well. So it's been a proper race of attrition, and 2.5 hours remaining, threat of rain out there around the area. The story is not over yet. Right, there's the 69 coming out then.
Oh, a little bit. Just as he asked for the power there, it revved right into the limiter. So something not right at all.
Potentially hunting for a gear there. He's selected, of course, all automatic, all controlled electronically. So he's pressed the flappy paddle, gone from 1 to 2, and then got to 3, and it just goes, well, there's nothing there.
That's not a nice feeling.
It's not like a manual gearbox where you can go, right, well, I don't have 3rd and 4th, so I'll just go from 2nd to 5th.
No, you don't have that luxury at all. Even on a sequential, could you put the clutch in and then pull the gear lever 3 times to go all the way through from 2nd to 5th.
Yeah, I think you can on a rally car.
On a rally car, as long as you got the clutch in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, you wouldn't want to blow up an Audi R8 GT3 gearbox either. That's an expensive fix. I do know somebody who's had an R8 road car where the gearbox is gone, and it was honestly insurance write-off level of cost to replace it. Oh. Yes, it wasn't not a pleasant conversation, I think, at the dealership.
Lovely to have a TCR car. It reminds us of the old days of Creventic. Only one, sadly. Holmgard Motorsport used to run a couple of the Cupras. We had the Audi as well for a few years at Stefan Perrin campaign. Red Ant, I think, ran one at the time.
Red Camels.
Red Camels.
Well, of course, we had the SPA TCR 500 here, a race just for TCR cars here at SPA, which was won
only a few years ago.
2019, won by Red Camels themselves with, I presume, Tom Coronel, T. Coronel, Esquire, yes, and Rick and Ivo Breukers. So, yeah, they were a strong part. Interestingly, I remember when it started, the tide started to change a little bit 2 years ago, where a lot of the TCR teams went to the Porsche Cup category, and I remember inquiring at the time, and the team said actually the cost of running one in endurance racing is very, very similar.
Yeah.
Because the TCR cars had a lot of quite fancy bespoke parts on them that they used to be quite cost effective to run, and that they're definitely not the case now compared to a Porsche Cup machine.
I think that's the case across the whole of the TCR brand now. It really is become so much more expensive as the technology's moved on. They are not simple touring cars like we would know from 15 years ago, and it's cost them across all championships, whether it be the World Tour, Europe, all the different regional championships, and in endurance racing as well. So it's a shame, but it's lovely to see one TCR car here, and obviously the BMW alongside it in TCX.
Neunund Elf Racing are a team that know the Porsche 911 inside out, but paying some attention to the braking area, John Hindhaugh.
Unfortunately, they're trying to do a brake. They were trying to do a brake change, and I'm not entirely certain what happened there, but we got some green flame out of the braking area, and I think they're abandoning the idea of doing it on the pit lane. Out come the dollies, in comes the Ziegel Sport 193 Tempesta Porsche, going to the opposite end of the pit lane from where I am, of course. That is standard operational procedure. So whatever they thought they were going to do with the 911, 911, that's going to have to go back in the garage. I've never seen that before. As the spreaders were put to the caliper, to the big Brembo caliper, and touched it, there was a flash all the way around the disc, a very, very bright green flame. And so whether there was something on there and there was a spark that set that away, I'm not certain, but they've decided that the discretion is the better part of valor, and that they are going to complete whatever they were doing in the pit lane. What I can show you, if Seb gets the camera down here, the brake pads that have come out were by no means fully used. So whatever problem the driver was reporting, I mean, they're not brand new, but I don't think they're fully used. On that, done. Hang on, I've got somebody from RPM here, from Chrome Racing. Are they finished? No, he says not finished. I don't think they're finished. There's their half-life on those. So maybe whatever the problem was with the braking system, yeah, possibly take them home for the 992. I don't think they'd quite fit the calipers, although they are Brembo calipers on a 992. They're just not branded. Well, they're having another look at this, and the calipers are going to come off the left front, and it looks like, right, and they're also going to bleed the brakes as well. So I wonder if that was a little bit of brake fluid. Brake fluid is flammable, and it is extremely flammable. So I wonder if they've got a little brake fluid leak, and that's what the little flame was around the right-hand side. But this is going to take a while. They're working. I like to say that they are working with purpose. You've heard me say that before, and that is definitely the case here. There's no panic, but this does not look to be a couple of minutes job. It would probably take even a competent home mechanic an hour or so to do this after consulting the manual, getting on YouTube, looking at the video, having a cup of tea, and then going back to it. These guys will get this turned around as quickly as possible, but not just in a couple of minutes.
Thank you, John. That's a pity for 9 and Elf, who have sort of made a switch in their entry. We used to see them competing in the GTX class with an MR edition of the Porsche Cup car, which they ran at the Nürburgring mostly, but they've gone to the fully homologated 992 Cup car, so they run in the 992 class, and they had been showing through points in the race really strong in really strong positions, but this is going to delay them a lot, unfortunately, as Ralph Oma, who was in the car when that issue occurred. Yeah, and a brake fluid leak, that's not what you want at all.
Still win the best livery of the field award.
They have that. What's the prize? A pat on the back from Ben Constanduros.
A chocolate egg that hasn't made it to the commentary box. Yeah,
a chocolate egg.
Our leader, by the way, has been in the pit lane and had a full service, I think, is now down in fueling, and we're expecting that car back out on circuit in the next few moments. Hasn't yet lost the lead to the teammate, but it can't be long before the 91 passes the pits and takes the lead. Oh, I don't know actually if it will lose the lead this time. 91's still down at Blanchimont, and the 193 with Hartog now aboard has just leaving the pits. So no, it has lost it. Look at the right timing screen, and it's fine. It's all fine. Don't get confused.
It's confusing. I'm just melting my circuit board as well at the time, but it is back and forth. It's too close to call, actually, although it's bizarre because we've not really seen the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car and the Herbert car battling on track really at all, apart from the restart this morning. But it is just back and forth on who can do what on fuel. If Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing get a bit of code 60, they could potentially get home on one more stop. Herbert, I'm not so sure. Let's see. John, have you got more for us in the pits?
Can just pay off that story with 9 and Elf, actually, that it was exactly as we deduced. They were doing a planned brake pad change on the front of that car, and for some reason, and they're not entirely certain, and this is why they're stripping down the right front brake caliper at the moment and taking that off, there was a tiny little bit of brake fluid that came out of the system onto the hot brake disc, and that was the green flame. I said the brake fluid is quite flammable. It's the first time I've seen that, so now I know the brake fluid burns bright green with a bright green flame. That you learn something all the time. So that is that. They're just making sure that whatever that small leak is doesn't get any worse. They want to track it down before they send the car back out again. Brakes around Spa, quite important at a number of spots around here.
Yes, very important indeed on any racetrack, particularly at Spa. So little things that can make such a big difference to the outcome in a result. So we can now confirm that Herbert Motorsport have gone back into the lead. However, they're around, just coming up to halfway through their stint. Lauren Heinrich's been at the wheel for 27 minutes, so give him another half an hour or so, and he'll be getting towards the end of that stint. And actually, every time that these pit stops have happened, the Herbert Porsche and the 193 Ziggo Sport car, they're always at completely different ends of the circuit, but they are in a really tight battle. It's truly, truly strange to say that. I hate to say it, but I have to say it, Ben. That 1 minute 55 second penalty for Ziggo Sport Tempesta is about as sore as it gets.
Did we ever actually clarify what happened?
No, we didn't. There's an assignment for John Hindhaugh to work down the pit lane to Herbert to find out what went on.
Go and chat to
I thought that you actually couldn't do that with the smart pump.
And when you went for lunch, we had a look to see if they'd pitted twice, to try and do it twice, and they hadn't.
No.
So it must be in a sort of a technical mechanic trying to swipe in twice or something. I can imagine it's like an RFID sort of trying to get into a Formula 1 paddock pass thing, and the first time you swipe it allows you through, but if you do it twice within 30 seconds then it says no sir,
you're doing a pass back.
Yeah.
Is that why it thinks you're doing that?
Oh yeah, you're not allowed. I mean, you can't enter a paddock in Formula 1, a bit like a ski lift actually. You can't get on it within a minute of being on it first time, because it knows that you're trying to multiply access, back and forth.
Okay.
So, for instance, a ski pass will not allow you to go on the same lift twice within 5 minutes, because it knows it takes 5 minutes for you to get up the ski lift. And if you are, and it stops you then, preventing you from passing your pass to somebody else.
Okay.
So I imagine, bringing that back to Creventic racing, that the system down there and the fuel would not allow them to do what they've been penalised for.
Well, if I know John, I think he's determined to go and get to the bottom of that one now. Son of a policeman, he's going to try and find out for us what's going on down there. 2 hours, 19 minutes to go. Who's going to come out on top here? Well, you could put good money on saying a car run by Herbert. Just whether it's going to be their own car or the Zigosport car.
Quelle surprise.
I feel like we've said that before.
Yeah.
Although this is one of very few Creventic events they've never won before.
Is that right?
Yep. Wow. It was won by Simpson in 2017, Scuderia Praha 2018, Red Camel in 2019, albeit those aren't all, one was a 24-hour proto race and one was a TCR 500, but the last three have been Phoenix in 2022 with an Audi, Santaloc in 2023 with an Audi, and CP Racing's AMG last year.
New race record has just been set by Felice Jelmini, a 2:17.053, so fastest lap of the race. It's also a Creventic record, not as fast as we do in practice, but practice does not count for lap records. It has to be set in race conditions, and obviously Michelin Racing, that's what they're going for now. We saw Carl Marcelli doing exactly the same thing, and now Jelmini, sometime World Touring Car driver, entered into TCR Europe this year as well, alongside this program with Michelin Racing. He is now the lap record holder. They are, as we discussed yesterday, they're still about 7 or 8 tenths of a second off the GT3 lap record, which is obviously in SRO spec, but how much fuel has he got in? He's getting close to empty-ish fuel, but that means his tyres have done most of the stint. So again, chapeau, I suppose you should say, to Michelin for providing a tyre that can set lap record performance 45 minutes into a stint. It clearly is a pretty solid tyre.
Yeah, from what I understand, the teams and drivers in general have all been very, very positive about the change to Michelin this year, and feeling like they can really push on the tyre. They can really go to the maximum of their ability, and I think that's what drivers of in any category of motorsport, and whether you're a professional or not, that's what you want. You want to really be able to get into the full limit of the car, and Michelin do produce a fantastic tyre. I don't mind saying I've got them on my car, on my wife's car, mother-in-law's car. My mum's got them on her car. They're a very, very strong product.
I remember this also years and years ago when the TCR International Series first began. First year they were on Michelin, and it was exactly the same thing. What you want from a front-wheel drive championship is to be able to just go flat out, especially a touring car race, 20 minutes. You don't need to do any tyre saving or making sure that you get your tyre in the window, blah, blah. Flat out, abuse the tyre, do 20-minute races, throw them in the bin. And you could do that on Michelin, and when they moved to all the different tyres that they've used over the last couple of years, like Kumo's one, Honkak's is another one, you can't do it in any others. Cannot do it in any other tyre apart from the Michelin.
Been in the game a long time, and well, guess who's got the best out of it? Luke Hartog on his first lap out the pits, first flying lap out the pits, 2:16.8. First driver in this race to go under the 2:17 barrier. So Luke Hartog a young driver with his eyes fully set on a works drive one day. That's where he wants to get, and he is proving himself right now amongst there's a lot of other works drivers in the field in other cars, and he is saying, look at me, I can run that pace. And he's doing an amazing job right now in that Ziggo Sport Tempesta racing car.
Let's not forget that a full tank of fuel, 100 odd kilos, 100 odd, it is 100 kilos, 100 litres is 100 kilos. So compared to what perhaps Felice Elmini has is, let's say, 20 kilos, 25 kilos, because at the end of his stint.
90 is what he's allowed to put in.
Yeah.
But there was probably a little bit in the tank, so yeah, call it 95.
And Yelmini's only probably 80 kilos lighter in terms of fuel. In terms of comparing the Ferrari to the Porsche, that's a different story. But yeah, I would say that there's a whole human's less of fuel in the Ferrari to the Porsche. Yes, he's got new tyres, fresh tyres, but the car is a lot heavier. So maybe at the end of the stint, it could be even faster from Loic Hartog. I've noticed purple sectors also for Gregoire Servais, who was my star yesterday. We never got a chance to talk to him before the 21 car ended up expiring, but he's back in that car with very little GT3 experience, with very little racing experience generally. He's done a decent amount of racing here at Spa, but nowhere else. And he went purple in the first sector, so he is feeling brave through Eau Rouge.
Loic Hartog is doing everything he can to make up for lost time with that penalty that the team received. He had to basically sit in the pit box and have that penalty. That must have been painful for him. We have a little bit more on this story on what might have happened with that penalty. John Hindhaugh, what have you uncovered for us?
Well, the lovely people at Herberth are all gathered around their data control centre at the back of the pit. And Ralph Bourne's there. Now, I know he's on the other car, but he pointed me straight to the person who could help me. And I tell you what, we were absolutely spot on, Ben, when we were speculating about this. The fueler, and it has to be a member of the team who is fueling the car, the team of the car that's being fueled, he's in his full gear. He's watching the live output. He's watching what's going on. Of course, the output's a little bit delayed. He tapped the RFID chip, and he looked back and he didn't see it giving him the green light to fill the car, so he tapped it again. Now, they didn't expect it to fill. They thought it would have cut off, but it didn't. So they did get a little bit of extra fuel. In some respects, maybe they found a slight bug in the system, but they accept that they got an advantage. They accept that they got more fuel than they should have had under the full course purple, the code 60. So that's why they took the, what was it, 1 minute and 55 seconds, Ben, wasn't it, in ultimate, in the ultimate reckoning? And so they took that, and they'll move on from there. And so exactly as we speculated, double tap of the RFID chip, just like you were talking about with your paddock pass.
There you go.
Well, there you go. Now we know.
And it shows that there is potentially an issue. There's also an issue on the BMW DSE failure. I think that was reported actually earlier on by somebody in the commentary box.
Yes, it happened just as John and I were in the booth. DSE dual
stability.
Shift. Oh, it could be stability control. Yeah, dynamic stability control.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not what you. That's not what you want, is it? That's not what you. That's not what you want at all. But Hamilton Motorsport, they've had other things that have come their way over the course of the day, and they're definitely marching on. And that is a warning light that's definitely been thwarting them throughout the afternoon so far, and they still march on. No, not what we want to see. IRC GT 111 Racing. John, what is going on here?
Yes, this car, Pete, has had a power steering issue earlier on in the race when Dye was in the pit lane. They're working in the passenger footwell now, and I don't want to get too close because they're running some bits and pieces out. Let's see if we can see what they're working. And there's normally a lot of electronics down there. Let's have a quick look over the shoulder. I don't want to get in the way. What's the problem, sir? No, sorry, still working. That's all right, don't worry. So we'll let them get on with it, but it's clearly... Oh, we're getting tools out now, so... Do you know what? No, I think it's... I'll take that back. I'm not sure it's anything worse than something that's come unfastened. Maybe one of the control boxes or something down there, because they've got some fasteners. And of course, it's in the place that you can't get to, or you need to have triple joints on your fingers to get to, because it's always that bit, isn't it? And they're staying on the pit apron at the moment to fix this. This car has led the class. Great to see them here. They're a good set of people. And yeah, they're also going to top up some fluids there under pressure. It's the, I think that's the oil top up. In the side, oh, is that the bleed? Actually, no, that's the bleed for the air. Switch the master on. The driver does that. Engine fires. Just checking to make sure that the power steering pump's still working. There was a little wiggle there. That worked. There you go. I'll get a definitive on that.
Well, that's a pity for IRC GT and 111 Racing, because they were right there in that fight in GTX. And with 2 hours and 9 minutes to go, that certainly harms their chances of fighting for that win. I believe we have them here for the full season, so with the pace they've shown, this is the strongest performance they've had in terms of outright results so far here in the 24-hour series, so in Europe at least. So let's hope we see them back again to fight. Oh, and indeed, who knows, there's still plenty of racing left to go. Lap times last time by, because it is very much a race on the timing screen rather than actually door to door on the track. Look, Lauren Heinrich and Luke Hartog. This is a fascinating dynamic, because you've got a young driver in Lauren Heinrich who is a Porsche Works driver, and you've got Luke Hartog who would quite like to be one himself. And last time by, 217.9 for Heinrich, 219.8 for Hartog. So either a mistake or quite a bit of traffic there, maybe, Ben.
Yeah, it's always difficult to know lap after lap exactly whether it's an issue with the car or just caught traffic in at the wrong point. Just having a quick look at the 73 Proton Hoover competition, you'll notice on the graphic it's supposed to look like that rather than look like a naked carbon fiber black machine. It's obviously it's not a story actually that I got to the bottom of as to why it doesn't have a livery on it for this weekend. Well, certainly for the race weekend, but Konstantin Dressler aboard that car. They're up to 17th position, so from the early maladies, from the spin into the wall up at Eau Rouge, had a few incidents up there yesterday, but it's been relatively quiet today. They're up to 17th position and chasing down the next one they could pass is the Continental Racing Audi, which is in the pits. That will put them up to 16th, and then Felice Elmini's the next car on track to try and pass. But, you know, apart from the miscoloured tape, which is very disappointing, it does look good. Any car that is delivered in carbon fibre only looks lovely.
It does, it does. This is an interesting story as well. Konstantin Dressler driving this car right now. He's actually entered in 2 cars. He's entered in the Kessel Racing number 8 Ferrari.
Oh, really?
And in the Proton Hoover car. I guess being entered in 2, there's a couple of things. One's a Porsche, one's a Ferrari, so maybe just trying to get some track time to see which car he likes to drive best, or indeed which team he likes working with, but also it increases your chances of result. The problem is both of those cars have had significant delays, but it's got an interesting racing history. He won the 2007 VW Polo Cup, which is a cup that's generated quite a few strong drivers. The Van der Linde brothers came through there amongst a few others, but he returned to racing after 13 years out the cockpit in 2021. So the driver I hadn't seen in Creventic certainly for a long time, and great to have him here. And I wonder, well, maybe we'll find out from with John or Diana. What does he prefer, the Porsche or the Ferrari? He's had the chance to drive both now.
What a brain mess that must be, to not only be with 2 separate teams, but then 2 separate brands. They've both given them information as to when you're driving in which car at what time, I mean, that's hard work, and I know that they're not next door to each other as well. If they were, at least if they were sharing a garage or next door, it wouldn't be too bad for him. But having to go between different garages, I think I'd have saved my budget and just done a second race rather than two different cars in the same race. But definitely worth an interview once he gets out of this car, unless he's going into another car. We haven't spoken much about that Kessler number 8. Of course, in Mugello, that car won on the road. It's the same car. And then had a 4-lap penalty because their AM driver didn't actually do any laps. And then they've come here, and obviously it was the AM driver that was the main sort of funder of the team, with the Ray-Ban sponsorship. So none of that Italian team is with us here this weekend. It's a completely separate driver lineup, but it's the same car.
Yeah, more of an American feel, actually, because you've got Dustin Blattner and Blake McDonald, both American drivers, and Matt Bell, who's British, but has had most of his, well, quite a lot of his success in America, particularly that really emotional win at the Rolex 24. And yeah, it's a shame for Kessel, because they were running fairly strong, but some technical issues. When you think about a technical issue for Kessel Ferrari, technical issue for Era Motorsport, technical issue for Pellin.
Yep.
You know, that we know how fast the Ferrari 296 GT3 is, but reliability-wise, they've not had the weekend they wanted at all.
Only that Scuderia Praha car running, touch wood, without
tapping the desk. You can hear that.
And the 488 yesterday had the fastest lap of the race, which obviously is not participating in today's action.
I mean, you think when the 296 Ferrari was new in 2023, you know, going to the Nürburgring, Ferrari had never been really anywhere close to winning the 24 hours of Nürburgring before, and they go and win it. I mean, the car ran perfect all the way through. They had one puncture, which they had luckily quite close to the end of the lap. They lost about a minute. But from then on, the car ran perfectly. There was nothing much left of the damper by the end of it. The Nürburgring had definitely shaken the damper into pieces, basically. But it won, you know, in really emotional fashion with Fricadelli Racing. It's one of the most memorable days I've ever had at a racetrack, that's for sure. But you know, it seems that this season particularly they have had some technical complications. Sebring, they had a lot of problems as well, so you can be sure that, from what I understand, the Ferrari customer racing support and the technical backup at Maranello is very, very impressive. So you can be sure that whatever issues there are, they will be being looked at and solutions found.
Slightly redesigned livery on the Red Ant Racing, a Mercedes as well, that picked up a puncture, we think, in La Source. It let go on the Kemmel Straight, and unfortunately the carcass didn't fully detach itself, and so flapped around and ripped the front left corner completely apart. Front bumper gone, wheel arch gone, various bits of the floor gone, and it was quite a lengthy repair. Actually half a lap, then parked up, then towed back to the pits, then repair, and that put Red Ant firmly out of contention. They're down in 28th position at the moment, and actually they're just creeping up onto the tail of the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari, so 11th and 12th in GT3.
So you're watching and listening to the 24-hour series here on Radio Show Limited, RS1, the network of channels, and Creventic Motorsports TV. Just over 2 hours to go in the 7th edition of the Michelin 12 Hours of Spa. And who is going to come out on top? Well, we've got more news down in the pit lane. Let's get down to John Hindhaugh.
Exceptional. They've been going through everything that they've broken, remanufacturing parts if they've had to do it, from Dubai to Abu Dhabi through the early European races, and they pretty much thought they'd got the car sorted out. I don't know if you know this, but most of the crew fly in. The car stays in Europe now, but the crew fly in from New Zealand to run this car. 31 hours to travel to get here, and it's been great this week. And I've been talking to the team and some of the drivers, and they're loving it. They're loving being a part of Creventic and being on this iconic circuit. And then out of nowhere, earlier in this race, Diana was talking about the power steering issue. Now, I think I said it was a pump. I apologise. That's not right. Well, it sort of is and sort of isn't. The pump is working, and the power steering is working, but only sometimes because there's an electrical glitch which is stopping it working, and that's what they were working on in the passenger footwell, and they're back into it now. They'd sort of rigged up a different connector to make that work. It's been out for one lap and it's had to come back in again. And of course, inconsistency is just as bad as the whole thing being up. But you can't drive this car around here. You can't commit to Blanchimont and then find halfway around that your power steering's gone out. You just don't have the ability to muscle the car through the corners when you've already committed to it. So they brought the car back in. They're going to have another look at it, see if they can make a lasting fix. Just spoken to one of the drivers, Grant, he's just said to me, I won't do the New Zealand accent because I can't, but he said, mate, I haven't come here to have electrical gremlins, I've come here to win the class. And he's disappointed, but he said all it's going to do is make me come back again. Hashtag spirit of endurance.
There's another one.
Yeah, they're back. They'll be back for sure. Opportunities at Misano, at Paul Ricard, and indeed at the Barcelona 24 Hours at the end of September. Still more iconic circuits to come on this 5-round calendar here in the Michelin 24-hour series.
And Q8 at the end of the season as well. Is that on the calendars? No, it's not.
Not sure. Not sure. Not for the European season anyway.
No, it's not Europe.
No, I can guarantee. I can guarantee you that. I don't know actually on that one. Good question. Good question.
Nice to have Paul Ricard back. Started July. Wonderful part of the world to be in, especially in July. That is the one to bring your wives and kids to. Down on the coast there, some beautiful restaurants to enjoy on the coast. You're only actually about 30 minutes from the Mediterranean, even though it feels far away up in the hills. And obviously Barcelona, a very known quantity and always a packed grid, so you'll want to get your entries in quickly for that one, but do not give away Ricard. Yes, the circuit, I always find the circuit looks a little bit uninteresting, especially because it's not got gravel and grass, but it is actually a fun circuit to drive, and moreover a lovely place to spend an extended weekend in the sun. I'm going to say in the sun, and then it's going to rain, isn't it? But oh, they've got rid of the rallycross track. That's the first time from this drone shot that we've seen the arena here at Spa. It was built 5-6 years ago to welcome rallycross to SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS, to basically use Eau Rouge as part of a rallycross track. And it looks like it's basically gone now. They do concerts in there still, but that's a bit of a shame.
That is a pity. That is a pity not to see that here. Just got a note on our timing screen that there's a slow car on track in Sector 3, although looking at our tracker, I don't particularly notice a car going slowly. The 93 Red Ant Racing car's just gone into the pit, so that might well have been what it was. Yeah,
remember the tracker won't show you a slow car because it guesstimates.
I think it might be the 93 Red Ant car because it's getting pushed into the garage now. Oh dear.
Here with the Red Ant car, and Ayrton Redant is with me. The gearbox problem looks like it's put paid to your Spa weekend.
Yeah, indeed. Tickling noise we had before is now joined by a couple of alarms, so we decided to not make it worse and retire the car.
Disappointing, yeah. But tell us about this odyssey with GT3. You jumped into GT3 fairly recently after the 992 Cup cars. You're clearly enjoying it, and you've been competitive straight away.
No, we are really happy with the pace we've shown this weekend. Also in Mugello we were P3 on the grid, now we were P2 on the grid, so hopefully Misano we go one up again. But yeah, it's just such a fun car to drive. It's you get so much confidence on the brakes, can carry so much speed in the corner, and of course the Michelin rubber is also a positive thing to take us with it.
Peter Mackay up in the commentary box has said, and he's confidently said this, that you and your team at Red Ant Racing will win a a race this year. Do you feel that confidence as well? Do you feel it's coming?
Yeah, I can surely say yes on that. We know we have the pace, we just need luck on our side this year.
Looking forward to the rest of the season, which of the tracks do you think will suit the car best that we've got to go to?
I think Barcelona will be a very nice one because it's also a high downforce. Paul Ricard we have never been to, so it's going to be new. So I'm curious if we will drive with chicane or without chicane. Misano is going to be a killer, like we've seen last year. So that's going to be the smartest one who's going to win, not always the fastest one. But we will see. It's still a long season. Hopefully we can turn the luck around and we can still meet something in the championship.
Misano always seems to me like riding a world superbike round your garage. It's so tight and twisty. I know this is not the way you want it to end out, but congratulations on what you've achieved in a very short time, you and the team, with the GT3 car. I know you'll come back, and I know you'll come back just a little bit stronger.
Okay, thank you very much for the confidence, and thank you for this weekend. It was wonderful. See you guys next month.
I love that. They've just retired the car after a weekend of problems and full of thanks and smiles for a weekend racing. And yeah, looking forward to seeing where Red Ant can go with this Mercedes-AMG GT3. They know how to win championships. They won the 992 class, the very competitive 992 class. Often in the past, it used to be we'd have more cars on GT3 a lot of the time, and they came out on top there. And like I say, I would not be surprised to see them be in the winner's circle overall before the end of this year.
Makes an interesting point about Paul Ricard, because in SRO land you run the chicane halfway up the Mistral straight, and did Formula One also do the same thing? I believe so. But there is a configuration, in fact there's something like 100 configurations that you can run at Paul Ricard, one of which...
Problem for the Vortex 702, there was smoke popping out the back of the car. Sorry to come over you, Ben. Just coming out of the Pouhon corner, heading into the Fagnes chicane. Looks like done a complete 360 and kept going. There was sort of smoke puffing out the back of the car. There is a lot of ground effect on this car, so you do see, you know, dust kicked up out the back of it sometimes, but it seemed like there was smoke coming out. That's cleared itself.
I think that was spinning on his own oil.
How odd. Yeah, I think that could be a good shout, actually.
Because we
very well held.
Saw the smoke coming out. The next camera shot, he was facing the wrong direction. It's true that there isn't smoke coming out the back now.
So that's the 702 Vortex, which right now is driven by Julien Boileau. He's got, do you know, he's just got back going again, coming through Blanchimont now.
Be careful.
Oh, yeah. Been understandably a little bit gingerly through there. We may well see him come into the pits as he approaches the bus stop at the moment in the red Vortex. Yes, the red Vortex. They're normally in Creventic orange, actually, but or Vortex orange. And is he coming into the pits? No. Well, that's a bit of nerve there to have a little bit of a 360 and go. Into the pits then comes our race leader, Herberth Motorsport. So they've got another driver waiting there. That looks like Ralph Bone to me, who's ready to jump in there. So Lauren Heinrich will get out. Hour and 52 minutes to go. They will have to pit again unless there's a significant amount of code 60. I mean, loads of code 60, but more likely they'll have to pit again. The question is for Zygosport Tempesta, who pitted 13 laps ago, if they get some code 60, they may well be able to vault themselves and get a bit of an advantage. They are slightly ahead on the strategy, ever so slightly.
Yeah, they've only got 1.5 stints to do, whereas the other car is almost 2 full stints, isn't it? There's not a lot of flexibility in that strategy, whereas there's a lot more flexibility at Zygosport. Just going back to the Vortex 702, that the driver won't know, Julien Boileau won't know what we saw coming out the back of the car.
Good point.
So he will be a bit confused as to why he spun, especially in an acceleration zone. You're not really leaning on the car at the exit of Pouhon, you're just kind of accelerating out the corner. And for it to loop there, that would have put the... No, I was about to say something else. That would have freaked me out. And then you could see going through Blanchimont, a bit tentative, needs to make sure he has the grip. But considering he's now gone on and carried on, if that whatever that leak is, whatever that stuff that was coming out that we could see, that does that again in a different part of the circuit, that could be nasty. So I would be Vortex and saying, come in and just let's check it, so that doesn't happen again, and needs to have a spin in somewhere a little bit more freakish. It was a slow sector 1 from 7:02, even on this lap.
Well, yeah, it was. So Luke Hartog for Ziggosport Tempesta Racing now, just trying to push towards the end of his stint. Or, well, actually now, or will he actually be on a big fuel save, actually, because they don't really have any, they don't have control over how many code 60s if there'll be code 60s between now and the checkered flag. They pitted the last time, so Hartog has been in the wheel for 33 minutes, so there was, what's that, 2 hours 23 of the race remaining. These cars do just over an hour on a flat out fuel tank, so they would need quite a bit of code 60 to get home with just one stop from there. So will Hartog be on the push to try and catch the gap back up with Herberth, or will he be on a big fuel save to try and make that save of a stop as much as possible? Hard to say.
Well, he did a 17.3 on the last lap. Nobody's anywhere close to that kind of pace, and his best lap is a 16.8. So that's definitely still pushing.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, that's not fuel safe. Yeah, and if it is, very impressive indeed.
There isn't the... it's interesting that we have had phases where people have gone and got their best laps. At 12:45, we had 2 best laps from Loïc Hartog. And then we had best laps come in at 3:30 from a couple of different drivers, eventually landing in the lap of Hartog again. And then it all goes quiet. And it's now 4 o'clock local time. Nobody's tried to get a fast lap. Big lock-up from somebody in the front of screen.
That's at the La Source at turn 1.
Mercedes
just a lock
BMW.
up. No, it may well be the Hamofa BMW there at turn 1, because it had that DSC failure that they've been sort of nursing. Big smoke piling out into turn 1, but they didn't spin or anything like that. They managed to keep going, and now the driver just will be settling their nerve, and they've got Klaus Bachler on the headlight flashers right behind, who in turn has Luke Hartog right behind him. So this is perfect for Hartog. You've got another Porsche Works driver ahead of you as effectively like a kind of front runner. Bachler's running several laps down after what happened to the car yesterday, but this is perfect for Hartog because he can basically follow behind Bachler, and I'd be very surprised if Bachler holds him up. So he can use a little bit of the slipstream of Bachler and save a little bit of fuel and still keep a good lap time up. So this could actually work out quite well for Hartog here.
First lap out the pits for Klaus Bachler.
Yes.
As well. So maybe we were just talking about fastest laps. Maybe this is the chance for Bachler to go and do a fastest lap. Gregoire Serveau, by the way, has just done fastest first sector of anybody again. He holds the purple in sector 1, and we've seen a couple of times him getting that best first sector. So he is braver or straighter through Eau Rouge than everybody else.
Or that new engine is a particularly good one.
Yeah.
Keep that for the Barcelona 24 for the marquee race. That's the hot engine, clearly. No, we've seen the Audis. The Audis have been very strong, particularly in, of course, that's an AM-class car, so it's got a Boyder air restrictor. So we'll have a lot of good straight line speed going up the Kemmel Straight.
Check this out.
Hamofa just getting it wide on the exit. Which car was that? That was coming out of the Fagna? I think it was Fagna.
Was it? Oh yeah, you're right. It is Fagna.
Yeah, just so there's something not right in that BMW's electric brain right now, because the stability control is not playing ball as he goes through Blanchimont at approximately 130 miles an hour. That's definitely not when you want it to misbehave.
You're not supposed to be drifting. That's not a part of the GT4 makeup. So DSC, dynamic stability control, really not helping that car. It's interesting that only now Viper Nisa going down the inside of, I thought they were going to go, yeah, they were trying to go down the inside of both BMWs and nearly ended up in the side of the JMEC BMW. So it's dropped behind 2 BMWs again, and Dominic Ang is going to spend another lap behind 2 cars that are way slower than him. It's Douglas Koo aboard that car, sorry, now, so the team owner of Viper Nisa and the owner of the watch fund. Douglas Koo was a professional photographer before he moved into the world of watches and team ownership of Viper Nisa Racing. Second in GT3 AM, still.
And looking good for that as well, because the Haas RT car is a couple of laps behind them, so they're in a good spot to score a class podium. And any issue for Hoffer Racing? Well, you never know. This race still has plenty of stories to tell, I'm sure of it. And an hour and 45 minutes left on the clock as Milner Motorsport 921 just behind the home guard car, and this isn't for position in the race, it's just position on track. The 91 car driven at the moment by Julian Hansers for Milner Motorsport, you got to take your hat off to them that they've never given up. They had a huge delay yesterday after that opening incident on lap 1, which took out both Milner cars, actually wrecked the chassis of the sister car, and yet the drivers have got on with it and they've pulled themselves up into 6th overall in 992. I think that's mighty impressive indeed. So it is indeed Ralph Bowen who's taken over the number 91 Herberth Porsche. So will he take it to the end of the race? An hour and 44. They will have to come to the pits to get a top up of fuel at least. And will they swap out another driver there, or will they let Ralph take it to the finish? We'll find out across the next hour and 44 minutes. But at the moment it's Ralph Bowen, the AM-graded driver in the car, and of course reigning Creventic GT3 champion from last year, winner of a lot of the big marquee races last year in this championship.
Lots more purple sectors being thrown at us. We've got Carl Marcelli got the fastest middle sector of anybody so far, done a 17.2 last lap. We've got an 18.2 from Alexander Prince. 18.2 for Alexander Prince. 17.9 from Joseph Kral. So every half an hour, it seems, we get attempts at the fastest lap.
Yeah, the pace is hotting up, that's for sure, and it's going to be hotting up in the pit lane too, I'm sure, in the next hour and 45 minutes, and Diana Binks is going to be on top of all of it for us.
I will do my best, sir. The Escuderia Farron 949 Porsche 911 GT3 has just come in, and Augustin is one of the drivers in that car. How was that stint for you out there? The team look like they're doing a good job to look after you this weekend.
Yes, the car goes very, very good at to perfection. All perfect. Now I must change the pads. But the race very good for us without raining. It's so hard for Spanish people, you know. But all perfect, all very, very good. We are very happy with this championship.
It's great to have you here, and it's great for you to be here at Spa. We just saw them just changing the brake pads very, very quickly. Did you just say it was raining out the back?
Yeah, we race raining. But for us, it's the first time here in Spa. It's a very difficult track, very difficult circuit, but it's very, very amazing. Our rules is amazing, but we must train more to push up and to be in the probably third position.
You must have learnt and experienced an incredible amount then, this being their first time here. Is it one that you will definitely want to be back at?
Yeah, we will back probably next year. And let's try to do all the best and be next year in the championship in the 2-3 position. Let's try. But the last race is Barcelona, Catalonia is our home, and it's very, very happy for us.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Great to see that you're having so much fun.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Escuderia Farron, great to have them here in the championship, the Spanish. 2.0. It's like we've got one of our mini happy hours here, Ben, you're right. As, oh, we've got a problem. We've just got a notification on our timing screen. The pit exit road is being blocked by a stopped car, so this could chuck a code 60. This could definitely chuck a code 60 because you know, having the pit exit blocked is not good, but it's the 702. It's the Vortex. As the Vortex is stopped on the exit of the pits at the moment. Now, is this going to chuck a code 60?
Has it just been into the pits, or is that expiring? Yes, it has just been into the pits. So it's leaving the pits, and we've had a spin also for the 81 of Dwight Merriman at Era. But that is leaving the pit lane, Alexandre de Benard in the 702 Vortex, and presumably hidden from our camera position. He's now moving again. So that is maybe more issues for that 702 car that we saw have a spin. We thought it was leaking fluid. They have come into the pits. They've obviously checked it. They've sent it back out again. But the car stopping on the climb up to Radion, and now in the front of shot and moving again.
So we stay green then. So that was a very close one there. As Home Guard Motorsport, they just come into the pits, maybe trying to preempt the code 60 there, but yeah, because you can't really leave a car parked on the exit of the pits for very, very long. So Ralph Bourne in the number 91 Herberth Porsche, the new for 2026 Evo kit. It's not a all brand new from the ground up new car. It's the existing car, the 992 GT3R, which debuted in 2023, and it's got a few little changes to it. Little changes in the aero at the front of the car, kinematics in the suspension, a lot of electronic work in the TC and the ABS, but also the under the floor as well. The way that works and the way that can shift the aero balance of the car too. So just little upgrades, little changes to the car. It's a pack of upgrades that is being homologated for the 2026 season. So it's not homologated as a GT3 car yet. So running as an SP4 entry, but despite running a lot heavier than its predecessor by the balance of performance and having a slower fuel fill, it's competing very, very well, and very much in the battle for the number one with the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche, which is running the current spec car, the homologated car if you like, which leads the race at this moment in time.
The Hoffer Racing number third place Mercedes is in pit lane and should soon be leaving the pits and heading down to the fuel station. I think that's already happened actually. Scheduled stop 1 hour 38, so they still owe us one more stop before the end of the race, as does the other two cars at the head of the field, both Porsches. We know less flexibility at Herbert than at Ziggo Sport, because Herbert have already been out on circuit for 10 minutes, and therefore just over an hour's worth of green flag running per stint in theory means that doesn't give them quite the flexibility. We still are owed, we were an owed a stop actually from Hartog in the next 10 or 15 minutes, aren't we? So they're really bang in the middle of a stint and a half for Ziggo Sport Tempesta.
Yeah, that could be the difference actually. Is that an edge that's maybe just in the favour of Ziggo Sport, because you know, it's just been back and forward all day today between Herberth 91 and Ziggo Sport 193. Each time the other is pitted, they've launched back into the lead on one another. So it's been very, very close indeed. But the actual time spent to refuel at this last moment of the race could well be the difference in who wins this 7th edition of the Michelin 24 hours of Spa, 12 hours of Spa in the 24-hour series, more accurately. So, and it would be, the thing is as well, the Ziggo Sport car is run by Herberth. So, looking, if either one of those two cars gets to the flag without any undue delay, they're in a position to win this 12 hours of Spa for the first time in their history, which is, it must be one of very few Creventic events left that they haven't won. So cool thing for Alfred and Robert Renauer and their team. Alexander Prince is just taking in the 3rd place Hoffer Racing Mercedes in 3rd position at the moment.
Presuming that's a full service, so it's not Alexander in the fuel bay.
Probably not.
Somebody else in that crew. Who haven't we seen today?
Michael Kroll.
Michael Kroll would be the, if they're just being logical about it.
Well, if he's one, he drove quite a bit yesterday. Chantal's been in the car today as well. Torsten Kratz has done one stint. Maybe I'll put Torsten Kratz back in the car to solidify this podium and make sure they finish on the podium. To have an overall podium would be quite remarkable for the Hoffa Racing crew. They're an all AM graded lineup.
Being pursued and pressured by Joseph Kral back aboard Scuderia Paraha Ferrari, so they've cycled through some of their AM drivers, such as Miroslav Weibo, Matthias Weibo we've seen in the car. We haven't seen too much of Dennis Vasak today. We saw a bit more of him yesterday, but Kral is the semi-pro. Kral is the GP3, GP2 driver. He is the coach for all of those drivers as well, and he's the fast gun, and so he's now putting that Hoffa Racing Mercedes under as much pressure as they can within the rules and regulations of a Pro-Am car. They are leading Pro-Am, and they are miles ahead of Klaus Bachler and Proton Hooper Competition, which is the second in that class. They may also have to pay attention to boss man Ivo Breukers, though, because Ivo is 5th overall in the 909 Red Camels Jordan. And I thought I just saw them in pit. No, they haven't pitted yet. He's done 22 laps in that car, and they can go up to 30 before needing to pit. So I think they only owe us one more stop. Everybody, therefore, in the top 5 owe us one more stop.
Seems that way. Seems that way right now. One big, shall we say, spanner in the works could be the threat of rain. And now we've managed to dodge it. We've managed to dodge it all day. It's sort of swirled its way around the circuit, but according to my radar, it's been back and forth all afternoon. But within the next 35 minutes, there's a chance of some showers in the area.
Yeah, I've got rain starting in 8 minutes.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and by 6 o'clock, which is of course 50 minutes after the start of after the end of the race, it looks like there could be a reasonable shower. So it's very much question mark. We might get away with it. We might dodge it. It's a really dynamic day of weather in terms of where it's going. The forecast has changed back and forth. Half the paddock say that it is going to rain today. Half the paddock say that it's not.
All of them have bought wet tyres and mounted them and waiting to use.
They're not 100% confident. Are you ever? So the one little slight niggle for the leading 992 car, Red Camel Jordans, is they have 20 seconds of penalties hanging over them, which are for 10 seconds of which, in fact, they're both for track limits infringements. So they've got 20 seconds of penalty to serve just for track limits infringements. That shouldn't change their trajectory too much, but yeah, certainly Ivo Breukers at the wheel right now, pushing the limits of the boundaries here at SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS.
Keeping the attention of the judges of fact. We have one monitoring turn 17, so the exit of Blanchiment, one monitoring the exit of the chicane, and in theory, one monitoring Radion, but I've never seen a report of somebody running off the track at Radion throughout the weekend, even though there is a judge of fact listed as watching there. Either that judge of fact doesn't turn up for work, or they are not watching what they're supposed to be watching, because there hasn't been a single report, and we've clearly seen from our camera positions that when people make mistakes, they do tend to run 4 wheels off at the top of the hill, and it's quite easy to do, and it's actually gains you a little bit of an advantage because you can keep the steering wheel straighter, and therefore that carries speed all the way up the Camel Straight, and it does work. It definitely does work.
So Luke Hartog right now lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker than the chasing Ralph Bowen for Herberth Motorsport, and if he could just keep that that average lap speed up, that puts that Ziggo Tempesta car in an even stronger position. And they've had everything thrown at them today. They had a spin for Lawrence Hui, didn't they? And then Jonathan Hui, excuse me, and that then held them back for at least a minute, if not a minute and a half, trying to get the car back going again. But then they also had that penalty in 1:55 for what was a quite unlucky operational thing, which we heard the reason from John Hindhaugh a little while ago of what happened at the fueling area, but quite unlucky, but looking good at the moment. Let's get down to Diana Binks and get some more from the pit lane.
I'm with the Haas RT. The number 21 has just come in. Gregoire has just brought the car in to hand over to, I can't remember. Xavier, that's it. How was the stint out there, and how much is the sort of circuit evolving now as we get to this latter part of the race?
Oh, the stint was fantastic. I enjoy every single corner of the stint. I mean, after our problem of yesterday, the race is obviously over for us. But yeah, we want to prepare for the 24 hours, and yeah, really the car is flying. The track is very nice to drive. No water, nothing, no oil, so I enjoyed a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you had a few challenges yesterday and a little bit today, but important, as you say, to keep going, to get ready for the 24 hours. So what have you learned?
Well, I mean, you know, we don't have a lot of experience with the Audi or with any GT3 at all. So, of course, every single lap that we can have as experience is fantastic. I'm very happy to be back in the 24-hour series. We've been there last year. So, of course, end result is not there, but the team has done a tremendous job to change the engine during the night. So, for the team, we're glad to show that the car is flying and that we will cross the finish line.
I can see it's full commitment from this team, as always.
Yes, of course, SRT, I mean, I have no complaint against them. They're doing a tremendous job. And again, they changed the whole engine, the cable during the night. They said maybe 2 or 3 hours for us. So yeah, I'm really glad to drive for SRT, and thanks to them.
Yeah, well, it's good to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Gregory Servet. He's put in some amazing speed over the last couple of days in this Michelin 12 Hours of Spa.
One of my star drivers, Gregoire. Yes, you expect it from the likes of Luke Hartog and Klaus Bachler. They are world-renowned drivers. I have to say, I'd hardly ever heard of Gregoire Servet before, and his CV is very good here at Spa, but he's not an internationally well-known driver, but his pace has been internationally well-known this weekend in that stint yesterday and again today. Fastest lap of that car's race is a 17.0, which is what he did. 17.0, there aren't many cars that have gone below that, probably only 1 or 2. I can't think of many.
No, he's been very strong, very, very strong so far.
17.0, 16.8 from Luke Hartog, and that is it, right? If we look down the leaderboard, 17, that's it. There's a 16.9 for Carl Marcelli. There you go. That's how good that Gregoire has been in the Haas RT. Must pronounce it correctly.
So it's not Haas.
It's Haas. That's because we're is Belgian, part Belgian, part Antiguan team.
Okay.
So SRT.
S.
If you watch Formula One in French TV, even that team's an ass as well.
Okay. Okay. So Pelin Racing, they could have been in for a strong result if it went for that battery issue that they had earlier on today. Pace-wise, they've been really, really good with that blue and orange Gulf-coloured machine.
Had something yesterday as well, didn't they?
They had a wheel stick on and a pit stop. Yes,
pit stop.
Speaking of pit stops, the race leader is in. Luke Hartog comes in to change tyres, and they're going to do a driver change now. I wonder if that's Jonathan Hui or if it's Christopher Froggatt taking over from Luke Hartog. But a great stint from Hartog where he took the fastest lap of the race with a 2:16.8.
This is a change of position. Carl Marcelli going up the inside of Pablo Blas Silvero for 14th spot. Yeah, they're in different classes, so it's not the most headline-grabbing pass in the world, but either way, up one more position for Carl Marcelli in 7th in GT3. He's probably too far back. Yeah, 3 laps back from his nearest challenger, so he's not going to get any further than that in the world of GT3, but could still potentially get himself one more position overall.
So this is where we're going to see the strategy play out with 1 hour and 26 minutes to go. Cyclesport Tempesta Racing, have they got enough of a strategical advantage to get ahead of the sister car, the Herbert Motorsport 91, the GT3R Evo, if you like, being tested ahead of the 2026 season. I think it would be fair to say, regardless of the result, has been a very successful test indeed in terms of numbers of laps. I noticed in the private track sessions earlier during the testing during the week, they put in a lot of laps in the wet, but they were really craving some dry track time, and they've got that. And today, you know, they were expecting to have a lot more rain today. We may well get some between now and the end of the race, but up to now, in terms of mileage and evaluating that new Evo kit for next year, the box ticked. Good, there'll be happy faces around the coffee machine at Weissach tomorrow.
Melvin Moe taking a bit of time to get past the 949 Esquire Faron Porsche. That's not for position. Just seeing if they are being chased down though. Yes, they are being chased down by the 71 Jutta Racing, so that could be for position, and that is 2 GT3 AMs. So we actually have a bit of a story there. Well done, director, for picking it up. I believe. I'm not sure if I'm bigging it up more than I need to here, but Melvin Moe in Viper Nisa Racing, 3rd in GT3 AM, and I think the 71 is literally on the coattails for 4th in AM. So that's an AM podium battle there, and it's weird because the gap, yes, that's right, the gap is 2 seconds, so we should be sticking with that little battle, because we've been bigging up Viper Nisa Racing and expecting them to be on the podium, but they may not be on the podium if Jutta Racing and Nicolas Michelin, who's in that car very, very fast, has anything to say about it.
Now, will this be the last time that the Ziegler Sport Porsche comes into the pits? If it stays full dry and there's no code 60s, very unlikely.
Yeah, exactly.
Very, very, very unlikely. However, if it is, if there's code 60s or if there's rain, then very likely that they, well, if there's rain, they'll need to come in and put wet tyres on. But if there's code 60s, then there is a chance that they may not have to come into the pits. Fortunately for Seb Leger Racing, though, huge number of repairs to go on after that big crash at Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Eau Rouge is bitten. I mean, it's a fearsome corner. It's world renowned for a reason. It's bitten several drivers already, just in the race, let alone what we saw in testing.
Yeah, exactly. 3 cars in testing and then 4 cars in the race. And a lot of work for Seb Leger Racing. It sounds like they've got a race next weekend in the, I think it's the Ultimate Series that they call it in France. That's where they crashed out of 3 weeks ago and completely refixed that car. So they absolutely know every nut and bolt of that car from rebuilding it across the last 3 weeks. And unfortunately, quite a hefty impact into the tyre barrier. We thought it was okay. Certainly the front end looked pretty badly bent, but outside of that it looked okay. But unfortunately it does look as though there's a lot of work to do with an hour and 23 minutes, and they're not going to get out, but at least they're getting the work done now, rather than putting a bent car into the truck, driving it back. Wouldn't be too far. I think their factory's only 2 or 3 hours from here. It's in the Alsace. And then rebuilding, then loading the truck back up, then going off to wherever they're going off to next weekend, somewhere in France. So getting it done whilst the iron is hot, I suppose.
Interesting, the Herbert 91 car on the rear left panel of that car, where there's a big air intake for cooling that 4.2 litre flat 6. There's quite a lot of tape over the air vent, which surely has to be reducing the cold air coming into the engine bay, but it's been like that for a while, so they're obviously not worrying the car too much, and it's moving on. But yeah, that's I wonder what the purpose of that is, and whether they've had an incident with someone that we haven't spotted. But it is quite a significant amount of tape. It's black tape, it's not black and gold tape. Will that be okay, Ben?
That's okay.
That's okay, that's okay. As long as one of the colours is okay. But coming around La Source now, yeah, covering up the air intake a lot. Almost NASCAR style, blanking it off.
Well, as you know, in rallying, when you drive on the road between stages, you pretty much blank off most of the cooling to the car, and only on the stage do you take that cooling off to go racing. So perhaps those ducts are larger than they need to be for a coldish day at Spa, because they're also good enough to bring in loads of cool air in on a Dubai 24-hour race, for instance. And so that is their kind of clunky way of, at this point, covering it up. Although it looks so much like there might have been an impact somewhere.
It really does. Yeah. We didn't catch it on our pictures in the Global Broadcast Centre. So, yeah, interesting one there. Perhaps another one for Diana to follow up on for us.
That battle that I was talking about in GT3 AM has temporarily been muted, and it was for second because artificially SRT were in second position but were in the pits. They've now come out of the pits and they've come behind Viper Nisa Racing. Jutta Racing, who was trying to overtake Viper Nisa Racing, went into the pits as well. So moving Melvin Moe back up into second in class. They pitted 18 minutes ago, so they still owe us a pit stop, but so do all the others as well. So the order there is in GT3 AM, leading Hoffa Racing, clearly, but the battle for second is Viper Nisa Racing ahead of SRT, ahead of Jutta, once all these pit stops are cycled through.
After the pit stops for the two leaders, Ralph Bowen leads for Herbert Motorsport by 36.8 seconds now from Christopher Froggatt, but of course he's 10 laps further into his stint, so will need to pit earlier and therefore have to put a bit more fuel in the car at a slower fuel fill due to the balance of performance. So that gap of 36 seconds actually even tighter than that, I would say, as whoa, the JMEC Engineering leader TCE goes off at the bus stop. Didn't spin, actually more just kind of forced off the road a little bit by the Herbert car. Yeah, he was saying we're leading in our class, we don't want to chuck this away. They've got a good lead, they've got 10-lap lead over the Asbef Racing Cupra, which has dropped back a bit over the course of the last couple of hours.
Junichi Umeoto in that car, Japanese driver over for the weekend. And he is very much the AM driver of that particular group of drivers. Whereas we've got only two drivers in the JMAC BMW, James Collins and Kevin Clark, and both are pretty decent.
Yeah, Junichi Yamamoto has actually won his class at the Nürburgring before, back in 2016. Podium finisher in TCR Japan.
Yeah.
Put on the podium, but that's one more podium than you or I have had.
When you look at stats like that, and then you, without the knowledge of how many cars are in the field, it's it tells a really lovely story. I mean, it's great. Podium finisher in TCR. Ding.
Class winner at Nürburgring, have you done that before?
No, but there are lots of classes. Choose wisely.
All of which have...
when I was karting, I was very good at trophy hunting. I would always enter the club races where there was least amount of people so that you could try and win. And I don't have any trophies, so I was rubbish at it, actually.
You're on a tough school, honestly.
Yeah, right.
Tough school. Well, Ralph Bowen, last time by, 219.7. Compare that to 222.7 for Christopher Froggatt. So actually, Bowen pulling away from Froggatt a little bit on that previous lap, but maybe once Froggatt builds a lap. Yeah, I think it does take a lap or two to get them into their full working window, these Michelin tyres, and once they're in that window, just enjoy it, just revel in the grip and the performance.
And remember what Jonathan Hui said, this is the first time that Chris Froggatt has driven a Porsche. It wasn't the first time that Jonathan Hui has driven a Porsche, but it is the first time that Tempesta have been associated to Porsche, and therefore Chris Froggatt has piloted a Porsche. Chris Froggatt's team, Tempesta Racing, him and Eddie Cheever, and he has come out of the pits and rejoined Klaus Bachler. So Bachler actually just behind Froggatt, but Froggatt could learn a thing or two about how to drive a Porsche by watching Klaus Bachler if Klaus was to get in front of him. But at the moment, just behind him.
Yeah, Bachler, one of the very best GT3 drivers, been part of the Porsche fold for quite a while now, actually.
Even though he's still in his mid-20s.
Yeah, he's
not old.
In age-wise, he is. I've not got it written down. I've normally got it written down, but yeah,
I looked at
he's a young man. He's a young man. Two-time winner of the Sebring 12 Hours and GTD Pro, World Endurance Champion, of course, last year for Manthey Pure Racing. Also Asian Le Mans Series champion. He knows how to kick a ball. Go on, tell us. How old is he?
Oh, he's 33.
Yeah, see, I had a feeling he was older than that. Yeah, older than mid-20s. So yeah, 33. He's an experienced man. Save us from this, Diana Binks.
I will do it. Era Motorsport, the number 81. Ferrari is just in, and a driver change, full set of tyres there as the team work hard on that GT3 car. Jake Hill jumps in behind the wheel, I'm assuming for the final hour and a half, I think it is, we've got now on this race.
So the competitive test going well for Era Motorsport today. Such a shame that, and that was it's a technical issue, not of their own making. Had to replace the gearbox, couldn't have done that any better. Era Motorsport have done a lot right this weekend, and they're going to go home without the silverware. They're going to go home without the result.
Actually, they were off the podium in Pro-Am as well.
They are, yeah. But this is all about looking forward, and they're going to have their day. That's for sure. They had a great result in Mugello, it has to be said.
Yeah.
They were a bit unlucky with penalties and things like that, but Mugello, they were right out of the box well. So they will have their day, if not several days, in the sun over the rest of this 2025 season. That I'm sure of. I'm putting a lot of people forward for good results throughout the year.
And I'm signing to your team.
Yeah, I'm just this team positivity.
Yeah, right.
Rather than team, no, that's not good enough. Podium's not good enough. I want wins. Oh dear. Chris Froggatt then for Ziggo Sport Tempesta steadied the ship on the last lap, 2:18.5, and he was 2 seconds quicker than Ralph Bowen that time by. So the time that he lost in the previous lap, got it back. Krausbachler has gone through on Chris Froggatt. He'll be trying everything he can to just try and hook in and follow him through. The question is, are we going to get rain in the next hour and 14 minutes? That
was a question 7 hours ago.
I know, and it's a question that has remained unanswered. Well, I suppose the answer is not yet, but that's not a yes or no.
Do you know what's going to rain when I put the roof down on my MX-5 on the way to the airport this evening?
Yes.
Mr. Hindhoff is going to tell me that I have to.
You're contractually obliged. It's in your contract.
To run the soft top down, and then I'm going to fill up with water. That is, it always rains at pack up. I remember this when I was very lucky as a kid to work with a few teams, sort of 17, 18 years old. And I had this memory of the race always being dry, and you always wanted it to be wet because it would make it more exciting. But you were always packing up in the wet. There was always been like a thunderstorm or something massive once the podium had finished. And it's particularly I did 7 races with the Jordan Grand Prix team, and it seemed like every single race weekend, whether it be here, whether it be Barcelona, rain fell post-race. And you were like, oh, Schumacher won again, and I really wanted it to rain, so he didn't. Or at least make it more exciting.
Harsh. Very harsh. Well, I presume this wasn't when Schumacher was driving for them then, I guess.
With Jordan?
Yes.
No, I'd be way too young then.
For your time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Frentzen and Pitsonia and Glock and those years.
Okay.
Chris Froggatt seems to have either been dropped by Klaus Bachler. Yeah, he must have been dropped because there he is, Klaus Bachler up the road now. So Bachler's passed him and dropped him. And Froggatt's on a 2:20.05. So not quite up to speed yet with how it feels in a Porsche. We've seen Jonathan Hugh being able to go better than that. And now he's 11 minutes into his stint. He's got the best of the tyres for sure. But so dropping away from Ralph Bowen at the moment. We think both of them owe us pit stops, but the last pit stop for Ziggo Tempesta Racing will be shorter than the Herbert pit stop.
I'm nervously watching the weather radar, and I think in half an hour's time it could rain. It's looking like it. There's blue on the radar right over the circuit. How heavy it is.
Well, what did I say? My
question.
app said it was going to rain.
I promised you a while ago.
It did, didn't it?
But will it come through? That's the question. because that could, well, then Herbert, of course, running both cars, running the 91 and running the 193 Ziggo Sport Tempesta. If there's a situation where it's, do we put them on or do we not put them on, the wet tyres that is, can they split the strategy? Could they try one car with them and one without and see which works best? I mean, or do they go, if it does start to rain, do they go safe and try and protect themselves because, you know, they've got a couple of laps in hand? Oh, lots of permutations to worry about.
You always know weather app is wrong when it says it's raining and it's not. It says it's raining, right?
By definition, that is wrong. Yes, it's from what we can see on our pictures in the Global Broadcast Centre. There's definitely no rain on circuit right now, but it's close. It's very, very close to.
No longer trust it. Delete that app. Get a new one.
You recommended it to me.
No, different.
You selling me a turkey?
Different app.
Okay.
Got to have at least 3 points of reference.
Okay. Just to really confuse us.
Yeah, because then they always say something different.
There's definitely a threat.
Sailing, if we're going to throw things into the mix, or surfing, or probably lots of other sports where you just got to see what happens.
Golf. You don't want to play golf in the rain.
You don't want to get stuck halfway around a course and then have to take shelter under a tree and then get a lightning bolt and the tree falls down. And
no, that would be bad.
Yeah,
that would be bad.
Camel Jordan 909 has just come in. They obviously had a penalty, which I may have missed, but they've just taken that penalty in the penalty box and they've just driven up to the other end of the pit lane and they're doing a driver change and a change of tyres. So I'm guessing they've gone into refuelling potentially first before that. Did you catch that?
We did, thank you, Diana. Yeah, so that penalty, those were the 2 track limits infringements. They had to serve 20 seconds of penalties. Ivo Breukers getting out, so it'll be either Luke Breukers, Rick Breukers, or Fabian Dans taking the car to the finish, and they won't need another pit stop from now. They've got plenty of fuel to get them to the end. They'll head down to the endurance pits and fill up with fuel, and then back out onto circuit.
Where will they lose that lead, or are they significantly?
No, I think they're safe.
Ahead?
They're safe. They're all right, I think.
I mean, the other 2 still has a pit stop anyway.
Yeah, they're in good shape. They've been in good shape really since about the 3rd hour yesterday, despite that being involved in that crash on lap 1 at Le Mans.
Actually, does Philip Hamprecht and RPM Racing owe us a pit stop? He's been out there for 36 minutes with 1 hour and 8 still remaining. They might be doing fuel saving to the end of the race. They could be one that might try to stretch it if there is no issues with rain or anything like that. Certainly Van Berlo owe us a pit stop. They've been out for over 1 hour, so they owe us one more, and they're going to drop out a second in 992 AM. But I think RPM might be able to squeeze and stretch to the end. Holmgarde can as well.
Not sure, because
109? You can go.
That
Sorry,
would mean
not 109, 37.
That would mean they would have to do 1 hour and 44.
Yeah,
no, I think Philip Hambrick, I'm sure, can fuel save well, but maybe not that well.
Yeah.
But with some code 60, why not? Why not? With quite a bit of code 60, it's not impossible. As Ralph Bones gets a little bit held up, they're coming out towards Bruxelles behind the Asbest TCR car, but negotiates it safely at this stage of the race, not taking a huge amount of risk. He dropped just over a second to Christopher Froggatt last time by. The gap is down to 35.6 seconds, so it's shrinking, but not very fast. Ralph Bond doing a solid job, as he always does. I've said this so many times on Michelin 24-hour series broadcast that he is a such a strong AM-graded driver, or an FIA bronze if you prefer, and I would put him up there in certainly the top 5 bronze-graded drivers in Europe, if not globally.
Got a shout out again to Viper Nisa Racing. They are going to owe us one more stop, but they are solidly, now that everything's shaken out, they are solidly in 4th in GT3 and 2nd in GT3 AM. Melvin Moe is now aboard that car. They are cycling through their drivers each time they come into the pits, but I don't know whether Diana is close to Viper Nisa and she can find Dominic Ang or Dominic Koo, but what a job from them. Clean as you like Mercedes. They are 10 seconds behind the battle for 992. They're just getting on with things, and they're going to get themselves a really, really good international podium. One thing getting a podium at your home circuit in Sepang, there's another thing getting a podium internationally. Diana, you're down there.
I'm not what you think I am. ETP Racing, the number 90 Aston Martin Vantage AMR. They've come in for a pit stop and a driver change, full new tyres, excuse me, to that car. Antonio Soniero has just jumped in to take that to the flag.
Good opportunity for Antonio to put in some hot laps. He had a really strong opening stint to the race before they hit problems.
Qualified 3rd?
The team qualified 3rd,
well,
yes.
He qualified 3rd. He was, oh yes, it was a combination of 2, wasn't it? But I think on his particular qualifying, he was 3rd.
He was put a strong lap in for sure, yes, and was up there fighting in the podium all the way through his opening stint. I'm sure E2P will get there with that Aston Martin. They've kind of been getting used to it in the open, really. Yeah. I don't know how much testing they've done out with if they're running in the Michelin 24-hour series, so it could just be the running through the kind of quirks of the car. I don't know, but I'm sure it will come good. Sending them positive vibes. They'll feel that's my job. No.
You are. you have the positive flag that you're flying.
That's right. Yes, that's right. The gap is coming down at the front of the field again. Last time by 2.6 seconds in the favour of Christopher Froggatt. And now Christopher Froggatt's getting into, he's got the tyres up to their full working window and really enjoying them at their peak and closing that gap down. Remember, there's about a 10-lap gap in strategy. The Herberth 91 that leads does need to come in about 10 laps earlier. Let's get more from the pits with Diana.
Yeah, the Helen Racing number 29 Ferrari is in, and it's Lisa Clark that's jumping in to take that car to the end. Driver change there. Lisa jumps in. New tyres for that car, and that Ferrari 488 GT3 will be back out with Lisa Clark behind the wheel.
Good opportunity for Lisa to get it to the end of the race and take the checkered flag at Spa in a Ferrari. Doesn't get a great deal better than that on your birthday weekend.
They're going to be on the podium as well. They're going to get 2nd in GT3 Pro, I suppose you'd call it. They are 14th overall, 7th in GT3. There's no real threat from behind. Klaus Bachler might catch Lisa Clark and pass her, but no, I think that's a sensible thing to give Lisa a little bit more track time. Hello, John.
Hello, good afternoon. Still no rain. Now, what time was it going to rain, Peter? Oh, yes, he's walked out.
Any moment now.
Yeah, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock it was going to rain. That was 45 minutes ago.
My app says it is raining.
Am I damp at all? No. No.
Hindhoff is going to be right, which is such a shame.
2 days running. 2 days running. Still pushing hard at the front of the field, Ralph Byrne, who's done a lot of driving today. Back in the number 91 car. Really interesting how manufacturers down through the years, Ben, have used this series to hone potential customer cars. Yeah. And Porsche, the latest in a long line of doing that. And I had a chance to have a quick look at the car when it was on the grid this morning. There's far more little details on that car than you can see. The camouflage livery is deliberate, I suppose, but standing side by side with its teammate car on the front row of the grid did make it a little more easy, a little easier to pick out those differences on both the front and the rear end of this evolution of the 992 GT3R.
I'm frowning, John.
Yes, I see that. I'm worried.
Yeah, AS RT, 11th position, 3rd in GT3 AM. Tom Jackson aboard the number 2. And the last time he came into the pits was only 8 laps ago, and now coming to again. So is that a back-timing pit stop? Because that will be their last, and then they can go to the flag, or
it's tight.
They should have left. They should have left their pit box. Yes, they have left their pit box, and go down to refueling. I think that's what they might be doing.
Yeah.
Back timing from the end of the race, but
yeah, an hour to go.
A bit of an
yes,
odd one.
There is an hour to go.
Yeah.
So yes, you're not a million miles off for that.
I hope it's that, and they're not developing a problem down there.
They've only got about a couple of minutes, a little over a couple of minutes between themselves and Jutta Racing.
Yeah,
who
but
were the fourth arm.
They have to pit again unless they want to do some boring fuel saving for the end of the race. They've done 17 minutes already, and we've got an hour to go. So it would just be really, really painful to go an hour and 20 in a GT3 tank.
Yes, but you could go in. What you'll do if you're Jutta and you want to get on the podium is you'll take that to the yellow light comes on, and then you'll only put in what you need, and then that'll be a short stop. If in the meantime you snag a code 60, you get your 25%, you probably made it in the end.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we have not had a code 60 since half 12.
Can't believe
that's a nice fact. That's well done, everybody on track, for being well behaved at Spa-Francorchamps, which is a very difficult circuit. In
Benjamin Michael Stewart.
Yes, that's my name.
That is your Sunday name, and it is Sunday.
12:43.
Oh!
Melvin Moe. Oh, smoky.
Blanchimont and the Aston Martin with that's the E2P car, isn't it?
Yeah, just come out the pits.
It's fuel overflow. I think that's fuel coming out of the right rear.
Well, it's coming back into the pits, Diana, for you. Right rear corner, smoking as though either the tyre wasn't on correctly or some fluid was coming out the back of it.
As they went round a left-hander, so it would have been leaning on that side. You're absolutely right. There's no fuel cap on it.
Oops.
There is no fuel cap on that car. So as soon as they went round anything approaching a high G, left-hand corner, okay, I might be old.
We saw that with Vortex earlier on today. They were called into the pits to get a fuel cap, and wow, it shouldn't take too long to fix unless it has failed.
That's the worry, isn't it? You normally have one of those dry brake sort of buckeyes on there.
There seems to be far too much work going on for a simple fuel cap.
The blowing air around it, I think, to get the remnants. I've seen a few odd things today.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had a transponder in a cooling duct, in a brake cooling duct. Today I've seen my first ever brake fluid fire.
Oh, Joe Bradley is going to love that.
Oh,
he's going to love that as a story. Did you know?
What colour is brake fluid?
Oh, he'll know.
Oh, he'll know. Well, he'll have tasted it. He'll know what the difference is between cold brake fluid and barbecued brake fluid. That's no doubt on that. If they stick a sock in and a bit of tape on that, I'm going to be... It's what you would have done when you were 17. If you'd left your fuel cap off, you'd have found something to just plug it up, put a bit of gaffer tape over the top to get you home. Not sure that is going to be allowed in terms of the regulations here.
It does mean that they are... Oh, no, they weren't fighting for anything. I was about to say they were going to drop positions. The number 2 AS RT that I was worried about has changed driver, so Amir Naran is going to do the final hour. He's the gentleman driver of that team, and he's going to have some work because he's now got to chase down, or he doesn't have to chase down Jutta. It depends if Jutta decides to fuel save or not, but there is a little battle going on there for the final podium spots in GT3 AM. But what do you think about Viper Niso? I keep banging on about it, but look at the Mercedes. It is beautiful. There's no scratches on it. They've come all the way from Malaysia, and they have really shown. This is definitely the best showing for Viper Nisa that we've seen in
by a
24H
distance.
series.
Yeah, by a distance. And they're sitting at the moment second in GT3 and fourth in GT3.
Yeah.
We have got, as I said we might do, we have got the 992 cars knocking on the door of an overall podium here. A couple of laps off, perhaps. 4 laps away, maybe. But that's as maybe. Only 90 seconds between first and second, although Bart Van Helden just brought the Van Berlen Motorsport car into the pit lane for that'll be that car's last stop as well. When was Fabi Dan's last into the pits?
10 minutes ago, so
they're good to the end.
Oh yeah, they are solidly in the lead there.
You wouldn't expect anything from Paul Trustwell. You wouldn't be expecting him to get the calculations wrong.
Absolutely. But there is a battle for second. Philip Hampret, 907, we ride on board with. They're going to go up into second position. And I'm pretty sure that Holmgaard Motorsport are part of that battle as well. They've just pitted. Van Berlo, with this long pit stop they're having now, are going to drop out of it.
RPM fuel to the M, the 907 car?
I speculated that they are. They've done 49 minutes, got 55 left. Might be a bit too tight.
No, I think that's a splash. You're right, I think that's a splash.
Whereas Holmgaard probably is. Ajit Kumar is definitely.
Still a huge crowd outside the back of the Ajit Kumar racing pit. Just down, our changeover point is down at garage number 3, which is a pit in. And been talking to Peter Fry from Creventic, and some very exciting possibilities for this, all I'm seeing from that, because it's nothing sorted, but Creventic doing what Creventic do, never being prepared to stand still, always looking to improve the series, the offering, and whether it's Easter eggs this weekend, pizzas, the previous race at Mugello. There's a real feeling for me about this series, and it's one of the reasons that I love coming to these events. There's a real feeling of family.
We did have the Millionaire Boys Club 2 seasons ago, wasn't it, where we had like 2 or 3 different Thai teams taking part, but we never went to Buriram.
No.
And that the Thai Super Series, there's a good, strong GT championship in Thailand called the Thai Super Series. It would have been a really cool sort of flyaway event, not particularly easy to get to.
I think the problem now about all of that is that, number one, Creventic has grown exponentially from what it was even when we got involved, and they've been going a few years by the time we got out to Dubai for the 24 hours there, and that actually came down, of course, to GT Academy and Darren Cox and Nissan. We'd been talking to Creventic for quite a while about doing some live coverage of their events, and it was only when GT Academy came along, Lucas Ordonez, the first winner, and the prize drive was the 24-hour drive with RGN, Bob Neville, and their team, Bob and Liz Neville, an integral part of that GT Academy, possibly even the most important part, because they took the raw gamers and coached them through to be a racing driver, and some of them were very good racing drivers, just needed to be polished up a little bit. Lucas Ordonez won the first one, and we were able to get some sponsorship together and some budget and go and cover the Dubai 24. Lucas Ordonez, who's doing electric powerboat racing for Will Smith's team.
He is.
I noticed he won in, was it Dubai or Qatar somewhere recently, one of the early rounds of the season. Won the first round. I think it was, I think they were in Dubai when we were in Qatar for the WEC prologue. But Creventic, ever since those early days for us and Radio Show Limited at the 24 Hours of Dubai, then subsequently as the series expanded, there's been a real family atmosphere, and that is absolutely down to the organisation itself. It comes right from the very top from everybody who works on it. And I've had the very good fortune not just to cover it as a journalist and a broadcaster, but also to have a go as well. And from the other side of it, as a driver, the ease at which you can to get your sign on and do all your paperwork and get your helmet and your suit and your underwear all ticked off. It was just a completely different attitude than that I'd been used to in the odds races that I'd been to. It's got the ERA Motorsport car in the pit lane.
No, but that also the leader. So that is Ralph Byrne coming into the pits, and that'll be their last stop then for Ralph Byrne. Joseph Crowell also has pitted in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. They have done their pit stop. They're already in the fuel area, and they should be leaving that pretty soon because 4 minutes and 10 seconds gone. They've been in the lane. I'm imagining that Joseph Crowell won't be in that car when it comes back out onto circuit because he'll run out of drive time due to racing, getting out of the way of the. That's what I.
Is that how you're down at Brussels? Tim Müller,
who's now in the Proton Uber competition? Is it still Klaus Bachler?
I think you'd probably have to take him out with the crowbar at the moment in the number 73 car. As Klaus is just made up a lap on Tim Müller there for Jutta Racing, but they are a little bit further down. Not been their day, has it? That number 73 Proton Huber car.
Well, they're lucky to still be going around, considering they spun at Eau Rouge Radion.
That's a good point. They're still going to be on the podium in Pro-Am, and they'll be. Where's the third place car? Is that the Kessel car? Yeah, which is in fuel at the moment in Pro-Am. The GT3s have been surprisingly and unusually unreliable.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we said that earlier. You have to go. You have to basically top 4 have not had issues, and everybody else after that has some kind of drama, either drama from the driver or drama from the car.
And some of that has been contact related. Yes, some of it's been making mistakes, but you know, gearbox issues on an AMG GT3
and on a Ferrari.
And on a Ferrari, yeah. And somebody else had a gearbox issue as well, an Audi. It was the Haas car had a gearbox issue. They've had an engine and a gearbox issue on the 2 different Haas cars this weekend.
Where's the Continental?
The Simpson car. Oh no, that was the Simpson car that had the issue.
Down to 26th position now. So that was a long pit stop to get that fixed. They're back out now.
It was the Simpson car that had the gearbox, wasn't it? But that was again another Audi. I'm just not used to that. This is old school in some respects. This is me going back to the 1980s and the 1990s, where endurance races were won by 5 and 10 laps at Le Mans, and not 5 and 10 seconds or 5/10 of a second.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. This has been a proper endurance.
Oh yeah, it has.
This has been full of attrition. There's been contact. There's been the only thing it hasn't had is a bit of weather. Everything else has been thrown at it.
I wonder but is that part of it though, Ben? That everybody has been at such a pace.
Yeah.
And you were mentioning the pace of the cars. The Creventic lap record for GT3s has gone
by a margin.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now, are there some factors for that? Yes, new surface, new tyre supplier, but that doesn't mitigate the fact that you're putting more stress and strain on gearboxes, drive lines, on suspension components, steering, and power steering, all of that sort of stuff, and that's where we've seen the issues, funnily enough. So maybe there's something to be learned by setup. And maybe there's something that needs to come from that.
Joseph Crowell, by the way, did stay aboard that Ferrari.
Did he?
My speculation was totally wrong. And he's going to do almost a 2-hour stint by the time we get to the flag, so he shouldn't need to pit again.
No.
And he is, therefore, that is absolutely chase down Hoffer and try and get yourself second overall. Sorry, on the podium.
Yeah, third overall. Yeah. So what if is there a full 2 laps between them, or is it the lap and a bit?
No, because Hoffer owe us a pit stop. Whereas,
oh, really? Oh, yes, you
Ferrari
see.
don't.
So that was their last pit stop for Josef Kral and Scuderia Praha and that lovely Ferrari. Ralph Bourne comes out of fuel.
Yeah, so they don't need to pit again.
Oh, they're done.
Ziggo need to pit again, but it's going to be a short pit stop.
Yeah, it's a splash.
Yeah.
No tyres.
And considering how slow a full pit stop is about 5 minutes. So
it's 2 laps, yeah.
Yeah,
if
you only do half a tank, then it's probably 1 lap less.
The bit that you can't take out is how far it is to get down to
there. Yeah.
And that, but yes, you're right, because you won't take anywhere near the fuel, and you won't risk stopping at your box, turning the engine off and changing Michelin tyres. You'll just send them for the last 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is.
So I think that puts Ziggo Sport Tempesta back into the lead of the race post pit stop. They are in the lead of the race now, but even when they go and pit,
do you think
they're going to come out at the head of the field? And it also, if you're Herbert, you've got a works Porsche development car, and you've got a customer car. Which one do you want to win?
Fair point, well made.
From a business point of view, I know the answer to that question.
So the leader is coming through Pouhon now. The second place car's just come out of find, right in front of them. So not quite 2 laps. Yeah. So 45 minutes to go. And we are still wondering where some of the silverware is going to. All the winning crews will get a special Omologato watch.
Do they get an Easter egg as well?
Well, I think Easter eggs were earlier.
Oh, really?
Diane is down in the pit lane, and always in the Michelin 24-hour series, we hand out some of the silverware.
Okay, need to go,
Let's go down to Di for something very, very special indeed.
Gary, well, you've been asked to come down to the pit lane tonight to meet all of your colleagues. As you know, we do the Spirit of the Race Award, and they wanted to give this to you this weekend for everything that you've done for them and the team and all the involvement that you've been in. So here they are all ready to show their appreciation to you.
That's really nice. They're keeping me surprising the whole weekend already, so I'm a little bit flabbergasted. But I really, really appreciate that, and I never thought about this award. But why not? I take it with pleasure.
Well, I could see the surprise on your face as you walked through the garage there. So come on, guys and girls, show your appreciation to Gary.
Gary, you've been with Creventic for 20 years since the start. And you've, I think, always been the spirit of Creventic in your work, in your sporting side, technical side, all the regulations, all the other work that you've done through spirit of Creventic for 20 years. And we will, in the future, work hard to maintain that same spirit. And in that same vein, this race, the spirit of the race, is yours.
I really appreciate it, Casper. Nice words, and yeah, I hope you do it even better. I'm sure this group can do that with all the young guys, and so go for it and do it together with all of them. Really, 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 thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you.
If anybody can be termed the father of Creventic, well, certainly Gary and Ivo, but Gary has been the face of Creventic for such a long time with the teams, the promoters, the circuits. Casper will be taking over, who you heard there talking to him, and 20 years. It started, for those of you that don't know it started because Gary and Ivo were racing and didn't feel as though that they were getting the type of treatment that they felt for their racing, and thought, you know what, we could do better than this ourselves, and that's how it all started. And it's lovely to see And a great idea. Spirit of the race, spirit of Creventic. Gary Willems, who has been so much an integral part of how this series has developed over the last 20 plus years. And to see all of the management team, when you consider it was Gary and Ivo in the corner of one of the warehouses that started it off, and now to see that dedicated management team, that family atmosphere that keeps us all coming back, it's an extraordinary achievement for Gary, and he's right, he's leaving it in very good hands, and that has come from the top and from how he has led and inspired in these last 2 decades.
And look at the series now. Look at the drivers who are coming to compete in it, and have done for a long time. Teams, manufacturers. You know, Porsche, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, customer racing manufacturer in the world. They sell hundreds of GT3 cars around the world. They sell even more than that of Porsche Cup cars, over 5,000 Porsche Cup cars. And they have chosen for the public debut, with their new edition of their 992, they're always developing their GT3R, and this is the next evolution package coming along. They've chosen Creventic to do that. That's not by accident. Porsche don't make decisions by accident. You know, Ferrari have a lot of their people here looking after the teams that are running those cars in this championship. Look at how it's come along. Look at the circuits we go to, and you look at the careers that have been made in this championship, whether that be team owners, whether that be drivers, whatever it might be. What that early genesis and what it's grown into is remarkable. Jerry should be very proud of what he's achieved in the last 20 years or so.
You mentioned Porsche there. Let's not forget there is now a direct relationship between Porsche Motorsport and Creventic for the Michelin Endurance Cup at this venue, which we debuted last year, and we will have the second edition of this September, early in September, first weekend in September. Now, as you said, Porsche, and particularly Porsche Motorsport, they don't just work with anybody, and they've put their name on it. So if Porsche Motorsport, presented by Porsche Motorsport, and for those that were here last year or who watched the event last year, first of all, we had an event that was absolutely worthy of all the Porsche brand values, including having the coolest safety car in the history of safety cars, because it was a 918 Spider. But Porsche do not put their name on something if they are not 100% sure, Peter, that the people that they are partnering with can deliver the product. And that's what Gary and the team have built up in the last 2 decades.
That's what they have done. Yeah, it's amazing. And surviving through COVID. You know, COVID in the pandemic in 2020 was a thing that was so difficult for every business owner.
First series back.
Everyone.
First series back, went to Portimao and raced with distancing rules, amended their regulations to take in that and make the teams take it seriously, and got back to racing, but made sure that all of the protocols were in place to ensure that everybody could do that and go back to motor racing and go back to the business of motor racing. Let's not forget that. And whether it was us as broadcasters, our television partners and production partners, 0221, or the teams, or the manufacturers, the business of motor racing needed to get back working. And Creventic were the ones that made that happen at Portimao. First European series to get back going, and they spent a long time making sure that the regulations were all right. Diana Binks has stayed down in the pit lane. Very moving that dive. Must have been brilliant to be down there. I envy you that.
Yes, it absolutely was, and he was quite shocked when he came through the door and just saw me standing there, actually, because Seb had hid out of the way, and then the team, I got them to stand behind the wall a little bit, so they jumped out, and it was, yeah, quite very emotional for him. But John, I've come further up the pit lane now as well to E2P Racing. The GT3 Aston Martin Vantage, number 90, is in the garage, unfortunately. I don't know if you spotted anything earlier with it, but Antonio was behind the wheel, just jumped out, and he's just going to update us now. We understand it was, excuse me, a fuel issue.
Yes, it was a fuel issue. I don't know why in the refueling the guys were having problems with refueling, and I don't know, something get broke or something, we don't know yet. But when I go out, the fuel started to jump out, and yeah, we don't know yet.
Obviously, you've had to bring it back in, and now it's retired effectively from the race. It's now retired now into the garage.
Yes.
Even though we've only got, I guess, half an hour to go.
Yes, we think so, because problems with fuel, you know, are very dangerous. So I was a little bit scared because a lot of smell was coming in, a very hard, very heavy smell of fuel, and it was a little bit scary, but I'm safe, and the car is safe. That is also important. So yeah, I think it's retired, yeah.
It would be fair to say that the team have had a number of challenges over this event, but they've all jumped into action and tried to do as much as possible to keep it going. So you must be impressed with how they have performed.
Yes, absolutely. We are having so bad luck. I don't know. We have many issues, but the team is always there. They are working very hard, and yeah, the car is new, so we have to deal with it, and yeah, keep working that hard and give thanks to the team. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Antonio Cinero is normally there's just a little smile at the end of that interview, but that's probably the most downbeat I've seen him on our pictures in the global broadcast center, because he's normally just such a charming young guy and smiling, but everybody's patience has a limit, and E2P's patience has been put to the very test. Not just here this weekend at Spa, but also in Mugello they had problems, and they had the old Porsche 991.2, which ran very well, and they've moved to the Aston Martin Vantage, and it just hasn't gone right, unfortunately.
I do like the race suits that look like space suits.
They're very cool.
That look like the old NASA space suits, the space overalls. Very good. You were just grabbing a quick coffee when it happened, and it was coming through the left-hander before Blanchimont, and then through Blanchimont. The fuel was just gushing out of the fuel filler. That's the second time we've seen that today. Thought it might have been smoke to start with, and I realised it was fuel. Just half an hour, a little bit more to go, Peter. And this has been very impressive by Herbert, right back on the sort of form that we've expected from them. In some ways, you know, made their name in this series. You're talking about people, you know, Gary Willems and the team given a platform for people to go racing at an intermediate level, not regional championship, FIA World Championship level, but neither at club or national level. At that stepping stone, that's such an important chance and challenge for people to take and use that platform. And Herbert have absolutely flourished by being in this season. I mean, there was one season I think they won just about everything.
They've flourished strategically. They always seem to get that right. Operationally, in terms of how they deal with getting in and out the pit stops, reliability, preparation, and the drivers who they put in the car, all of those factors together, they're the complete package. And again, there is no accident that Porsche have approached them to run this car and to be part of this project. But this Michelin 12 Hours of Spa, this is one that's missing off their sticker book of their extensive sticker book of victories.
Panini album.
The Panini album is nearly complete, and this would certainly be one that they've been waiting on for a while. There haven't been as many opportunities to win it, of course, because sometimes there's been a TCR race or it's been a prototype race or whatever, but they've in terms of GT3 overall, this would be their 5th attempt at it, or the 5th chance to win it. And of course, remember, they are running that Ziggo Sport car, so this would count as a Herbert win if that Ziggo Sport car does win.
The Proton car in its plain carbon, not been plain sailing for them, Peter. Klaus Bachler plugged into that car. He'll take it home for the last half an hour. Seems like yesterday to me that he was the bright young thing in sports car paddocks around the world, now one of the elder statesmen of the sport, and not the result that they will have been looking for. They're sitting in, what, 13th, I think, overall. Maybe a little bit further than that, 15th overall, but still second in the Pro-Am Championship. We're saying to Ben, it has been quite a race of attrition in terms of the GT3, some of it self-inflicted, but this has been a fast race, though. Having said that, when we've had these long green flag periods, the pace has been exceptional.
They have, yeah, they have had the pace. I think the biggest thing has been the incidents. It was the same at Mugello at the first round. They had a fast car, they were front running, and an incident cost them, caused damage and cost them time. It's been exactly the same here at Spa. They've been on the back foot ever since that incident yesterday. So they just need to try and they need to somehow get a clean run. If they can get a clean run, they've got a quick enough car, they've got a quick enough driver lineup. I mean, if you've got Klaus Bachler involved, as you rightly say, you've got a great opportunity. That's the diffuser just at the back of the floor of the car on the right hand side is drooping down slightly. So that might affect the aerodynamic balance of the car a little bit, and if it starts to scrape the floor, that might be a little bit disconcerting for Klaus. But just that we're running a little bit wounded, this car, but pace-wise, not too bad.
As are many, in fairness. The red tape underneath on the front intakes and also on the intakes in front of the rear wheels, just testament to how chilly it's got. They've left that on to take some of the cooling and airflow out of the car. Klaus Bachler then 7th in class. Now down at Tempesta, I think that is.
No, it's Ajit Kumar.
Oh, no, it's Ajit Kumar.
Yes.
As off has gone the Circle K Audi at La Source. Jutta Racing, Tim Müller. Tim in the number 71 card, been trucking along quite nicely, 3rd in the AM class. He's got a wee bit of a lead coming up on the red Vortex. And also one of the Ferraris had just missed his braking point. Fortunately, that is... missed his braking point, goes off, knows he's going into the gravel. Really sensible driving by Tim Müller there. He slows right down, makes sure he's got the car in the gear that he wants, just keeps the car going and immediately gets it as close to the side of the track as he can to get a little purchase from the Michelin tyres. That could have so easily ruined a podium run there if he panicked, locked it all up, got it stuck, got it dug in. That would have been a real shame. Right, let's head back down to the pit lane. Under half an hour to go now. Diana Binks reporting.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, we just thought we'd have a final chat with Ajit Kumar, who is just waiting for his co-driver to get back in the car. But first of all, I wanted to talk to you. We talked to you before the race. You were a little bit nervous about this one here at Spa. What would you say about it now? Now you've had an opportunity to be out there on the track.
Today was wonderful. My last stint was really good. And I think I was clocking 228s and 229s consistently, and extremely pleased. And it has been a roller coaster ride this whole week, but the longest 45 minutes of my life. I just hope we finish on the podium with a P3. I hope.
Well, we've still got, I think, half an hour to go, so we won't go there right this minute. But tell me what you have learned and developed within yourself as a driver, having experienced this circuit and racing on it.
Patience. I mean, it takes time to get to especially getting the mid pack, and just follow the protocol and just listen to what your engineers have to say, your co-drivers, and I'm sure things will get better for us as a team. And for now, I'm extremely pleased with everyone. A special thanks to Team Red Ant to have made this weekend possible. We didn't have a car, and they were gracious enough in finding one for us. And and then of course Ed, our race engineer. It's a wonderful team, Red Ant, and I'm happy to be here with them.
Well, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Take care. Bye-bye.
Ajit Kumar always smiling and enjoying his racing there, and giving us an impression of the journey he's on with his motor racing. A huge star in Collywood in India, and delighted to see the attention that that crew are getting, and another class podium would back up what we've seen. They've had a couple already so far in 24-hour series competition throughout the year. It's Fabian Dant at the wheel of the slightly damaged Red Camel Jordan's machine, which was damaged on the first lap of the race yesterday, but it's carrying on, and they've really been in control of this race for most of it, and looking in a very good spot to get yet another win in the 992 category. In fact, this year they're on a huge roll. They didn't have a great year last year. They had all sorts of various different complications last year. Didn't go their way. Red Ant won the championship, but they won at Dubai, which of course is the big 24-hour race to win, and they won at Mugello at the opening round of this season, and they're in good position to win yet again. They really have been steamrolling this 992 class.
Waiting to see how long this pit stop is for the leader of our race, Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing. Pretty sure they drove straight past their pit garage. There's no driver change or tyre change, and they don't need to do a full fuel stop. But how long is it going to take? Is it going to drop them behind the 991 Herbert Motorsport car, who just passes them now? There is our Ziggo Sport leader, now stationary for 2.5 minutes. The 91 has got to the end of the Kemmel Straight now. Does that put the 91 in the lead, or there's still one more lap to go? I think there's still one more lap to go. And this is the crucial moment to decide the victor of the 12 hours of Spa. It's definitely going to be Herbert Motorsport, but is it going to be Ziggo Sport, or is it going to be Herbert's SP4 machine? It's taking a while, but now 3 minutes. There we go. Not 4.5 like a full stop.
Yeah, it was a full fuel tank that was required, wasn't it, there for Christopher Froggatt? Just 20, although there are only 24 minutes left, so yeah, that did take a while. You would wager, but maybe just making sure. It
wasn't 4.5 like we saw from the SP4 car, so it was a shorter fill. He only needs to go 25 minutes. He doesn't need to do, as we saw when Ralph Bogg came in an hour ago, with an hour left of the race. He needed a full hour of fuel. So that was a shorter stop. It was shorter by 1 minute and 40 seconds, which is 3/4 of a lap, and he was about 3/4 of a lap behind, was he not? Clearly not, because they're not on the same part of the circuit.
So that will mean then that Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing can control with their advantage. Just got to get through the next 23 minutes of the race. Hoffer Racing are in fuel as well. Of course, they're trying to finish on the overall podium as well as win the AM class. They're, of course, overall pole sitters in qualifying on Friday, and it's been really a dream weekend for them. An overall podium with this level of competition, I think Hoffer Racing will be delighted with that, and a win in their class too. We're just waiting at the endurance pits at the moment. We do the pit work in the Grand Prix pit and then down to the endurance pits to fill up with fuel, as Ajit Kumar Racing in for a pit stop, doing a late driver change here with 23 minutes left on the clock. That was brought in by Mathieu Detries. It'll be Fabien Dufour getting in. Ajit Kumar watching on at the back of the car.
I think that they're still in a pretty decent battle with RPM Racing. Philip Hamprecht back aboard that. I'm just trying to check to see when Hamprecht last pitted, and it was just a few moments ago. So Hamprecht goes to the end with that last pit stop, and now Ajit Kumar Racing will go to the end with that last stop. How close will they be? Because that is for second and third in 992 AM, led by Van Berlo Motorsport. But there's still a few things to shake out here at the end of this race, even with just 22 minutes remaining. The last round of stops are the last opportunity, really, to see how all of those pit stops, all of those decisions over the last 12 hours have played out.
So out of the pits then goes Hoffer Racing. The car was brought in by Torsten Kratz.
And I think Joseph Crowler's just gone past pits. So Crowler's at the top of this hill and Torsten is at the bottom of it. Is that for position, or is there still one lap between them?
I think there's a lap between them.
Still one lap between them. Okay.
Yes, so Kratz now on to the Kemmel straight and has stayed on board, so no driver change there, just came straight through, no tyres or anything like that. So 21 minutes for Torsten Kratz to bring home this Hoffer Racing Mercedes with an overall podium for this family team. All the family there, all go to the races to enjoy the competition, and this got to be one of their best ever weekends in Michelin 24-hour series competition.
9:07 is the next car to look out for, which is actually just ahead of this little battle we're watching on our screens. 9:07 going through the Piff Paff, and that is that RPM car in a fight with Ajit Kumar that still sits in the fuel bay. And that is that battle for third in AM. The moment still Ajit Kumar Racing's way, and they are now rolling at the end of pits. Okay, so that means that they have not a massive advantage, because 9:07 comes into the chicane, but I would say it's about 25-second advantage to 9:01. So we haven't really considered that Ajit Kumar Racing was actually that high up in 9:92. They've been quite quiet about it, haven't they?
And that's always good. In 9:92, it's just about go about your business quietly, make no mistakes, keep off the penalty board.
And now Van Berlo from second in 9:92 into the pits. So they owed us a stop as well.
Yes, now do they have enough in hand to get back out ahead of Ajit Kumar Racing? Probably. But it's where they go in terms of RPM, of course, who are due us a pit stop as well. Unless we have a code 60 from basically now to the end of the race, then they might be all right. But we did ponder what they're. I remember I was thinking about it, how long could they go into the race, but we'll see. At 9:92, podium still not quite locked in. Is it going to be Van Berlo Motorsport or RPM? At the moment looks good for Van Berlo, but let's see, still plenty to shake out over the next 19 minutes as everybody takes their last stops, their last splash of fuel if they need it. In GT4, SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, after that early crash for Venture Engineering with their Mercedes, that put them in a strong position with the 427 car, and they've got a strong lap over their sister machine, so looking like a 1-2 for Sorg Rennsport at the moment. And Proton Huber competition, kind of a story of what could have been, really. Again, we saw it in Mugello, they'd had strong pace, they're running up the front, and they had an incident. Same again here in Spa. They're hoping that their luck will change later in the season. Klaus Bachler kind of has one speed. You know, you'd think, well, why bother? Why bother if it's well, at the moment actually they're second in Pro-Am, 15th overall, and Klaus Bachler consistently running in the 2:17 bracket, as he has done for most of the weekend. And even that mismatched tape isn't even slowing him down, Ben.
The gap between Ziggo Sport and Herbert at the front of the field, 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's all it is. It's about 3/4 of a lap that relates to. We're just waiting for Van Berlo Motorsport to finish their pit stop. Actually, hang on a second. Van Berlo Motorsport might have an issue here. Diana will be down in the pits. Has she got eyes on the 925? Because it's now been in the pits for 3 minutes. It hasn't moved to go and do refueling.
That's too long.
That's too long.
That's definitely too long. Oh dear. So Van Berlo Motorsport, that's Baz Kooten running that car. Oh no, this would mean then that RPM Racing, depends how long their pit stop is, do they then bring Ajit Kumar Racing into the mix in AM? Could Ajit Kumar be in position to score a surprise win, let alone a podium? Diana, what have you got for us?
At the other end, unfortunately, but I've just seen a car leave at the very end there, and I'm sure it's the one you're just talking about. So if you can see if it's heading its way over to the other down the other side of the track to rejoin, it's not.
No.
Okay, I'll have to run up there and have a look then. So I'll come back to you.
Okay then. So yeah, the Van Berlo cars are kind of white and dark purple and blue colour.
Second in 992, first in 992 AM.
She's just dropped back to third in 992 just this moment, actually, as Jonas Holmgaard came through. Much better time of things for Holmgaard. They had a pretty difficult Mugello as well, and they're now in they're in second in 992. I think if at the start of the weekend, if you'd said you'd be up there, second spot on the podium, I think they'd have taken that, actually. With the two Milner cars here, they were always going to be a threat, and well, turned out not to be the case with those issues earlier on, with that crash earlier on. But Holmgaard have done a solid job, and sitting there in second, they haven't quite been able to match the performance of Red Camel Jordans, who have been in their own Premier League in 992. But still, should be a good result for Holmgaard. But as we're seeing with this Van Berlo car, it can go wrong even with 50 minutes to go. They're still in the pits over 5 minutes. You should be fully. You could do a full service in that time, full tank of fuel, etc., and be out the pits by then. So there's something not right.
Oh, it's going to put RPM to the head. We know that RPM must be massively fuel saving. 1 hour and 26 minutes of Philip Hamprecht has been in that car, although actually did pit 5-6 laps ago. That's incorrect. So it doesn't owe us another pit stop, and now moves up into the head of the field. So Hamprecht to the head of the 992 field in the RPM Krone Racing machine, passing Van Berlo Motorsport, that's in the pits right now, still with a P beside his name. And the next one will be Ajit Kumar Racing. Well, actually, Martin Rump in the Milner Motorsport will be the next 992 car to come past.
Yeah, and that will help with the overall points for Milner Motorsport. They've not given in, having been involved in that pile-up at Les Combes on lap 1 yesterday. They've really fought hard, and they've got great drivers in that 921 Milner car.
And look, Holmgaard now into the pits. There's still so much going on in 992. Holmgaard from second into pit lane, presumably, hopefully, just for a quick splash and dash. Diana, what do you see?
The 925, you were just talking Van Berlo Motorsport by Bascooten Racing. That car is, as you said, in the garage. They've got a problem with the belt, the multi-belt, they said, at the back. So they can repair it, but it's obviously going to take a few minutes more. They're all working at the rear of the car to see what they can do. But obviously they're losing time, and precious time now as we're nearly at the end. But the driver's still in the car. They're keeping the front cool. They've got the fans out, so they are working on that multi-belt at the back to repair, but obviously they're going to lose position now.
They've lost, losing several positions, unfortunately, for that Bascooten team with Van Berlo Motorsport. What a shame. What a shame. They're leading the 992 AM category. So, yeah, dropping down now is, Ajit Kumar Racing on that last lap have gone through into second in the category. The question is how long a stop do RPM Racing have to take, and are Ajit Kumar Racing close enough to hop past and win the 992 AM category?
They are 1 minute and 40 back, looking at that timing screen.
So I would think yes.
But do you reckon they have to feel 1 hour and because I need to look at my strategy screen again and hope that it's telling the truth.
Well, at the moment, Philip Hamprecht has been driving for 1 hour and 29 minutes. His tyres are 30 laps old.
But he pitted 6 laps ago, so I don't think he owes a pit stop.
Okay, right, no, he doesn't then, okay. Stay calm.
That one On that one, yes. But what about Jonas Holmgaard? He's still in the fuel bay. Yes, he's still stationary. So for 992 for third position, RPM could actually gain a position here. I think they will gain a position. Because 902 on our screen. In fact, RPM coming around La Source right now. 902 is starting to roll. It's going to be really close as they come along the Kemmel Straight for second in 992. They are, of course, in different classes. We are commentating on some crawling ants, but at the top of the shot, you'll see there is the Sonax-sponsored 90
coming up the Kemmel Straight.
And Fabian and then 909 is just behind.
Yeah, this is coming up the Kemmel Straight towards La Source. So 902 Holmgaard.
Oh, we're looking for 907, aren't we? Not
907 is the Kron car. Yeah, so I think we're safe in terms of position there. So just to recap, 992, Red Camel Jordan's leading by a good margin now. They've got several laps in hand. Holmgaard Motorsport have just taken their last pit stop, so they are now looking like it's going to be second place. RPM Racing, as Ben rightly said, just been in 6 laps ago, so they do not have a concern in terms of fuel. So they're in the 992 AM lead. Fourth in 992s overall is Milner Motorsport. And they started the day 5 laps back. That's a great fight back from them. Ajit Kumar Racing looking like second in 992. So a podium, but and off for the 701
There's
Vortex.
2 cars there.
And there's 2 cars, including the 901, which is the Ajit Kumar car. So if the Ajit Kumar 901 and Cyril Kalmon in the 701 Vortex, have they come together? The fact that the 2 of them are both showing as stopped at La Source, there's got to be something in that. In fact, yes, the Ajit Kumar car is way off the road. Way off the road. This is at the bus stop, excuse me. At the bus stop, the Vortex is dead stop. The front left is damaged. The door is up. The driver's climbing out of the Vortex. This will surely be a code 60 with 10 minutes left on the clock. But the Ajit Kumar car, oh no, there's another twist in the tail in 992. From a podium position, Ajit Kumar Racing have had an incident at the bus stop chicane, and they are well off the road, Ben Constanduros. And that's a fast braking point. Going into that corner, they're braking in a 992 at 155 miles an hour. The driver is out the car. Fabien Defoe is out the car. The rear left has been damaged. What has gone on there for Ajit Kumar Racing with their new partnership with Red Ant?
Oh, and they just inherited a really lovely pot in 992 AM. Nobody seems to want to get a podium in that. Jutta Racing come in to get fuel. Glenn Van Berlo Motorsport come in to get fuel as well. Getting back into the Vortex, which is, of course, our leader in GTX as well. And may stay leader in GTX because they have a 15-lap advantage over the second place in GTX, which is the 902. So now I don't know the rules about if you have to finish to be classified or not, or take the last lap. But we've only got 8.5 minutes left of the race, so there's no way you can get 15 laps back in 8.5 minutes.
A little bit of gesturing from Fabien Defoe, from who's got to be nearly 100 meters away from the Vortex, towards the Vortex, in, I would say, displeasure. Diana will hopefully get down there and try and find out from Ajit Kumar Racing what's going on. Ajit Kumar has just had his podium lost. He still takes time to smile and have a photograph.
Unbelievable.
That's a true pro. Oh no.
Of course, the guys down there in the pits don't know what's going on.
Well, they'll have access to the pictures in some of the garages, but that Ajit Kumar Racing car has gone miles off the road at the bus stop. I mean, you're braking from 155 miles an hour, sorry, 155 miles an hour down to 40 miles an hour. The car looks like it's definitely not slowed enough.
Oh, okay. Did you see the hand gesture? They suggested they were side by side going into the braking zone, and that the Vortex moved over on the Porsche, and the Porsche went up in the air. That was what was being explained on the by somebody to Mathieu Dutré.
Dear, dear.
Drama at the end of 12 hours. Code 60. Yellow flags, of course, as well.
Huge drama. Yeah, that's such a shame for Ajit Kumar Racing. The only thing is if Van Berlo Motorsport can't get what they're trying to repair with the belt in the engine, are they trying, you know, if they don't get back out, does this then potentially put Escuderia Farron onto the podium all of a sudden? That's what Pablo Blas Silvero told us, that we wanted to be up on the top 3 positions. Well, they might well get that wish. Diana, what can you shed on this one?
Well, I'm sort of running up and down at the minute, so if I run out of breath, you'll have to bear with me. The 925 you were just talking about by Bascuton Racing, that car is still in the garage. I don't think that's going to get back out in the next 5 to 8 minutes, to be honest. So we'll just have to watch. If it comes out, I will let you know as I just head up to the end just to see what else is going on here in the pit lane.
The big one is trying to find out from Ajit Kumar Racing 901 what's going on. That's it looks like there's been a big incident between that and the Vortex, and where the Ajit Kumar car has ended up is so far beyond. It's almost as if it's gone kind of straight on, and a good 100 meters beyond the turning point of the corner. Really a nasty one, a very nasty one indeed. Both drivers out of the car, we must say, both on their own power, which is what we always like to see. That is the main thing, but result-wise, not what Ajit Kumar Racing were looking for. And likewise, the Vortex, they likely will still be classified as the leading GTX car. They'll be brought back to the pits now on the flatbed, but with 5 minutes and 33 seconds to go, that will be their kind of competitive running all finished, unfortunately. Well, we said there was twists in the tail to come. I wasn't quite what I had in mind.
So I'm reading the series regulations, and I don't think you need to take the checkered flag to be classified. You just need to do 50% of the race of the class leader. So that Vortex is still going to win in GTX, even though it's not going to be able to take the checkered flag. And great to see that Jerry's going to be the man to wave that flag in 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, checkered flag on a fantastic career with Creventic. And what a story that this championship has woven over the years, and still many more stories to tell as we travel all over the world with some amazing people, amazing teams, and a checkered flag with well wishes all over it. I love that. I don't speak Dutch, but I did spot the word pension on there as well. Enjoy your pension, Jerry. Quite right. Enjoy it. Fantastic, fantastic stuff. The leader has been confirmed as on the last lap now, coming through Eau Rouge. Not exactly flat out at 60 kilometers an hour, this Porsche 992 GT3R with Chris Froggatt aboard, capable of much more, but the whole field neutralized because of that incident at the bus stop, unfortunately. But for Ziggo Sport Tempesta, I mean, what a story. How cool is this? You know, they've teamed up with one of the best teams in the Creventic paddock, but Chris Froggatt not having any experience in the car now. A very, very animated Fabien Defoe. Body language tells to me, Ben Constantinos, of not someone who felt that they were at fault there, who felt that the other driver was at fault. I'm not a body language expert, but that was pretty clear.
Yeah, unfortunately so. From what we've deduced from the bits of pictures and what I could hear him saying there, it does sound as though he was squeezed and pushed off the road. What I can't see is that much damage to that car, but obviously he knows that there's enough damage that the car can't continue. Just in terms of classification, the actual words in the regulations are cars will be classified in order of the number of the laps completed, and then in order in which they have crossed the finishing line if there are equal number of laps. So you just need to complete as many laps as possible. You don't necessarily need to take the checkered flag. So those cars in the pits, those cars that have retired late on, their wheel, that side looks okay. It's obviously lost the front splitter, but the damage must be on the right-hand side of that car. There's not even that many tracks in the gravel by the looks of things.
Now, if there's anyone listening who has command of the French language, we do apologise if you picked up any bad language over the tannoy. It's can happen in a live pit lane, and particularly when an incident like that's happened. But nevertheless, if you picked up on anything, do apologise for that.
I translated it exactly.
Well, so. I mean, in one class as well, all the drama in one class. The 992 AM, 2 cars looking good for a podium, one looking good for a win, one looking good for a podium, and it goes up in smoke.
And also no opportunity for the last 10 minutes of racing to change things. So RPM Racing have ended up second in 992, and Holmgaard have ended up third. I think they were slightly saved by the fact they were in the pits when this Code 60 was called, and they didn't drop behind Martin Rump and the Mulner Motorsport 921. Well, that's a great result for Mulner. Okay, it's fourth. Third in class, but and fourth in 992. But considering they were parked up at the side of the road on lap 1, they've managed to defeat the rest. Now, Fabien Defoe in the Ajay Kumar Racing Porsche classified second in AM, but won't go any further. Glenn Van Berlo classified third in AM, but won't go any further. The question is, on this last lap, will the 949 Escudo Faron Porsche, which is still running, be able to get one more lap and therefore find themselves ahead?
It will, because it's just coming up to Lecombe, to Eau Rouge at the moment, behind the leader, so it will complete another lap.
That'll only move it up to third. So
they will get a podium.
But Ajay Kumar is going to stay on the podium in second.
Is he? Right, okay.
They're not going to. They're not actually going to lose out at all.
You're right. Good spot. So that is that at least is good news. Not the way they wanted their weekend to end, I might add.
Very unusual end to the 992.
A very, very unusual end. Yes. What a weekend for JMEC Engineering, a tiny, tiny team. James Collins, the car owner, we had a wonderful conversation with him after the Barcelona 24 hours last year, and he admitted, he said, when we drove into the paddock in Barcelona with the car on the back of a trailer and we saw the trucks, and he thought, oh, this is a bit serious, guys. It was something to that effect. And they've come here, they've come back, and they are going to win in the TCE category. The car has run absolutely supremely all the way through the weekend. Kevin Clark and James Collins. GT4, well, Venture had it in the bag, really. They had a strong lead, and unfortunately a big incident at Eau Rouge took them out of the race, and Nürburgring stalwarts SRS Team Sorg Rennsport with their white, blue and brown Porsche are going to be your winner in GT4. But our overall race leader and soon-to-be winner, the number 193 Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing, run by the Herberth squad, helping Herberth to win the Michelin 12 Hours of Spa for the very first time. One of the very few wins missing in their sticker book of victories here in this amazing championship. Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing in that beautiful white and orange machine. Ziggo Sport, of course, a new broadcast partner with Creventic in Dutch language for the Dutch audience, coming into the bus stop for the final time at a far more subdued pace. This car set the best lap of the race, the only car to get underneath the 2:17 barrier, with Luke Hartog setting that fastest lap. So it's fastest lap, and it is going to be the win for Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing. Christopher Froggatt, Luke Hartog and Jonathan Hui see the checkered flag waved for the last time by Jerry Williams, who celebrates his retirement here at the conclusion of the 7th Michelin 12 Hours of Spa. Huge congratulations to Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing. Herberth Motorsport continue to impress. Dana Binks is down there. Luke Hartog on the pit wall to see his car come over. Dana, down to you.
Hi, I've got Jonathan with us now, and I think Luke's up there on the wall. Jonathan, what does this mean to you?
Oh, finally. Been so many attempts to conquer this place, and finally we've done it, and I couldn't be more proud of the effort. of everybody with Luke and Chris, I'm over the moon.
It must be a little bit overwhelming as well at this moment in time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you saw the conditions were keep changing. We're really worried about will the rain come, and we had a big penalty to serve, so it was very tight in the end. But yeah, I'm really happy. Thank you.
Well done to you and the team. Look, if I could just have a quick word, just give us your thoughts now. Everyone's celebrating. It's time for you to enjoy it with the team, but a great result.
Yeah, I think well summarized. Yeah, let's celebrate now. Job done, so we're happy. Nothing else matters.
I will let you celebrate. You'll be on that podium very, very soon. The other team, obviously, that's just jumping around here on the pit wall. I got to have a word with them. We've got to speak to Hoffer Racing. They have done the number 11. They have done an amazing job here. Alex, huge congratulations. Chantal, she's just behind us now, but I wanted to get a chat with you. I know it's been an emotional run, this one, hasn't it? Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was an unbelievable weekend. More we could wish for. It's unbelievable. It was so much fun with all the guys. The weather was finally amazing. The car was just great. It was so much fun. We could push like hell. We were able to fight with the top guys. It is just overwhelming.
Well, I can tell you that we just love being involved with this with you, but the guys, the commentators, have been hugely impressed by your performance all over this weekend, so that was a great result. Chantal, we don't get an opportunity to talk to you as much as we'd like. What does this result mean to you and the team? I can see everyone's really celebrating right now.
It's really great. Like the last 2 hours, I was just like doing stuff so I didn't have to watch what's happening because I was so nervous that it would happen to get on the podium. Very excited.
Congratulations, a great result for all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So pleased for that team. I mean, what a special experience to go racing. You know, it's Chantal and Alex, a married couple, racing together with Chantal's dad, Michael, part of the team. And the kids are there as well. They're always there. They're always around the paddock, always well behaved as well. I always think that they're very well behaved children in the catering area, and they go racing together. They have had a red letter weekend. On pole position overall, they win in the AM class, and an overall podium. At this level of racing, Ben, in this kind of car, you've got to be perfect. You've got to not make mistakes. And over 12 hours of racing on a circuit like this, that's really, really difficult to do. We can't stress it enough. What a day for them.
Yeah, and you go down to 6th position. And after 6th position, you've still got so many cars that have had issues and the mistakes. Only really 5 or 6 cars without any issues at all. And they ran from qualifying through to the end of the race pretty faultlessly.
So, your results then. The number 193 Ziggosport Tempesta Racing make it a 1-2 for Porsche with Jonathan Hui, Christopher Froggatt and Luke Hartog, your winners, ahead of the new for 2026 91 Herbert Porsche. That new Evo package off to a very good start, I think it must be said. But Ralph Bond, Alfred Renauer and Lauren Heinrich driving like we would expect them to, perfectly. And what a day for Hoffer Racing, with Michael Kroll, Chantal Prince, Alex Prince and Torsten Kratz joining the Hoffer team with that Prince family outing. An amazing day for them, an overall podium and a win in class. Scuderia Praha back to where they belong, at the sharp end of the field. They are your winners in Pro-Am in 4th. And Red Camel Jordans, I'm running out of superlatives for them. They've had, well, let's be honest, the perfect season. They won at Dubai, they won at Mugello, and they've won again today. 5th overall in a Porsche 992 Cup car. And the Malaysian team, Viper Niza Racing, come home in 6th place on the class podium. Fantastic story for them. We really hope to see them back more here in the Michelin 24-hour series. And once again, repeating their success from Mugello in the AM class, RPM Racing with Tracy Crowe, Nick Johnson and Philip Hambrecht. They really are a force to be reckoned with. 902 home Vanguard Motorsport returning back to form after a difficult time at Mugello. And Mulder Motorsport, how did they pull that one off? 4th overall in 992, having started the day 5 laps behind the leader. That is actually where they finished, so they matched the performance of Red Cable Jordans. That will give them a lot of confidence. When they get the luck coming their side, they will be a factor in that 992 battle. Due to racing, Audi and GT3, they round out the top 10, the last spot on the AM class podium. SRT with car number 2, they were finished in 11th. Great to have As back and competing with us. And Ajit Kumar Racing, we can confirm now, did hang on to the spot on the podium despite that late incident. What a bizarre finish. They finished in 2nd, but Scuderia Farron do get up onto the podium in 13th. But the Van Berlo Motorsport crew, they were 14th. Unfortunately, a late issue for them. Your Drysaw's squad, Proton Huber competition, they've got pace. They just need the luck to come together. Pellin Racing were 16th. 17th, your winner in GTX, again bizarrely, the 701 that was involved in that late incident. 18th was 9 Elf with their Porsche Cup car. And your winner in GT4 is SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. Your winner in TCE is JMEC Engineering. What a story for them. James Collins and Kevin Clark, they round out the overall top 20. 21st then was the number 8 Kessel Ferrari. Difficult weekend for them. And then 2nd in GT4, 452 Porsche from SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. 2nd in GTX, the sister 702 Vortex. 81 Aero Motorsport Ferrari came home 24th. And 2nd in TCE, 25th overall Asbesh Racing. 3rd and on the podium in GT4 was the number 419 Hamofa BMW, followed by E2P Racing, Continental Audi, the 111 IRC GT, and SRT's number 21 car in 30th. And your last few then, Red Ant Racing, they'll be back to fight another day. It's not been their weekend at home in Spa. They were classified 31st. Then it was ARC Bratislava, Seb Lejeune Racing, Venture Engineering. Pellin Racing didn't restart today. Neither did the 44 ARC Bratislava or the 918. So let's get back down into the paddock where the atmosphere is, and Diana Binks is right in the middle.
Yes, our winners are here parked up at Ziggo Sport, and Chris has just jumped out of the car having a glug of water there before he talks to his other 2 drivers. But Chris, fantastic result this weekend. What's your feeling about that?
Yeah, absolutely. It was great. A lot of fun. The race was challenging. I mean, we kept ourselves out of a mess. We had a little bit of a tricky start to the beginning of today, but in the end, everyone did a really good job to recover. The team executed the race perfectly, and all in all, a great weekend.
How would you describe the moment when you know that you'd secured that position?
Oh yeah, crazy, super happy, but ashamed to have done it under code 60, I suppose. But in the end, I mean, yeah, an amazing result, and one that was hard fought from yesterday. So it was nice that it all came together.
Well, we were up with the team as you came across the line, and they were celebrating very hard for you. So I'll let you congratulate each other and enjoy now. Thanks, Chris.
What a day for Ziggo Sport. Lauren, Loic Hartog, Jonathan Hui and Chris Froggatt. Fantastic stuff. Well, there's been many ups and downs throughout this Michelin 12 Hours of Spa, but why don't we focus on the highlights? It seems a lifetime ago we got started in the sunshine, with Hoffer Racing celebrating their first ever pole position in Michelin 24-hour series competition at the beautiful sunshine. We had a very pleasant day yesterday for the 5-hour part 1 of the Michelin 12 Hours of Spa. And Alex Prince putting in a mega stint at the start of the day, marching away at the front of the field with the Red Ant Mercedes in hot pursuit. But Eau Rouge, Ben, it bit more than once. Lots of teams losing cars and losing opportunities for results just by that one corner.
ARC Bratislava, the first big spin, and they came back on day 2 with a different car, but cars being assaulted left, right and centre. It was pretty frenetic in the first part of the Saturday action. A big puncture for Red Ant Racing as well, which cost them hugely, and the 21 also with an expired engine.
there was in the 73 Proton Huber car, ending up in the barriers at Eau Rouge, and still getting a little bit of disagreement with some traffic as well. Zigosport Tempesta, though, managed to get to the end of part 1 in the lead on the same lap as the Herberth number 91 car. But early on, it was a weird one, that one, on the pace lap there, Ben. The Red Ant Racing car having to rejoin the circuit. Likewise, the Zigosport car having to rejoin after a little bit of an issue, but managed to steady the ship, but not so steady the ship. That was some incident. Seb Lejeune Racing.
Seb Lejeune Racing taking off at the top of Eau Rouge and into the barrier. Still plenty of action throughout the field, and it was basically Herbert Motorsport versus Herbert Motorsport. Zigosport Tempesta versus the SP4 Development 26 Porsche at the head of the field, and a big fight and a strange end.
So, after all of that, it was the Zigosport Tempesta crew who came out on top. Loic Hartog, Jonathan Hui, and Christopher Froggatt, your winners.
And we are down here with the second place team, the number 91 Herbert Motorsport. Ralph brought the car home, but obviously Alfred and Lauren are here to greet each other. What was that last few laps like?
Sorry?
What were the last few laps like?
Well, the last 2 laps have been code 60, so that's easy to drive, but in general it was a nice race. Thank you.
It was an interesting weekend for you guys. You obviously had 2 objectives. You were running a brand new car in a sort of live situation to test how it was. How would you describe it now?
Yeah, I think it was a very interesting weekend. I mean, it started very wet and very cold, so we could get our first experience in these conditions with the Evo kit for the car, and then yeah, the weather cleared up and we got some dry running now, especially in the race. Lots of data and lots of experience collected. I'm quite happy with the progress, and I'm also thankful for the team. They did a perfect job, and to my co-drivers Alfred and Ralph. So yeah, we brought home a second place, which is I think a great result. The first podium of let's say the Evo car. So yeah, I think it can continue like this.
Plenty more to come. Alfred, what was your experience?
It was pretty nice running without any problems with the car. This is, I think, the most important for the moment. The pace was good and the guys did no mistakes, so everything was perfect.
Thank you very much. I mean, the livery looks fantastic on that car. We could see it definitely on the screens all the way around the circuit. Many thanks.
Wonderful black and gold dazzle camouflage on the on the Herberth car, and over with the grey and pink Mercedes. Big joy for the Prince and Kroll family with their overall podium right there with the Michelin winners and podium finishers hats. So 3rd place for the Hoffer Racing team. We've had a quick chat with them on the pit wall. Diana Banks.
Chatted. We didn't chat to Michael on the pit wall though, so Michael, would you come and join us? Torsten, you just brought the car home. Michael, fantastic result this weekend. The pace was there, the execution was there. You must be very happy with the end result. I know you would have liked to have gone for the win, but you were so close.
Yes, of course I'm happy. With those 2 drivers, it's no problem. Jonathan and me, we didn't have an accident, so at the end you're on P1 in the amateur class. That's what we wanted, that's what we looked for.
Torsten, Spa always throws up a number of challenges, so to have a success here, what does that mean?
Spa is always a challenge and always a race with a lot of risk and surprises. So it's to be on the podium in this race, in the overall podium, and class win means a lot. And I mean, you saw it even in the last few laps, things can happen. And so we had a clean race. The car was fantastic. So we had an incredible speed over the stint. So the team made a setup which was really consistent all over the stint. It was really incredible. And Michael and Chantal, they improved step by step. It was also good and made a consistent job. And the rest was with Alex and me. So,
how much confidence does it give you when you know you've got a car like that to race and compete in?
A lot of confidence, because the window where you can drive the lines, the different lines, especially when you overtake, lap other cars, it's so big. So you can really play with this car. It's quite easy to drive, and it's a lot of fun.
Thank you for chatting to us. It's celebration time for you guys now. Thank you.
I think there'll be some champagne sprayed and indeed consumed in the next few hours for Hoffer Racing, and they've well and truly earned it.
Don't forget, nobody has to rush home to get to work tomorrow.
Oh,
Bank Holiday Monday.
Good point.
Easter Bank Holiday Monday across the world, across Europe for sure. And usually it's a bit of a, we need to get home, and you know, the schedule is put together so that everyone gets home and can be in the office for 9 o'clock Monday morning, whereas we don't need to do that this year, tomorrow, and so everyone can have a real celebration, and hopefully the restaurants and bars around Spa will be open to allow you to do that. I know John Hindhoff wants a pizza.
Who doesn't?
It's a very good pizza.
Everyone enjoys a good pizza. Well, do stick with us if you're joining on Creventic Motorsports TV, or the podium ceremony will be coming up very, very shortly. And also thank you if you're tuning in on the Radio Show Limited network of channels on RS1. The drivers just being corralled at the moment on their way up towards the podium in front of the grandstand, and a podium where many great drivers have climbed in the past. Used to be when the Le Mans series came here, that was the podium that they would go up on. And there's a grandstand opposite as well to share their appreciation for the drivers' efforts who've all got onto their various class podiums, and indeed the overall podium.
In fact, the only podiums that are not celebrated on the F1 podium are that of the 24 hours of Spa and the 25-hour Fun Cup. And they previously used the endurance podium down above the endurance pits. The 25-hour race still does, but the 24 hours now make their own. But otherwise, this F1 podium and over the F1 pits is used for everybody and everybody else, including myself, being on that podium with Sarah Moore at the end of a race as well. Not just interviewing somebody,
well
that's
done.
cheating.
Well done.
We're getting a behind the scenes. I'm amazed that the camera works inside the building, but we're getting a proper behind the scenes look at all of the offices where all the stewards sit and make decisions. And of course, different stewards for different series. So if you have a big calendar of races across a weekend, then all the offices need to be used. And then you've got the press room as well, photography room, and then commentary boxes.
If they keep going, they're going to come and join us.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to have a party in here. Come and join us, guys. You're welcome. If you're waiting for your podium, come and say hello. We're delighted to see you. And all the cars prepared there in the Parc Fermé. They'll go through post-race scrutineering to check that everything's in order, and then loaded back into the truck and off to the next race. The parts on the second place finishing number 91 Herbert, they've got to be taken off the car and sent back to Porsche Motorsport and delivered to Colm-Ledegar Racing Team, who are going to test those parts as well with Lauren Heinrich I believe in a few weeks' time.
And the beauty of GT3 racing is those cars will be re-prepared and be out in another series next weekend, and be out in another series next weekend. And the more you can maximise your cars, both 992 and GT3 and GT4, I suppose, the more return you get from using those cars. So, you know, yes, from a Creventic point of view, the next race is Misano at the end of May, but between now and then, all the teams and pretty much all these cars will be out and about and race circuits around Europe, and that's what makes the business tick in the world of sports car racing, and it works so well.
It does, yeah, it does. So these teams, there's definitely no rest. So if their drivers have brought the car back in one piece, they'll be very grateful of that they can simply be pushed onto the trailer, and there'll be minimal work to do tomorrow, or certainly limited work to do. Some others might have a little bit more to do with some of the incidents we've seen. Spa has bitten a few of the drivers over the course of the week. It's a circuit that many drivers say it's their very favourite. It's as good as it gets. And the reason for that is because it's so tough and because it's such a challenge, and it punishes mistakes. So it's you kind of go with both. Big turnout underneath the podium, and that must mean that we're ready to go. So let's get down to Dan and John.
Thank you very much, Peter. We're not quite ready to go. John and I are just relishing being up here on the podium, looking at everyone downstairs who are all ready, waiting to cheer the winners as they come up here to get their achievement, John.
The last time I was on a Formula One podium, I was in third position at Quarter. So this is actually quite cool. I'm looking forward to this. What a great race, Di. Here comes the rain. I said it wouldn't happen until after we'd actually done the race. So shall we get things underway?
I think so. I think so. You've got the honours to read out all the winners on here, but I will just enjoy standing up here on the podium and watching all the celebrations take underway.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us here at Spa-Francorchamps for the second round of the European part of the Michelin 24-hour series for 2025. I am delighted to introduce you to the top 3 in the overall standings. Will you welcome, representing Switzerland in the number 11 Hoffer Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo team, Michael Kroll, Chantal and Alexander Prince and Torsten Kranz. For Porsche, for Germany, and for the number 91 SP4 Herbert Motorsport car, Ralph Bohn, Alfred Ranner, and Lauren Heinrich. And the overall winners of the 2025 12 hours, Michelin 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps for 2025, representing Porsche and Ziegel Sport Tempesta Racing for the 193 GT3 Porsche, their first win in Michelin 24-hour competition, Luke Hartog, Jonathan Lee and Chris Froggatt. They get the centre of the podium, and will you please give respect now to the national anthem of the winning team. Your hands together, please, for our top 3. And welcome to the podium area, our presentation party, representing Spa Circuit, Jean Dubois, with the trophies. Now, which side is it Jean's going to come out from? And Gary Willems as well, in his final formal act for Creventic after 20 years of service. From Omologato watches our new timing partner, Shami Kalra. Come on, Sham. And we've also got William Fabre and Christophe Culeroux from Michelin. And now the big trophies for our winning team. Excellent stuff. And now Shami if you could bring out the winners' watches, a unique memento of the Michelin 12 Hours here at Spa-Francorchamps, specially engraved backs to these Homologato Motorsport watches. If you don't know about Homologato, you should. They support motorsport. And now the big trophy for our winning team. I hope they've got plenty of room in the car on the way back. They're taking a lot. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, our overall victor. Now, this is going to look a bit weird, but we are going to take the watches back here, just so you don't get champagne on them once the pictures have been taken. If you don't know about Homologato watches, look them up. They're a motorsport brand that supports motorsport from the grassroots upwards, up to and including IndyCar. Right, pictures please, and then let's grab those watches. And the champagne is good. I like this. The champagne looks like it's going to be drunk rather than, well, there's a bit of spraying going on. Ladies and gentlemen, your overall podium here at Spa. A first win for Zigo Sport Tempesta Racing in the overall standings. Well done to our teams and to our podium parties who got all the bits and pieces in the right order. We're just going to reset the podium. So we move on to GT3 Pro-Am. Just getting some pictures behind the stage as well. Come on, lads, I've got work to do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So GT3 Pro-Am now, let's get the trophies ready and welcome to our podium stage here in third place for Ferrari and for Kessel Racing, Dustin Blattner, Blake McDonald, Matthew Bell and Konstantin Dressler. In second place for Porsche in the All Black 73, Jörg Dressau, Manuel Lauk, Klaus Bachler and Konstantin Dressler, who'll have to stand on two parts of the podium. Thank you. And our winning team, representing Ferrari, Scuderia Praha, and the number 56 team, Miroslav Vibok, Maciej Vibok, Joseph Kral, Denis Vasek. Popular victory. So once again, let's have the trophies. Jean Dubois and Gary Willems from Spa Circuit and Creventic. William Fabre, Christophe Gilleroux from Michelin. Thank you, gentlemen. And Gary coming back out again. There's a lot of trophies. You've got to say it. You get well rewarded for being on the podium here at the Michelin 24H Series. Watches next, Peter. Excellent. Shami Kalra with another set of watches for the winning crew. I have this picture in my mind, Shami, of your team putting all these watches together behind the scenes for you to bring them out. These watches were literally brought over from the UK on Friday for this presentation. Now the winner's trophy, please. It's the big one. And then we'll get the photos. Who's going to take the big trophy? Not enough hands. And for those of you who are in the grandstands, thank you very much for staying to give respect to our winners. Trophies up. Let's have the pictures. Photographers, these are the ones you want. And then very quickly, we will steal away those lovely Omologato watches before the champagne. Wait for the champagne, guys. I want to get those watches back so you don't get them all sticky. And now you can celebrate with the bubbles. Matthew Bell, you are in big trouble. Oh, good shot with the... That's an excellent bit of corkage out towards the main straight there. Excellent work. You were sensible. Very sensible. Good man. Hard fought race on track, but the respect shown by the competitors to each other. We'll reset again. Hello, young Mr. Bell, how are you? No, 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 no. Otherwise, I'll start talking about Aston Villa, which you will not like. Well done. Excellent stuff for Scuderia Praha. Well done, guys.
Thank you, thank you, thank
well
you.
done, well done. Great to see you on the top step again. Well done. Excellent. I suspect these guys might be starting a big party very shortly indeed. We're going to reset as we move through the GT3 classes. Next up will be the AM category for GT3. So please welcome to the podium in third place for Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, the number 71 squad of Utah Racing, Tim Müller, Nicola Michelin and Adonas Gelsiuskas. In second, Viper Nisa Racing, Douglas Koo, Dominic Ang, Melvin Moore for Mercedes number 65. And on the top step of the podium, for Mercedes number 11, started on pole position on Saturday. Alexander Prince led them off, and they win in GT3 AM. Thorsten Kratz, Chantel and Alexander Prince, and Michael Kroll. If Sean and Getty would start the trophy presentations, please. Oh, in fact, it's William and Christoph. They've swapped round on me. Thank you, gentlemen. As you can see, William and Christoph are representing our tyre partner, Michelin. Now let's have Jean and Gary, please. Should say that we set new lap records in every category this weekend, thanks in no small part to our new tyre partner, Michelin. Let's get some more trophies out, please. William and Christoph, armfuls of trophies coming out. Thank you, gentlemen. We're making you work hard today, aren't we? Excellent. And watch us next, is it? Yes, it is. I'd wait to see Mr. Calra come round the corner carrying his wares. There's going to be a different design of watch for the winners throughout the season. I think it was is that a Pikes Peak with the special engraving. Thank you, Shami. I thought it was when I saw it earlier on for this race. Photographers getting the pictures. Now the great big trophy coming out. Let's huddle in together, ladies and gentlemen, on the podium so that we can get the nice pictures that'll be on your socials and going around the world. That must be a very wide angle. Now the photographers down at the front, get your cameras up, get the trophies up. Big smiles, a whooping and a hollering from down there, please. And now we adios the watchers for a moment, and time to get busy with the fizzy. There's a lot of people dashing for flights, I think. Well done, Bangle. And a quick reset of the podium again. Alexander Prince, you are in so much trouble. We can tell you don't do the washing of the suits, can't we? Oh, but... Well done, mate. Thank you so much. That will live for me for so long. Well, at least until I get back and get a shower. He's made all my papers wet as well. After all the nice things I said about him as well. All right, let's reset for the GTX Special GT car category. In third place, the IRC GT from the other side of the world, 31 hours on a plane. Next to them, a podium spot for 111 Racing, Darren Curry, Daniel Studdard, and Jeff Emery. Going so well until they had some rogue electrical issues that affected their power steering. Vortex V8 number 702, Julien Beaulieu and Alexandre de Bernadis, Lionel Amarouche in the Vortex 2.0. Cruel end to their race, sees them in second place, which leaves their teammates in the 701 Vortex V8, Philippe Bonnel, Lionel Amarouche and Cyril Calmon. So decide which step you're going to stand on. And once again, if we can ask Jean, Gary, William and Christophe to present the trophies. We're doing this en masse now to rattle through. I realise it's starting to get a bit heavy yet, but we do want to pay due respect to all of the drivers. After what was a very hard-fought Michelin 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, in some ways a bit of an old-school endurance race. Thank you, George. Thank you, Gary. And to the winners, the timepieces from Omologato. Come on, Sham. You're getting good at this now, Shami. I've seen you doing this on telly at IndyCar races. You're good. And for the photographers down at the front, let's get your trophies up with the big trophy going to the team in the middle. Vortex V8, Philippe Bonnel, Lionel Amarouche, Cyril Calmon. And give them a round of applause, please. Photographs taken. Let's photographs down the front. Thank you. Everybody happy? Nod? Yeah. Let's grab those watches, please, Peter. And let's have fun with the sparkling. Well done, gents. We hope to see you all back for the next round as well. Enjoyed that racing today. Well done. A staple of endurance racing worldwide is Porsche, and the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup for 992 cars, always very popular in the Michelin 24H series. So next up, it will be the first of two classes for the GT3 Cup cars, which are outstanding endurance machines. So will you welcome, first of all, for GT3 Cup 992, representing Holmgaard Motorsport, the number 902 squads, Magnus and Jonas Holmgaard, Vedel Mortensen, and Patrick Steen Rasmussen. Second, it is RPM Racing, Tracy Kron and Nicholas Jonsson with Philip Hamprecht. And your winners in Belgium, the 909 Red Camel Jordan.nl squad of Ivo, Luke and Rick Breukers with Fabian Dans. A perfect strategic run from that team, Mr. Trustwell. Nicely done. I see you down there, Paul. Nicely done, Paul. Never in doubt. And it never rains. Until now. Race is finished though. He was right. In trussers we trust. Thank you to Jean and Gary and to William and Christoph again for the trophy presentations. What else have we got to come out? Got some more trophies to come out here. Thank you. It must be Shami again now, yes. Yes. Shami's getting the biggest cheer of anybody. Have you paid them for this, Sham? This is amazing. Wear them with pride, gentlemen. Wear them with pride. Only for winners. And the big trophy. Trophies up, shuffle together. Everybody shuffle together, please. We'll get the close-up first, and then the photographers down at the pit wall. Look down to the photographers, get those trophies up. Try and look happy, everybody. Excellent. Woohoo! And now, wait. Grab the watches so they don't get damaged. Oh, my goodness, like dealing with 5-year-olds. You've seen it 4 times already. Come on. Didn't even have to tell them what to do with the bottles there. Philip Hamprecht's going to drink his. I think that's a much better idea. Respect the wine. Well done, guys. Good job. Put your hands together, please, for your 993 GT Cup, 992 GT3 Cup podium. Red Camel ahead of RPM and Holmgaard. Well done. And our second category for the GT3 Cup cars is for GT 992 GT3 AM. In third place, the 949 squad, Scuderia Faron, Pablo Brasilvero, Pedro Miguel Rino Brazo Augustin, and Sanabria Crespo. In second, Adith Kumar by Red Ant Racing, Mathieu Detrey, Fabien Dufour, and Ajith Kumar. And our winners, I hope you've saved some energy for our winners in 992 Arm. Tracy Cron, Nick Johnson and Philip Hamprecht for RPM Racing! William, Christophe, Jean and Getty to do the honours with the trophies. Put that bottle down. Put it down. Step away from the bottle. Let's get the rest of the trophies out. Thanks, guys. More trophies coming. And we must have some watchers here. Here are the watchers for RPM. Thank you, Shami. Shami Kalra from Omolagato. Thank you very much. Photographs, please. And now the big trophy for RPM. And now the photographers down by the pit wall, get those trophies up, big smiles. We'll grab the watches, and it's time to celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, your 911 GT3 Cup podium ceremonies. Well done, guys. Not mad at all then, really. Completely bonkers. Well done. Lovely to see you. And don't forget, if you missed any of the race, you can re-watch it on YouTube, on the Creventic Motorsport channel. It's all free. Next, GT4 in third place for BMW and their G82 GT4 Evo. It's the 419 Hamoffa Motorsport team. Rob, Chris and Mark Verhoeven. In second place, the Porsche 452, representing SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, Benito Tegel, Guy Stewart, Macmillan, Hill and Harley Houghton. .452 team, Benito, Guy, and Harley, where are you? Come on. Well done, lads.
Thank you.
Good to see you on the podium. Good chat with these guys earlier on. And our winners, it was very unlucky for the 452 car. They'd had a really good race until they didn't, but it handed the victory to their teammates. The number 427, Marc Girard, Michael Salenbach and Thierry Chicondale. And let's have Jean Getty William and Christoph. Tracy Grohn's got too many. He's a big lad, he's got big hands, but even he can't carry everything that he's won. As the trophies come out for GT4. And again, thank you for staying right through these ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen. Really appreciate that. Put the bottles down, put the bottles down. Thank you, William. Thank you, Christoph. You put your 8,000 steps in, just going round and round with the trophies. More watches, more chamois. Omologato winners' timepieces to the winning SRS Zog Rennsport team. And now the big trophy. Thank you. Squeeze together so we can get the close-up, and then look down towards the pit wall when you've done that. Quickly, lovely, thumbs up, love it. Cheers, cheers, cheers. And now hand the watches back to your winners, please, just for a moment. Well, I promise we'll give you them back. And it's time to celebrate. Sorry, it's time to celebrate. There we go. Sorry, they didn't take that cue there for a moment. SRS Zog Rennsport taking the victory there, ladies and gentlemen. Our penultimate podium celebration coming up next. And we move to the TCX and TC combined, which is the TCE category. Just waiting to reset the podium.
Hello.
And congratulations then to second place. Great to still see the front-wheel drive Cupra TCR DSG Racing, the 102 as best racing car for Christian Ladurna, Juichi Yunimemoto and Pierre Olsen. Well done. And our winners in TCE, representing BMW, JMEC Engineering, the 133 squad, James Collins and Kevin Clark driving just as a duo. That's just greedy. Come on. You could have given someone else a go. Well done. Well done, lads. Stunning looking car, perfectly presented and well driven to the winning TCE. John, Geddy, William and Christoph doing the honours again. We're not mentioning Aston Villa at this point for the guys on the top of the podium. Well, I had to threaten Geordie Matt Bell with it earlier on when he was pointing the champagne at me, I tell you. It's about this point that I realised cutting me hair last week wasn't a good idea when it's pouring down a rain. Let's get the Omologato watches up, and now here's the big trophy. A famous victory for the Northeast, and we don't get to say that very often, to be fair, do we? We'll take it. We'll take it. Well done to JMEC Engineering, winning TCE as best in second place. Let's see how good you are with the bottles. It's not Brune, but it'll do. Well, actually, you wouldn't spill Brune, would you? Let's be honest. The dog would be staying in the bottle or going down your neck. Get in! They'll be dancing in the streets of Jesmond tonight. There's only about 3 people understand what I'm talking about at this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for staying with us for our winners. And that, I think, concludes our podium ceremony, does it? Yes, it does. The final podium celebration then. Put your hands together again for Asbest Racing and our winners in TCX and TCE, JMEC Engineering. Well done for getting it to the end. Well done. Shami Kaura, ladies and gentlemen, the star of our show. He says he's just a watch salesman. Cheers, mate. Well done. Well done, lads. See you at the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us here at SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS. Enjoy the rest of your motor racing weekend. Please drive home safely, and we'll be back with more Michelin 24-hour series racing throughout the season, all live on the Creventic Motorsport channel. On behalf of the whole Radio Show Limited TV and radio team and our production partners, Nils Weiswei and Heinz, thanks for being with us, and we'll see you at the next one. Bye-bye!